We are starting stream. This is the last stream before surgery. This is our final peri-operative transmission. Let's take a look at how it connects with the studio. And looks like we're doing okay. And it says excellent connection. And now we just need to check for whether people are registering on the online broadcasting software. Say hello, dear Peter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you register. And let's see who else has joined us on this call. Heather Holman, Brendan Zogid. Both of you say hi. Well, Heather.
Hello.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I didn't even look at the OBS. Say it again. Heather?
Hello.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, good, good, good. It's just I needed you to do it again because of the OBS. I was just seeing if it registered.
OBS.
Yeah, online broadcasting software, not old bullshit. Yes, yes. Okay, but it's that too in its own right. And Aristides and Brendan did not join us. We will call them again. And okay, so let's proceed to do that. Aristides, Brendan Zogit, and as for Marina, of course, we are just. I mean, they're all added onto the call, but then I call these people again just to, as kind of like, we'll call the other two again. Marina, of course, she can just jump on at will at this point. Aristides is unavailable. Fuck, I hope he's okay. Brendan's so good, unavailable. Hope he's
His
okay.
attendance record is so good that you would expect.
Yes, he's here. He's here. He's joined us. Yes. So say that again, dear Aristides, so I can check the OBS.
Hello, I'm here. Sorry to be a minute late.
No worries, you're fine. Yes, okay, thank you. As Peter began to say, your attendance record is so exemplary that we've come to expect nothing less. Okay, and oh right, good. Some wonderful people in the chat. Hello from Pennsylvania, from Andy Varela, and of course the other young lady. Love you dearly, and so all that being said, let's get started with Peter. Well, actually, we need to start with Aristides. I am happy to say there's nothing really much from my end to report, except that this is the final perioperative transmission prior to our surgery. And of course, my gang brother Beaver says, "Oh, I hope they fuck it up so bad they have to do restructuring on your nose and you come out looking like Michael Jackson." Of course, he's always been jealous of my nose. I've always pointed out the fact he doesn't have one. Being, of course, very mongoloid in appearance, all he has is a flap of skin over his nostrils, poor fellow. But all that being said, we are here with much more pleasant looking people, and all of you are welcome to say hello, but we're going to start with Aristides giving the usual admonitions about likes and subscriptions. If you're okay with that, Aristides.
Yeah, very good. I can do that right now if you want.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Very timely because I'm doing it myself right now. I am placing a like on the program. This is very important because the likes and the or upvotes and downvotes, although you can't see them, they are placed there by enemies of various sorts, and that affects the searchability of the program and other factors, and whether it's likely to appear, be displayed, etc. And that affects how many people find their way here and potentially how many people might donate. So it's important to do that. And then once you do that, make sure you're subscribed. The subscribe button is on. It could be that it gets turned off. We've heard of that. And turn on the notification bell so that you can be notified of programs starting either on time or in the event of a restart. And as far as the upvotes, which I believe you need a YouTube account to do, you can do extra ones for us if you create extra sub channels under your main account, which is under your account settings icon up in the corner. And if I go to switch account and I switch to a different account, and then I can place a new like on the very same program. So usually I do 3 likes or so, and you can make as many as you want. Although if you make just a random blank channel to do that, make sure to remember to switch back to your main channel to interact in the chat. So
Yes. And do explain to him, of course, that this is necessary because of the need to balance out the enemy. And
Yeah. Can you see the downvotes as the host or no?
I can. I was given a technique by which to do that, and I never remembered it. I never committed it to memory. There's ways to do it, but who cares? I mean, but
Yeah.
yes, what was your thought on that? What was your thought on
You
that?
can,
Yeah.
well, you can count on them being there. I thought, I mean, as you've explained, there are people who they can buy bots of some type for all sorts of things to
Yes,
use
Stephen Outrim purchases Autobots to actually commit to downvotes. YouTube does filter them out, but it takes hours, and by that time they've accomplished their purpose, which is to prevent us from appearing on searches. Please continue. Yes.
Yeah. That was about it. So yeah, I think there are some some add-ons you can do to your browser to see them sometimes, but whatever, they're still gonna just do what they're gonna do. So make sure you get in as many upvotes as you can.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, and so that being said, also we often suffer the fact that people get unsubscribed without being informed that they are being unsubscribed. And in terms of that, do keep an eye on your subscription and make certain that you, as our man Aristides said, you've got to press that notification bell or whatever it is. Hit that button, and so you can get notified, or otherwise your subscription's kind of meaningless. And then they unsubscribe you, and they might do that anyway. So always check to make certain you're still subscribed. And with that, any other thoughts there, Aristides, before we turn towards Peter and Ed?
Not too many right now. I'm just glad I made it in time. Sorry, I was taking a quick shower before program.
No worries. So I do want people to know that there was something that I did do. I want to say hi to T-Tank Berry and Eric Cradle. And I do want them to know that one of the things that happened was working with Peter the other day. One of the issues we had was my inability, due to a understandable block, a compartmentalization of extraordinarily unpleasant, or just say plain traumatic memories. I was, of course, blocking out the name of an anti-god. And what I did was I went over everything with my son throughout that following night. And it's okay to release my son's name accidentally once in a while, the first name, because the first name's not going to be enough for people to trace, but I'm still leery of doing that. I did so with Peter the other day freely, and if it slips out of my mouth sooner or later, as it's done in the past every once in a while, don't be too alarmed on my behalf. I do get emails when that happens, and people email me out of concern, and it's just too vague, or shall we say, it's just too. They already know who he is. Let's just put it that way. The enemy knows who he is. The only danger is stalkers of a different sort, like amateur stalkers that just kind of glom onto a false sense of intimacy. And they can't do much with that little bit of information. What I do want to emphasize is that in going over the audio with him that he was able to dig up with great acumen, I was able to ultimately recall the name of that particular anti-god, that entity, and therefore I wrote it out for Peter. And it came to about 5 pages of a transcript we produced that was very, shall we say, redundant in some aspects. Peter's already got a lot in the book, but I was hoping he would just add a few more details from that into the book. I've since just made a few corrections that are maddening to me, a missing word here and there. It's maddening to me as a perfectionist. I've since made a few corrections and added an appendix, and this appendix has to do with invocation as opposed to evocation. I've sent that to Peter, and the invocation could be added perhaps as an appendix in the book, or maybe even insert it as kind of a separate chapter. That might be, I'll talk to Peter about that later. I don't know if we'll be able to talk in the morning. If the show is still running in the morning, and Peter gets up, feel free to join, of course, Peter, at that time, if you wake up and the show is still running. Because I have the impending surgery, which won't be till Wednesday, I still might end the show a bit early tonight because I do want to just complete a little bit about magical tools that I want to add into the invocation section. The reason why is because the Vox Arca is a magical tool. It is essentially one of the epitome of that kind of arcane technology. With that being said, I do need to add a little bit about magical tools into the act of banishing from summoning. When you summon, you must banish. It's amazing how people don't realize that, and we have all kinds of problems in the world today because of it. Such being said, I do want people to understand that one of the other things is a footnote. There is a footnote that is an annotation that could be added again as a something at the end of the book, along with what we call our Frankenstein blue annotation. And the Dipple annotation, because that was Frankenstein's, shall we say, familial name. The Frankenstein was the town in which the doctor was born. And he was indeed a real historical figure, and he did indeed reanimate cadavers. So all of that being said, we added a little bit of things in there, and this little bit I added about the chupacabras is something that, in working with my son and then afterwards, I was able to have a flood of memories that finally kind of came out from behind some walls. That's why I wrote the Invocations chapter. We'll add a little bit about magical tools in that, but I also remembered quite a bit about the Department of Defense researching and establishing contact and interrogation of the chupacabras, or members of their ilk. And they are very much a hive society, not a society per se so much as like an ant colony. And that is something that I added some very scientific details about. So that is in a footnote that I do want people to comprehend is necessary, because I have voiced my stance that there is no other intelligent life in this universe. So bear in mind, of course, the chupacabras are not really intelligent, nor are the fungal infections, which in a sense manipulate them. And you have to read what I wrote for that. But you have a parasite riding a parasite that wound up doing extraordinary things in its own universe, but they really source from a different universe. So it does not contradict what I have said, and I explained that in a very technical fashion. You know why that is important to bring up right now? I attached a image that I downloaded in reference to this fact about the Hubble limits of our universe. Hubble is studying the limits of our universe, and there's what they call the deep zone and beyond, which takes us back in time. The further back we look in space, the further back we look in time. And I downloaded this image from an astronomy site, and after I downloaded that image, the site was scrubbed. So do yourself a favor. Take that link that I added saying I sourced this image from this site, and you will hit that link and it'll say this is a security risk. If you decide to go further and be adventurous and get past that security risk, you will find yourself in a scrubbed site. They did this within what had to be minutes after I downloaded this image. And now they see everything I do, everything that I do online, everything I said is instantly absorbed by the National Security Agency, just hoovered up by them, vacuumed up, and they see everything that I do. So this was an extraordinary example of how far they go. If you're dealing with astrology, that can get very political. You could understand why they would scrub an astrology site. But this is an astronomy site, and it's extraordinarily mundane in the sense that it's innocuous. There's nothing that's dealing with other than science. And as soon as I downloaded that image, which apparently is the only one popularly available right now of the Hubble limits of our universe, that seems to be accessible to the layman's ability to comprehend what they're seeing, they scrubbed it. So have fun with that. And again, this is to Aristides, who I sent this to, and Brendan Zogan, as well as Pete. And it's just one of these things that you realize just how sensitive the information I'm dealing with truly is. So when I talk about the interrogations of the chupacabras, this is not to be taken lightly. This is very real stuff. Your government does not want you to know it. And this is why we have to stick that in the book. And so that being said, I just do, again, want to emphasize, I just want to write a little bit more about magical tools, maybe a few more pages, because that's what the Vox Arca is, and I do want to put it in context. There, what is it that magicians normally use? They usually normally use amethyst and various other types of little wards, little things like that. So I do feel I need to say something about that just to give the book more of a grimoire feel, just a little bit more, because that's what we were kind of aiming for in the beginning as a thematic. And with that, we bring on the incredible Peter Moon, who has been through quite a bit lately. And how is your health? How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
Excellent. So take it from here, dear Peter. The stage is yours.
Pardon me?
Oh, the stage is yours. Take it from here, dear Peter. The stage is yours.
Yeah. Just to address your iterations there.
Thank you.
I'm gonna I'm almost done with the dipple appendix. So I'll finish that, and then I will. I will look over the stuff you sent me on.
Thank you.
The unbearable name, and but what I will tell you, and then I will go back. I will look it over, and then I'll read the book from scratch. But what we have right now is a very coherent narrative.
Yes.
The chupacabra thing, it's like, I don't see how it fits. It is a coherent narrative. It's like, okay, you want to explain this, but I don't know. I'll work with that. I'll get to it. I'll look at it.
Yeah, just look at it and see,
And what we have right now is a very coherent narrative. That subject, as I heard it, just flimsy comprehension of it. That could go into a deeper narrative of magic. And the one thing is, I was trying to explain to somebody today what crap I have to go through to get your work understood. I'm not talking about you. Well, it is you, but yes, people's comprehension level. And they said, "Oh, you sure it's not advertising?" And I had to explain, well, of course it's not advertising. People have said the stupidest things to me, like, "Oh, what you need is a good publicist." They think that what I'm disseminating, and this even goes before Douglas Dietrich, is just, "Oh, yeah, you need a good publicist." They don't understand the conniving mindset of what Aristides alludes to as the enemy.
Yes.
The conniving, and then the constant vigilance of listening to what Douglas is saying, or that I'm saying. And I kind of dismiss the constant vigilance that's out on me, because if I were to think about it all the time, I'd develop a complex as a targeted individual.
Yes, that's true.
So I move like, what is it Bruce Lee likes to say? Be like water. Be like water. You be like water. You have to move where you can go, and you don't sit there and try and it goes back to what I've said before about people trying to approach you or treat you as a bowling buddy. This is not what Douglas is. He's not your bowling buddy. Nor am I, although maybe to a greater extent. I did, we did do bowling with my football friends for about 6 months.
Cool.
They did. I came a few times. But it's this, yeah, people have never fully understand the work I'm doing, because they're generally being informed or approaching it at a mundane level.
Yes.
And this is very, I was explaining to this person that what I'm dealing with here is I have to go to very unusual measures to market this book. And the people who should appreciate it most, theoretically, one theory, would be the Lovecraft fans. of H.P. Lovecraft. But oh no, they're not going to appreciate it because it's going to tear their house down. And they're basically attracted to H.P. Lovecraft by reasons of their own entities inside of them.
Yes.
So any way you look at it, this is entity management, and that would be arguably the reason to teach people what you're alluding to about banishing.
Yes.
But do we really need people banishing or doing anything or conjuring of any kind? This is a rhetorical question. Maybe it's better off that they don't know. I don't know. I will review all this.
Yeah.
You've given so much information, but I feel that the basic audience you're writing to are people that don't conjure, that people that don't do these things. Now,
actually, we would hope so. Yes. Go on. Yes.
Where there will be some who will, or who just have great insight into the matter by reason of their own acumen. Those people do exist in my audience. And they will see things that you and I don't see in what's written, and it will have value to them. It's so what I will also state at this point, before I go into the Romanian diatribe, is that I've essentially finished the book. I have this appendix to finish, which is over halfway done, on the real Dr. Frankenstein, which it's really not so much about him. And I once read a book about this years ago, which I think Douglas quoted from, but it doesn't matter. You can, he's a real character, Johannes Dippel, and the inspiration for Frankenstein. I think it's in a book about Dracula, if I recall. But I ran into this many years ago. But basically, so I have to review this and just then produce the book and get a accurate price quote on it. Now, this is where I want to talk to the audience. I got some initial price quotes on a leather-bound book, and I'm still getting educated in the process. But I contacted one guy. He says, "How many books you want?" I said, 200. He says, "Oh, okay. You know, be honored to do it. I do a very intense craftsmanship process. It'll take about 2 years." Now, of course, this is absurd. And if we take him at face value, he's going to produce an incredible product. But another place that would really turn it around fast is somebody who does extreme ornate books. They could be Bibles. They could be some rich person calling them and say, "Oh, I want you to put this into leather bound. It's my memoirs," or whatever it is. Or I want to distribute 100 of these to my favorite Fortune 500 people. And, you know, that's the book. The cost of the book is $186 just to walk in the door. He says, "Oh, but if you want to add printing to it, you want to add pages to it, I mean, you know, it's like you're going to get a leather cover. You're not going to get a book. That's all extra." Very nice guy, but he's dealing with extremely high-end customers. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, yeah, I could produce a book for under $300 a book. And then if you think of $300 a book times 200, you know, that adds up to, you know, what's 300 times 200? I think it adds up to, is it?
Too much.
Yeah, it's like times
60,000.
Yeah, 60,000. No, I don't want to do that.
That's why we have the engineer around.
Yeah. Now, I also found out the difference between bonded leather and real cowhide. Bonded leather is kind of like scrap leather they put together, and it'll look fine. it'll look like leather. It might be like your Lord of the Rings books. If you get a Lord of the Rings books in cover, it'll be bonded leather. Bonded leather does not last as long as the real leather. Now, it might last in your lifetime. So I'm looking at all these things, and I said, well, yeah, I'm looking at when I listen to this, it's, asking me to produce a book that would retail for $1,000. And I'm not going to do that because it makes it too inaccessible.
Right.
So I'm going to continue my research. It's still Mercury retrograde. It's still a time to review. I'm looking towards maybe a hardback cloth edition. But I will weigh that. I will weigh all of it. As I say, I'm still looking, and I can't get a down-to-earth quote until I have completely finished the book. And then I also have the title, which I have a lot of titles, and I've gone over some of them with Douglas, and I'm, even changing my mind about that. One title I think would be a very attractive title, but I don't know if I like the title. And I will share it because it's not really what the book is about. And that would be the Emerald Llama. It's a great title,
Okay.
but people don't necessarily know who the Emerald Emerald Llama is. It's kind of like, calling the book Beelzebub or Lord of the Flies. It's, because if you don't know what the Emerald Llama is, it's kind of sounds exotic. It sounds nice, but no, it's not nice. It's kind of like having a portrait of him in your house. You walk in the house and you see this Emerald Llama. It's kind of like having E.T., from the movie E.T. The E.T. looked like the Emerald Llama. He was a little friendlier. It was such a disgusting movie.
It was awful. It's insufferable. Cringe.
That was, the Cho personified.
Yes, thank you.
The Cho with a friendly face.
That's right. Love your Cho. That's what it was.
Yeah, love the Cho. And as we were talking the other day about Cho chocolate,
Yes.
I kept wanting to say to you that I think one of the best replications of the Cho mindset would be the movie Gremlins.
Interesting. Yeah.
And the Gremlins, of
Yes,
course.
That's right.
Just
Yes.
so.
By the way, what I sent you, those screenshots from Brendan Zoget might be entered into the book just to show people. Notice how Cho has Asia completely off the map because they couldn't sell in Asia, and also just that statement, be in the know of all things Cho. Let people know just a bit about some of the nuances here.
Yeah, it's like yeah. So there's this insight. People aren't going to really understand this. That they just heard what you said. Is that Brendan Zoget was very good at digging up abstract references. Is that the Cho company, the Cho Chocolate Company, which has all indications of being directly tied to the Choa of Southeast Asia, the tribe that gave us the gray alien abductions.
Yes, all too true.
And pardon, go ahead.
I said all too true. Yes.
Yeah, and so they have this, revised website that basically doesn't show Asia on the map. They have, Cho in different parts of the world, but they just cut off Asia as if Asia didn't exist, which is where the Cho are from. And then it says, what it says, all things Cho, or be in the...
be in the know of all things Cho.
Yeah, be in the know of all things Cho. What kind of a leading, baiting line is this? And the baiting line is, and this is kind of the inside joke. You can't, it's like, there's only it seems like there's only a handful of people that could understand it. And a small portion of our listeners at best who could be in the know of all things Cho. And like, why aren't we, getting this joke? It's like if there was some sort of subtle statistic in baseball that only, 4 or 5 of the best players knew. Some subtle statistics that only 3 or 4 of them understood. And it's like an inside joke. It's like, what use is it? It's like you get into a rarefied area and you may think you're distinguished or privileged. Arguably you are, but it's like, to what end? It's it's just a sort of an obscure piece of knowledge. Now, for example, I'm showing my friend in Romania these different entry points, arguably to the inner earth. We go to Yalomita Cave. It's just a walk from the Pestera Hotel, which is the best place to go if you go to the Sphinx, in Yalomita Valley, which I've been to many times. And you get to the end of the thing and you say, okay, look, you can go through that little crack, but you got to have boots, you got to have headgear, you've got to have a light, and you surely should have spelunking equipment. And really, and this is the thing, when you spelunk, which means to go into caves, it's not a one-man job. You want a team of people.
Right.
And then if you walk into that cave with that equipment, you've got to go by a kiosk where you pay, just a few bucks. And then they give you a helmet to put on. You fit on a helmet with a light on it. I don't know if it has a light. It has the helmet. You got low lights. You're going to raise a ruckus. The only way you're going to get into that cave with proper gear is to apply through the spelunking group for research, and you're probably going to have to go through that monastery. The monastery covers the cave. So, I can point, I've been there so many times, I can point things out to people, and to me it's just mundane. Yeah, and I've spoken to one person who went in there, and basically, these are karstic caverns. You can walk into there. He says you go about 80 meters, and then it just opens up into a big diorama of space. And what do you have? It's a karstic cavern. There's all sorts of karstic caverns in that area. It's a mountainous region, full of caves. Some of them which are explorable, some of them which are not. So, what is this? Passion for the inner earth. Anyway, I also want to state that last episode, some people were waiting to hear me talk about my trip to Romania, and I did mention it, but it was preempted by the appearance of Marina Sarin, who is a Vril medium, and I was very politically active in Spain with, you'd call the old fascist faction, I guess would be the best way to say it. Mm-hmm. It was aligned with Franco. And that's a whole rationale and reason we're not going to go into tonight. And I was particularly interested in her appearing right after I had met somebody from Catalonia, which is a part of Spain that seeks independence and is a very different culture than Spanish culture. It's got its own language.
Yes.
But this gentleman, young man, he was in high school. He knew Catalonian language, he knew the Romanian language, he knew German, he knew Spanish, and I had asked him if he'd heard of Marina Sen. He goes, oh yes, and he was very supportive of her. And I'm talking about from a political angle. Now, I looked her up on the net, and all I see is, E.T. hybrid Braille medium. I don't see anything that's political on there in English. So I asked her if she could supply me with any links or to mainstream media or alternative media that might show her political one. The only thing I saw that was vaguely political is on YouTube when she's hitting a piñata.
And there's symbolism.
I may be mistaken, and I would ask her if she were here, but I think the piñata, which is what, you hit a donkey full of candies and they spill out, I think that's a Mexican custom, not a Spanish custom. But I don't know. I thought it was Mexican, not Spanish.
Well, definitely the Mexicans have taken it to a higher art. I mean, they make a whole art out of it.
Yeah, and the real tragedy of the piñata, when sometimes it would be done at parties in Southern California, but mostly often you'd hear about it. But occasionally somebody would have a piñata. But the pity of it was it destroyed this beautiful paper mache donkey or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And then the candies that came out were like, who want these candies? They look like crap.
Yeah, just cheap ass shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the M&Ms I once got at the Dallas Holy House. They gave these M&Ms, and I guess they weren't M&Ms. They were Chinese M&Ms. Probably under the supervision of President. I can never remember his name.
Xi Jinping.
Yeah, under himself, probably directly under his supervision. And I remember I had them. They gave them to me or something, and I on the way back, because I was in Queens, I went and saw my friend Marianne. This is a different holy house we went to because it wasn't the typical one, and it was affiliated with the other one, and it came back, and I think she was saying she was hungry or wanted some sugar or something. I mean, I always steered away from sugar, but I pulled these things out, and she says, I won't eat those. Because she knew they were from Chinese. I will not eat. I said, well, they can't be that bad. No. And she was just emphatic. Of course, I'm much fussier about what I eat than she was. So I said, and I bit one just to see what it would taste like. Big mistake. It tasted like crap. I don't know what crap tastes like. I can imagine what it tastes like from the smell, but these things were not habitable. And I think they also gave me some noodles. And I took the noodles home. I tried to cook them one time. And oh no, not here. Now, the typical holy house that I would go to, well, they'd serve food, and it was always very nice. It's always very nice food. There's nothing wrong with it. But this was a different holy house, and as they say, it was the packaged noodles. There were products made for Chinese people. Well, I think they probably were made in China. I don't know, but.
They may be made in China, but they're not necessarily for people at all. It's just like industrial fluvia that then they market onto other countries or something. Yes, to fill piñatas with. Go on.
Cho food.
Cho food, that's it.
This is what they put in piñatas, but I digress. Marina Sarin, so that's why, Marina Sarin is, as I said, a real medium, and I preempted what I had to say for her. And the reason how I originally got involved with her is that the two of my Jewish friends from Manhattan, Alan Steinfeld, who is New Realities, and he's interviewed everybody who's anybody going back to the 60s, I think. Been around a long time, anybody who comes to New York. So he's very, glad-handing with anybody from the alternative media, and even, major mainstream people like Deepak Chopra. It was his involvement with Deepak Chopra which actually got me the patent for the time reactor sent by one of David's colleagues to me, because Deepak he got interested in it, but he's a real shithead. And independent from this, one of my friends who lived in Hollywood at the time told me that he was known for hiring prostitutes and beating them.
Why am I not surprised? Well, that's almost to be expected.
I don't know that it's true, but this person who told me, you know, he was in the entertainment field, and he knew certain celebrities personally and whatnot, because he was an incredible musician. But whatever, it's what he told me about Deepak. This was many years ago. But Deepak was just not interested. He wanted possession of the time reactor, and he wanted access to it. That was not going to happen. But that's how I ended up getting the time reactor patent, because it was sent to me by one of David's colleagues in India, who sent it to Alan Steinfeld. I was CC'd on it. There were a handful of us who got it. But anyway, Alan and my friend Phil Gruber, who lives in Singapore right now, he's married to a woman in Singapore. They were doing an interview with her, and they pulled me in. They wanted me in because of my work with the Black Sun. So they figured I fit in. And they were very, what's the word? Compassionate with Marina. Because Marina gets attacked a lot. Because and it's not just because she portrays herself as a super soldier and a human hybrid, but she recognizes herself as an SS general in a past life, and she's incarnated here and she's a Vril medium, a medium of the Vril. Now that's the most interesting aspect of her to me, is her Vril acumen, and that it tags along to the inner earth, because as they say, I show my friend Christer from Sweden, I show him, you know, that entrance. I show him an entrance at monastery in Sinaya. We found a cellar there. He was looking for an entrance, because we know there was, or certainly said to be, an entrance at the Sinaya monastery. Arseni Boca, the greatest revered, I guess, I don't know if he's been called a saint, but he might as well be, because he could read people's future, and people visited him all over, who predicted the fall of Ceausescu. And Ceausescu, he died, I think, right before Ceausescu did, but Ceausescu would go see him. He'd monitor where he was, just like people monitor Douglas or monitor me. Ceausescu, of course, was the dictator of Romania, the last dictator of Romania. And he would monitor Arseni Boca and tell him which monastery to go to, and, you know, keep him under his thumb. But he would secretly see him for readings or prognostications. And the last one he received, he was told that he better change fast, or it would lead to his death. And sure enough, he didn't listen. He miscalculated how much power he had, and he ended up tried just before Christmas Day. He was shot on Christmas Day, and his wife was shot with him, and they threw more bullets into her. She was so hated. She was hated far more than her husband. And as I was driving through Bucharest with the Uber driver, either he pointed it out to me or I saw a sign. And I saw where Ceausescu lived. It was a nice big house. It wasn't overkill. If you see the Romanian Parliament building, it's one of the biggest buildings in the world in terms of square footage. It's overkill, way too big. And he's the one who built that. His house does not reflect that same. It's a, much, it doesn't stand out as much as Gracie Mansion does in Manhattan, where the mayor lives. But it's I suppose you could call it a modest mansion. And I found out you can get a tour of it if you call. So I never knew that. It'd be interesting to tour his house. It's just right there. It didn't seem surrounded by a park or anything. It just seemed just another house not house on the block, but building in the city section. So that was curious to me for some reason. So anyway, I will review the trip to Romania. I will begin at the beginning. I did call in to Douglas my first two opportunities, but by the time I got to Choclavina, I didn't have any internet connection. And because the previous year, I had an internet connection because I could be provided a hotspot. But for some reason, Krister's phone couldn't provide a hotspot. Just wouldn't work. I don't know. So I wasn't able to, phone in. But again, it's at an odd hour. So the biggest faux pas, if it could be called that, it was intentional, of this trip for me was going during Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrograde began on the 5th, and I flew in on left to 2nd. The first 3 days before a Mercury retrograde, when Mercury's stationary, are when Mercury exacerbates the most, and the 3 days after. But I would tell you that every day was plagued by a Mercury retrograde issue. For example, the plane, the original flight was delayed, or I was supposed to go earlier, so that left me 6.5 hours in London rather than 4.5. And when I did get to London, the flight leaving to Bucharest was delayed more. So it was delay. And I happened to, I bought my way into a lounge. What's it called? Priority Pass. A lot of the Delta cards you can't even buy your way into a lounge with the Delta cards anymore.
No.
Even though you might pay, 3 or 4, I don't know what it is, $400 a year for the card. You can't buy your way into a lounge. I think unless you buy the reserve card, which is about $600 and something, and then you still have to pay. Well, I think you get so many free visits. But I found out Priority Pass, you can buy for $99 a year, and then it costs you $35 a visit. And that was worth it. The downside is it gives you 2 hours in the lounge. You get a meal, you can eat at the buffet as much as you want, and you get the lounge and enjoy yourself, which can be very important. I was able to take advantage of that on the way too. On the way back, way too crowded. You couldn't get in. You can reserve a spot for about an additional $15, but it's not something you want to do. So that I was plagued by that. And when I finally got to Bucharest, I couldn't get a ride to my hotel. And I guess I finally conceded to a taxi driver. I could have picked the kiosk from the ticket from the yellow kiosk, but I'd have to be dragging my luggage back upstairs and downstairs. So I just let him overcharge me by about 10 or 15 bucks just to get to the hotel. And that was fine. I'm at the hotel. Okay, I get to sleep, which was great. I chose to sleep rather than go straight to Atlanticron. And I get to Atlanticron, and it's great. It's fantastic. They have their own boat now called the Atlanticron. I haven't got a good picture of it because it's tied up to one of the other boats, and you'd have to go out into the river and get a picture. I got the photographer. I told him, you got to give me a picture of this. He said he would, but I want a good picture. So Atlanticron, which is the camp I go to in Romania and have for, over 16 years, practically annually, minus COVID and a few other years. It's a boat. It's about reminds me of one of the old small Sea Org ships. God, I want to say between 60 and 90 feet. I don't know, but it's a ship that was used for the nuclear facility, but it had no real purpose. Nuclear facility doesn't need a ship. It was used for show, and it was usual at the folly or aggrandizement of one particular individual who worked there.
Wow.
And it fell into disuse. And then there was this character who saw it, and my friend Serene Rapanovich, who sponsors Atlanticron, he somehow facilitated this guy who's just like, he's like the spirit of this boat, and the boat's been completely rehabilitated, and fixed up, and now it can function. But it still doesn't have, I said, what's the boat going to do when it's not Atlanticron, which is 1 week a year? We didn't really use the boat. He says, it'll sit in port in Chernovoda, the local port city. And it still has no purpose. So it could be used for youth groups to educate, go out and look at wildlife or photograph wildlife, or it could be used for youth activities. But it still felt like a wonderful accomplishment after all these years. So that was one of the first things I was able to witness at Atlanticron. But of course, getting there, I saw a lot of old friends, and this is wonderful, including the Andersons, Heather Anderson and her sisters-in-law. And I have a great camaraderie with them, and they were doing a project called SciArt. And SciArt is something that David Anderson and his wife really worked on in past iterations of Atlanticron, where you're combining technology, which is the science aspect, with art. So, you might have lights that would light up or whatnot, but this was the most sophisticated one ever, where they had fixtures they looked like tubes of lights that were wired, and they spent a lot of time, ladders, wiring them to the trees so that when you walk through a pathway, it would, I don't know if it resonated with your walking through it, but it would give out sounds. The sounds would change, the colors would change. And this so much impressed my friend, Theodore Vasily, who I will mention later. He's brought forth the most intriguing aspect of this trip. Theo, he was so impressed that he wanted to buy one of these things for his garden, put it in his garden. Well, these things aren't for sale. They haven't been mass produced. It was very flattering. And I know that David spent an incredible amount of time working on this, as did Heather, as did his sister in Australia. They worked on this SciArt project. They really put their heart and soul into it. I think the most interesting aspect of that is why did David spend so much time working on this? You know, this is a guy who can do time travel, yet he's working in a mundane thing. It's kind of like you, having to, just like you pursuing some artistic fancy,
right?
If not folly. But anyway, so I do know that he spent a lot of, I guess, what you'd call hours into this, which questions why would he do this. He also spends a lot of time working with young people, teaching them anything from a lot of ham radio stuff. So his heart and soul really is into educating people, young people. And so I got a chance to talk to one of David's friends, Mihaela, many Mihailas in Romania that I know. So this Mihaela works in the government, and she told me some pretty interesting things, but I don't always get a chance to talk to her because she's always very busy, and she doesn't speak English. So I had a guy translating for us, and it was really fun to watch him, because a lot of the stuff we were talking about was really esoteric and over his head, but he handled it very well. I asked him about it later, I mean, we're talking about, tantric trances and stuff like this. I don't ever even heard of this stuff. She brought it up, not me. But and then I told. Well, anyway, what she told me is very, very interesting thing about David that I didn't know. She told me that he was flying an F-16 in the Air Force, and he had an experience where he felt that he traveled into time. Now, I never heard that before. She also told me that he designed the control panel for the F-16 fighter jet.
David Anderson.
Yeah, David Anderson.
Yeah, and he was also flying an F-16 when he felt he had an experience with time as him. Okay. Yeah.
Very experiential. Yeah. Now, his sisters knew that he had designed the control panel for the F-16, but they didn't know about the time travel experience. But she told me, that Romania had just purchased a bunch of F-16s, used F-16s from Portugal. So, their Air Forces got F-16s, which was kind of interesting, It's kind of like his plane in a way.
Right.
In a way. But, because of course David is a very qualified and accomplished pilot. Now, what very interesting principle about him having a time travel experience in the F-16. Now, he also told me when he read the Montauk Project that it was very real, very realistic to him. Like it hit his soul. And he told me it woke him up as a spiritual being, that reading that book. That was part of his impetus to contact me. But it was also going to Romania. That's where he really felt I belonged at that conference. But what's interesting is that he had this experience before he developed the technology to travel in time, which is, I find, fascinating. This is a principle I wrote about in The White Bat called Sndy. It's the barbershop mirror effect. Or like, say, if you look in a painting and you see the painting within the painting, and this is a Kabbalistic principle, by the way. Every Sephirah of the Kabbalah has all the other sephirots inside of it. So it's a reflective barbershop mirror universe. So it's kind of like you go in the Wizard of Oz and you get to the great powerful Oz, and his big head, which you see, everything in that head, which represents wisdom, is everything else is inside of it. Everything else is inside of it. He doesn't. The only answer he has, the answer he has for Dorothy is, go kill the Wicked Witch.
Right.
Which is what she was trying to do in the first place, neutralize the Wicked Witch. He didn't really assist her other than saying, go do what you're here to do, and then I'll assist you, which really resolved the whole problem. It's kind of like all you need to know is inside of you. It could also tell you that inside of the bitch or bastard that you married and can't get along with, inside of that bitch or bastard is a resplendent angelic character, and or vice versa. And maybe it's better to function on all the shades of gray rather than the extreme aspects of that. But everything, there's, and throughout my life, I've been pretty good at extracting the best out of people that I encounter. And that would include Preston Nichols.
Yeah.
He had some wisdom to offer, and a lot of people, just found him very objectionable.
Poor fellow.
Well, he really had a gift. He was really brilliant. He was really a nice guy. He was really a sweet guy. And he was also the type of person, I would say, if he asked you for $10, he'd give it back to you. He'd borrow. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
He was very considerate, and he was a very good friend. But in any case, so David, it's like he experienced time travel, and then he went and figured out how to do it scientifically. And this so much corroborates what I've said before. The story of how I became interested in the Anderson phenomena was when Al Bielek told me the Andersons were the custodians of time.
Yes.
And it was a man named George Anderson who was the guard at the Montauk base, who told Preston, allowed him to come on and get all the equipment from Montauk. There was also the Andersons of Nutley, New Jersey, twin brothers who facilitated Al Bielek's education and technical, and who also worked at AIL, the company where Preston worked. Of course, these stories by Al Bielek are not verifiable. He said they eventually left for Alpha Centauri from a spaceport in New Hampshire. Now, these were some of the first stories Al Bielek ever told me personally, because I drove him to Princeton. He wanted to look up, try and find clues to his heritage. Of course, the one thing I learned later that we did wrong at Princeton is we went to the Institute for Advanced Study, but when you go there, it's a very modern building. It's all, modern, nice, but there's nothing there of any history whatsoever. There's no history there, no archive. That's the new building. Nobody told us about the old building, where it originally was, and you can see that in photographs, where Einstein and von Neumann, and who was that brilliant physicist that went crazy?
Oh, so many of them. Not
I
Heisenberg.
remember his name. I certainly talked about him. Einstein's favorite person. He said he stayed on there just to talk to him.
Not Heisenberg.
No. But anyway, I can't remember his name. But that building would have archives in it more than likely. I learned this, 30 years later, that's okay. We certainly weren't helped by anybody. We didn't really talk to too many people, but you go to we could walk into the Institute for Advanced Study, but it's kind of like walking into a library without any books. There's nothing there, and there's nobody really to help you. There is, that would be a separate, archival search. In other words, he didn't do his preparative work. I was basically just driving him, taking him around, and we visited a couple of his friends in New Jersey. But that's what Al Bielek told me, because Preston says, tell me everything, because he's going to do the book, just tell him everything. And he wanted to tell me about the Anderson family and that they were the custodians of time. So, years later, when David Anderson subscribes to my newsletter from the Time Travel Research Center, I thought, wow, this is an Anderson involved with time travel. But then again, I was dismissive of it. I thought it was just a young person who was a wannabe, who could put stationery together. And later, he would go to Romania and introduce himself to me right when he got back, and became a friend. But even then, his capabilities to manipulate time were only on a small scale, of size of a soccer ball, to preserve organs. And that was impressive. He was impressive as a scientist. But, okay, this is nice, but it's not real time travel. So I put him on page 3 of my newsletter. I mentioned him. And then it wasn't until, he was always interesting, but it wasn't until 2010 that he announced that he could put people back in time. And shortly after that was my last face-to-face meeting with him at Montauk, when he gave a presentation which Aristides was at, and he showed an early version of his time reactor, which he showed an amaryllis plant growing in 3 minutes, which would normally take 3 or 4 days. So it's very interesting that the whole idea here is that he could travel in time and then figure out how to travel in time. He's viscerally, emotionally, what's the word, epistemologically tied to time. Mm-hmm. He knows these things. And he once told my Romanian friend, Sorin, he says, you might not see me for long periods of time. Told him that. Mm-hmm. And Sorin is a very interesting character because he wields tremendous functionality and power. Like, he puts this whole camp together with all of his connections, what he's able to do. But it all began with a dream. As a young man being taken to this island, fishing with his father during communism. And, it was his dream. And then him and his friends would, including a major journalist, Alexandru Mironov, who was a major mouthpiece for Ceausescu just in terms of being a journalist. I didn't know that, but I guess anybody who was anybody worked for Ceausescu back in those days, and he helped establish this camp, which began with just, half a dozen people camping out on the island, fighting the mosquitoes, and talking about science fiction. And it grew into, a dream that, and this was the 35th anniversary, and it was very special because we had Ravi Prakash, who is the man who is in charge of the Mars mission, Curiosity, the Mars rovers, He's in charge of the operation at Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And he Skyped in for over a dozen years. He Skypes in, and there's a big conference, and he came to Romania to visit Atlanticron. For the first time, he actually visited the camp. So this was a big thing. It was a real big thing. Look, we had a representative from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory at Atlanticron. Now, we had Dumitru, my friend, who's Romania's only cosmonaut that went into space. I've known him for years. And he was there to, greet our friend from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And of course, when I saw Robbie, I think I saw him right after he arrived. And I went up and approached him, and I said, hi, I'm the only American here, except for the Andersons, which is true. So I made him feel very much at home. I told him who I was, and I said, this guy is really incredible. He was so accepting. He loved to hear everything I had to say. He loved to hear it. In fact, and of course his talk was, I said, I'm looking forward to your talk. He says, don't expect too much. And his talk was very lowbrow, because he talked about how big the universe was. But what was interesting was, when he gave his presentation, it was like he equated it to folding a piece of paper and doubling in size, like you're folding a piece of paper. It's if you fold a piece of paper 14 times and equated this to increasing the size of space, it's enormous what just doubling something will do. It gets huge. And he was just giving us a guidepost of how big the universe is. And so I wasn't, overly informed by his talk, but talking to him personally, but he also mentioned that one of the things he did when he heard about all the moon conspiracies is he began, studying them, because he wanted to get to the bottom of certain things. And I have to do this for him. I did send him at least 2 of my books. I sent him the Montauk Project, the Silver Anniversary Edition, and I sent him the Transylvania Sunrise, so he could see how I got to Romania. And he received them. He emailed me back and said he received them. He was very interested in reading them. But I told him about the book Moongate. Moongate, and I'm going to send him a PDF of it because I think you can get it in PDF form now. Moongate is a book that was written before you had all these nutty conspiracy theories about the moon.
Right. It was one of the original grandfather old gangster conspiracy theory books. One of the first, if not the first. Yeah.
Well, Moongate, I don't remember the author's name, but I used to talk to him on the phone because I used to buy these books from him and resell them in my catalog.
William Bryan.
Okay. And what was And he told me, he says, look at all of these. He basically took articles that NASA had published and then said, look at what they're saying, and was exposing certain things that didn't make sense. One of which was the gravity of the moon, one of which was the distance or the apogee of the moon, and of course the reflection on the mask. He wasn't getting into any of the Stanley Kubrick stuff.
Thank God.
He brought up some real, he said, this is what NASA's saying about itself. And he was an engineer. He was not a conspiracy theorist. He was just presenting facts. And he talked like many engineers. Aristides, you will know this, they talk at a 16 speed, like 16 revolutions per minute on a phonograph, you know. They all talk like that. We believe in redundancy. And of course, he was very, I guess, comically adversarial to deal with, because he's very, you know, he was very, I guess what you'd say, succinct. He knew what he was talking about with his book. But I would buy a whole case of books from him, and I would sell it at a higher price. Instead of $16.95, I'd sell it $19.95, because it wasn't profitable to sell it at $16.95. It wasn't worth my while. So when he found out about that, he didn't like that. So, you know, he'd raise the price to $19.95, and, you know, I'd buy it at a discount, and then I'd raise the price to $33. It's still selling. People get very weird.
Yes.
About when they produce something, and if people make more money on it than they do. Like, I had some guy who wrote a book called Mind Language, and I bought it through a distributor that I knew. It was a very good title. People love that title, Mind Language. They buy the book. So I buy it, and finally, you know, he finds out that I'm selling his book at a higher price or whatever. How do you sell my book? What right do you have to sell my book? Sort of attitude, you know?
Of course.
I said, well, I buy it from these people. So I think he stopped to sell, and I was going to buy the book directly from him. And it didn't matter what he charged. I could mark it up accordingly. But he said, I'm going to be selling the books. And then he just fell apart, because he says, well, I realize I'm going to have to go out and buy shipping supplies. You know, it's like he had completely no sense of, you know, what business is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that if I have to buy shipping supplies, or the distributor has to buy, that's a cost of doing business. It's not something an individual really wants to be doing. You know, he doesn't really want to set up a section of his garage to be doing shipping from, if he's got one book. You know, it's just people are so myopic.
Yes.
That was another problem I had with Duncan Cameron. He wanted to do a book, but he didn't like the idea of somebody making more money on it than he did. Of course, Preston would explain to him, say, look, I'm doing all the work on it. And as they say, you know, Douglas, if you think you're difficult to work with, Douglas is challenging to work with because his information is so, you know, it's like pocket, 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 pop, 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 pop. It's like, you know, being machine gun with information. Duncan's information was far more abstract. It could be diabolically accurate and fascinating, but he really didn't want to cooperate. He really didn't want to cooperate because that would be transferring control and coherency. Somehow he couldn't allow that, but it was under the guise of, not making more money. He says, well, could I have a bigger percentage if I came over and helped you ship the books?
Oh my God.
So like, what is it? Okay, Duncan, come on over. We've got 10 books to ship.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's like completely impractical.
Yes.
And it doesn't amount to, this disabled him from sharing what he could, but there were definite blocks and he was unwilling. He was still under the control. And,
Yeah.
and you could say it was self-willed control. But this is just par for the course with Montauk. But so anyway, to get back to Romania, this was, quite a revelation to me that David Anderson created this technology after having experienced it. And from one hand, that's amazing. From another perspective, it's par for the course. It's like, okay, so be it, so good, it's great. Now, there were many old friends that I talked to and hung out with. I have such close friendships with certain people there. Some of them were Qigong students of mine. And I told Douglas about this. The most touching, I was doing these healings last year on people, but the one that was the most touching was this girl, Cesare. Cesare, beautiful young girl. Her back was so crooked, it was scoliosis with a big S. It was such a bad condition that I took her to my friend Pierre. She'd been to Pierre. Pierre has this device for straightening out necks and stuff. It's sort of a sports thing. And I sent people to him. But wasn't going to work. So we did a lot of praying for her last year. And when I saw her, I found out. She told me, I just stopped what I was doing. She was doing some art, part of an art program. I sat down and she told me that she had surgery. It was highly successful. It lasted all of about an hour and fixed her back. And she's fine. Sometimes on a cold day, she'll feel a little bit from the metal in there, but it straightened out her back. And it was just so heart-wrenching and heartwarming to see that this girl was fixed.
Yes.
Because, and then I was reminded that she'd inherited the problem from her father for the first time he came. And I got a very interesting conversation with him because his name was Daniel, as for many people I was with this year, Daniel. And I looked at his daughter, I said, she'd be perfectly cast. If I was to cast her in a movie, I'd cast her as a Roma, as a gypsy. And he just, oh, no. I said, you don't understand. This is what she would be cast as. She would fit the role perfectly. Then he goes on to a long diatribe about the Roma people. He knew so much about the Roma people, and out of that comes the fact that he's half Roma. And so was she. She's Roma, meaning gypsy.
Yes.
And he talked about how misunderstood they were, how many different kinds there were. We had a nice talk, but the bottom line with him is I want to fix his back. Now his back he was very questionable about the operation for her. He didn't know if it would work, but it did. He's older, so it's not as easy. So I don't know what we're going to do with him, except that I had met this girl last year. She's a masseuse, and I was very happy to meet her. Her name's Alex. She was just having dinner with a friend of mine. Anyway, but she lived in the town of Bosarod. Bosarod is the last town before you get to Choclavina. And I was just so happy to meet somebody from Bosarod, the first person I'd meet from there, because it was in 2016 when I thought I was stuck. And I thought I was going to have to spend the night in the cave with my friend Catalina, because Alan and Daniel got lost. I thought we were going to have to walk back the several miles to Bosarod. And I said, Catalina can speak Romanian. And then, of course, Alex explained to me, she says, all the kids speak English in Bosarod. We go, they're bussed into, she told me how they're bussed into school. So I was just very tickled to meet somebody from that town. It was a town that I might have needed rescue from. So I found out that Alex is in China right now studying scoliosis. So, and of course I had a wife who had scoliosis, and she fixed it with Hatha yoga. It was an amazing Hatha yoga. Now, her scoliosis was bad, but it wasn't as bad as Daniel or his daughters.
Oh.
So it was just very, because she was the one person I couldn't heal, but she did get healed, whether it was through prayer, because I had such a strong intent for her to get healed.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a medical miracle. And then, of course, I met with Diana, who I had healed the year before. She's the opera singer.
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't sing. So that was a miraculous healing. And, what are you doing when you're healing? There's different types of energy facilitation in Qigong, but what I would do is just get the people surrounding her and putting energy into her. It was very simple, but it's directed energy, and it worked. So it was great to see her. And Daniel, the guy I was just talking about, I don't know if it was his wife or his girlfriend, but it didn't really matter because it was his partner.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember looking at her, and I'm talking to my friend Georgia, who said hello to you, if you remember. Georgia came and said
Yes.
hello.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. She's such a neat lady. And I said to Georgia, I said, look at that girl. She's not Romanian. And so Georgia says, Peter says you're not Romanian. And she goes, I'm not. It's true, I'm not. I'm Hungarian. So it was very evident to me, just, you're not Romanian. And I can tell that, I know that I don't necessarily look Romanian. In fact, fast forwarding a bit here to the trip, we went to Hunadora Castle because we needed to get new tires for the car, for the truck, for the van. And so that meant necessitating, while my other friend Daniel would go get the car fixed, he'd leave us at Hunadora Castle. Now, I've been to Hunadora Castle too many times. This is the castle of the Habsburgs, where Vlad Tepes's father was imprisoned.
Right.
And it's a great experience to go see the castle, but I've seen it too many times. I said, I don't want to go. So I said, you guys go, and I'll go to the work restaurant, WERK, which is a nice restaurant. I've been there many times before. And I could just chill out. And the beautiful part of being there is I had internet. They had free internet at the cafe. It's an outdoor cafe. They have real lemonade without sugar.
Ooh.
Like, it's just great lemonade. And I think I had it. And I was very tender on eating because I'll talk about I got ill. And I had a chicken with Caesar salad. It was great. And I'm just having the greatest time catching up on my emails or whatnot while they're at the castle, you know, and then you know, I can text them wherever they are and say, okay. They say, okay, you know, come to such and such and we'll meet you. And then I'm paying my bill, and I walk over to the guy who was my waiter, and he gave me really good service. So I went to thank him personally, and he was an old guy, and he spoke English, and he said, yes, usually you bring a group. He recognized me. I've been there so many times, he recognized me. I said, no, I didn't bring a group. And I said, yeah, he's recognized me from past years. So I thought that was kind of, I haven't been there in a few years, but he remembered me.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I was at the castle, at one of the kiosks, I met somebody who I think knew Paula or something. Things become overly familiar. But to get back to Atlanticron and all the wonderful experiences I had, and it was so neat to meet Robbie, and he really enjoyed his trip. And I said, how do you like, so when we were done, I said, what did you think of Atlanticron? He says, oh, it's much bigger and more extensive than I thought. You know, you have so many classes going on, blah, 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 blah. He was really impressed. It's a much bigger operation than he thought. And, you know, there's hundreds of people. Then I think it was the first night they slept in a tent, and I was in my tent was Felix from Nigeria. He's a educator, part of I think he has his own NGO, not for gain organization. You know, he tied into that whole culture. When I say the culture of nonprofits and whatnot, he was teaching goal mapping. So he was my tent mate. I hadn't had a tent mate before. I usually got the whole tent to myself, but it was fine.
Jesus, I'm surprised. I'm glad it worked out well.
No, the tents are big, and you've got a common space, and then you've got your own thing that you zip up. You know, so you're zipped up. You're protected from mosquitoes or bugs, and it's very private. You know, just share a common space in the middle. It was not a problem at all. And he was a great guy, Felix. But I got very chilled. I got very chilled the first night. And I think the first night they gave me some plum wine, which they call Palenka, that kind of took the edge off the jet lag. That was good. But I got very chilled, and you know, Heather got me a blanket, a nice comforter, and a pillow. But the first night I was chilled. I brought my leggings that I wear for football in the cold, the sub-freezing weather. I brought those. Mm-hmm. I put on a turtleneck and a jacket or a windbreaker. Really didn't do it. So I got chilled.
Jesus.
It was cool. It was inordinately cold at night, in the early morning. But nevertheless, I'm meeting people and having a good time. And at some point, I don't remember what it was. And then I had a second chill. There were a few nights were okay, and then I think I got very chilled, and that was even with the blanket and the pillow. It was so cold. and I contracted dysentery. And dysentery is, of course, diarrhea, and it exacerbated. But it kind of was like, it's like I've always got one foot headed towards the toilet when I'm in Romania.
It's awful.
1 year after I got my colonic, I was very smooth. So I had a colonic just before I went. Well, it didn't do the trick. This was part of the retrograde experience. And so, I remember one time talking to the doctor, and I said, this is after going to Romania for so many years. I said, I realize everybody at this camp has bathroom anxiety. They just don't talk about it. It's not the kind of thing you talk about it because it's not comfortable. Now, there's a real toilet on the boat, but it's, it's just, and he says, you're right, everybody does. So I told him, I just said to write, you should start writing prescriptions. Anybody comes to you with a problem, I said, take a crap. Just write a prescription, take a crap. He thought that was very funny. But in any case, yeah, the dysentery got worse. And I believe that it was from somebody not using the proper cooking water. Normally they would put bottled water for the cooking water, and I think somebody missed or slipped and didn't do it, because I wasn't the only one who got sick. The Andersons got sick and Felix got sick. I think I got the worst of it. But anyway, we on Wednesday, I got there on a Sunday. On Wednesday, Serene told me, he says, okay, I see him in the morning, he says, you're leaving tomorrow, meaning Thursday. You and Heather and Don and Carol are leaving. We've got a ride for you. It's the only way I can get a ride for you. In other words, he was getting rid of everybody early because he had to get back to Vienna. And this was kind of a surprise. This was classic retrograde. So, he's telling me in the morning, and so I think I'm going to leave on Saturday. And here it is Wednesday, he says, you're leaving tomorrow in the afternoon. So I go, oh, okay. And then I use the bathroom. I'm walking out of the bathroom, and I see my friend Theodore Vasily, and I said, oh, I'm leaving tomorrow. He gets a big sad face, and I told him okay. So all of a sudden, this starts a whole plethora of goodbyes to people. We start saying goodbye to people, and I've only been there for 3 days, and okay, we're leaving. And the good news for me was that I get to spend a couple more nights in a hotel, which is a lot more comfortable than sleeping in a tent. And for that, I was happy about. So, you start saying goodbyes and blah, 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 blah. And then we got in the van and on Thursday and headed into Bucharest. And I also had to make arrangements, which this sweetheart of a woman made for me. I could not make them on my internet. I had to use her special booking.com status, and she made them. We used my credit cards. And this sweetheart of a woman, I remember when I saw her, we just made face contact, and I didn't even know where I knew her from. She'd been one of my students the previous year. I remembered her face, but I didn't remember her name. And she has these two wonderful kids that are just such neat kids. They're both boys, and they're just so, they always talk to me, they treat me as if I'm like their buddy or something.
Oh.
All the kids are very nice to me, but there's something special about these kids, and really like them. So she helped me make my reservations because I had to stay. I didn't have to, but I chose to stay at the same hotel where Heather was, and that this woman made it happen because I could not get the reservations online. So this was just a wonderful woman that I talked to. Really feels like family to me. So anyway, we made it into this hotel. CH it's called. It's a dumb name for a hotel. The CH Hotel, and I'd actually been there before, which is another story. I hadn't stayed there, and it's a very nice hotel. It's kind of minimalist, but it's nice. It's good. It's fine. And the receptionist was really good. She was great. And then I think I had to force myself to get up at 8 o'clock to have dinner with everybody, which I'm happy to have dinner with everybody, but I'm not feeling good. So I think I better get up and eat something, whether I want to or not, and go up there and be sociable, which was fine because I mean I love talking to these people, and I guess I was relegated to rice and chicken soup.
Oh my goodness. Well, hey, it tastes pretty good, bland as it is.
The idea that it's good for your stomach.
Yes, chicken and rice.
I didn't feel like eating at all, but I think I better eat. And then I asked for oatmeal. Big mistake.
Oh.
Because that would be good for my stomach, but the waitress just didn't get it, and it resulted in all of this cacophony. Finally, with the receptionist coming up and explaining, basically, that they couldn't do it. They didn't know it. The waitress didn't understand, and then I called Paula, and Paula explained to me that oatmeal in Romania is not the same as oatmeal here. So she clarified that for me. So at breakfast the next morning, I saw the waitress and I went up and hugged her because, it was just to let her know everything was okay, because it was a very frustrating conversation. But I was like on edge at all times. I wasn't that angry. It was just very frustrating, and it was like not feeling well. And so the next day, again, I get up for breakfast, really don't want to do anything. And I said in the afternoon, I went out with Felix to get some cash exchange and something else, and I offered to buy him lunch at the hotel, which he did. And we're walking down the street. And I just look, I said, by the way, are people noticing you? Because he's black. Oh yeah, they are. And I after a while, I said, are people like looking at you, Because I'm not thinking about it. And I said, yeah. He said, yes, they are. It wasn't bothering. They're just not used to seeing black people there. Yes. Felix is really nice. I really liked him. Mm-hmm. And
what was he doing in Romania? I mean, what attracts him?
He was at Atlanticron.
Okay.
He was part of our team, World Genesis Foundation.
Oh, okay.
And he was invited there to speak on goal mapping. So I told him what I was doing with the whole work with David Anderson and Choclavina Cave, and I said, as far as goal mapping, I said, I sort of asked him what he thought, because he gave me his book, which I haven't read yet. It's a small book. Basically, he indicated, what I'm doing, the whole essence of goal mapping or goal achieving is doing what you're supposed to do. In other words, what I'm doing with David is organic. It's organic, so I'm already on course. I really don't have to, map out what I'm doing because I'm already doing it. I don't necessarily know exactly where it's going, which I will discuss a bit later. So, and then the Andersons were very keen on going to this place, this restaurant in Bucharest called Closer to the Moon. They thought it was this incredible place because up in this.
Did anyone notice the irony concerning your own name with that?
Of course they did. Of course they did. Of course they did. And we were celebrating Donna's birthday because her birthday was a few days from then. And so they're talking up this restaurant. It's like, you go up and it's on the roof. And if you get there at night, you can see the moon. We're trying to get there at sunset. And they really talked up the restaurant. So what I did achieve in Bucharest was learning how to use Uber. Uber is something I've never used before. I've used it with Paula. She's used it, but generally I don't need to use Uber because I have a car. So I don't use Uber. But Donna was using it, and Heather learned how to use it. So I didn't know how to use it yet because, number one, you have to have internet. So she would put me and Felix in a car and say, okay, when you get to the end of the road, you pay him. And she put us in the car. But what I didn't know is that she could not call another Uber until we got to where we were going. So we show up on the street, and I said, what the hell is this? Is this a restaurant? I don't see any sign. It looks like kind of a dead-end street, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like in one of those roads in Chinatown where you're not supposed to be.
Right.
Where the songs are.
Yes.
It wasn't quite like that, but it was a little bit like that. And so then Felix points to this big spacesuit, like this big white paper mache spacesuit. He goes, oh, that's it. And I remember Heather pointing this to me last year, that stupid astronaut, paper mache astronaut. It's huge. I said, oh, yeah. And so you go in, and I said, why don't they have a sign? Why don't they have a real sign that's nice? I figured out it must be that they rent from the building. They rent the space. They don't own it. This is my assumption. So that's why. And then inside you can see a sign in Romanian that says Closer to the Moon. But there's also an English sign that says Closer to the Moon. You get in an elevator, and you go into a very nice restaurant. And then from there you can eat indoors with all these picture windows. You're high up looking over the city, and then you walk upstairs and you can eat outside. We're a bit challenged because of the weather. It was a little bit cool, and it was a threatening of rain. It never did rain, maybe just a little drizzle. And we got to Closer to the Moon, which they were so happy with. However, I wouldn't say I wouldn't go back, and if I was with them, I would go back and probably will go back. But what was very disappointing to me was I ordered a cheeseburger. They called it the American Gangster. They served the cheeseburger in a bowl, and the bowl has about 3/8 of an inch thick cheese on the bottom of the bowl, and the burger's like laying there in the cheese.
Oh!
And I said, how do you eat this? I verbally complained about my dissatisfaction. So he says, eat it with a fork. So that didn't work either.
Oh!
It's like, if I ever ordered that again, I'd say, don't put any cheese in the bottom of the bowl. It's impossible to eat.
Ooh.
I mean, you can eat it, but it's
Oh, Oh.
And I would say, and then the next day, I think early in that day, we were supposed to go see the Van Gogh exhibit. You immerse yourself in Van Gogh, but not everybody felt good. You know, people didn't feel good. And then I still think I felt the worst. So everybody was kind of on edge, but you know, you could get up, and we went to the closer to the moon at night. And then the next day, I think I had to check out because I was going to spend Saturday night at the Caro Hotel, where my friend Christer from Sweden would be staying. And I figured it was best to stay there so that my driver could pick us both up there before we head out on our trip. So the last night, even though I checked in, so anyway, they're going to go, I guess, on that last day, Saturday, to see the Van Gogh exhibit and some museums. But I just, you know, got my stuff together and checked out of the hotel, and was able to use Uber for the first time. And, you know, I mean, anybody who uses Uber would think, you know, big deal. But Douglas, have you ever used Uber?
Maybe once or twice, but it was only with other people calling it for me. I don't have the app. Yeah.
Exactly. See, the thing is, you have to have a Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah.
Now, the hotels all have Wi-Fi connections. The restaurants have Wi-Fi connections. That's how you call the Uber, if you have a Wi-Fi connection. Otherwise, you know, if I had a Europhone, which worked, you know, with internet, then I could use it, but I needed Wi-Fi. My phone doesn't have internet. It only can operate off of Wi-Fi, even in America. But, so it was easy to use, very easy to use once you understand the rules. And it took me to the Caro Hotel. And it's a very weird hotel. It's very nice, but very weird. You ever been to a hotel where you walk up and they don't have a counter?
No.
They have a desk like it's a banker or something.
Oh, interesting.
And so they give me an upgrade room. It's only in the $70-something range. It might be $100 with breakfast. But, you know, so you go in, and this hotel would have been a perfect theme if they had underground, like an underground cavern. Because, okay, so, you know, I had to walk long enough to find my room. And the only problem, it was an upgraded room. The only problem with the room, which it didn't really matter to me, was I couldn't find the TV. It had a remote. And they explained to me later that the remote, the mirror was the TV.
Jesus. Wow.
But it still didn't work. At the end of my trip, I checked back into that hotel, and they gave me the not upgraded room, which had a real TV. Which was preferable. But the TV was not critical. In any case, I wasn't there long enough to even have time to watch it. Mm-hmm. But then I went to the spa to use the steam bath. And that was a trip, because just finding it, it's like going through the caverns. If they had it like, you know, like that underground, was it Invaders from Mars? You know, you're underground. That would have been, they could just, if they made it look like an underground, it would be the neatest hotel. Not that they should, not that they need to. It's a big place. And I went and got the steam bath, which is very good for the lungs. And of course, when you're there, you know you stick out like a sore thumb, because they all know you're not Romanian. They can just tell. I can tell that they can tell. Most of them speak English. So I did have some conversations with people, which becomes very tiresome for me when I tell them what I'm doing in Romania. It becomes very tiresome. How did you get to Romania? This is the 14th time I've been here, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, it becomes very tiresome. talking about David Anderson, talking about Radu Cinnabar, talking about marrying a Romanian woman. Oh, it becomes tiresome. But I do it, and it's nice. It's nice. So in any case, this was a very special evening. Although I was at this new hotel, my friend, Romanian friend, Teodor Vasily, who's like the top Freemason in Romania, he had invited me to dinner, and Heather and the Andersons. So he invited us to this big dinner at this restaurant. He picked out a very nice restaurant. And when I say very nice, it had nice things on the menu. And we were outdoors. And this was a magnificent evening. It was a magnificent evening because, the food was good, the company was good. And I'm thinking, like, where on earth would I be with all these people? I can't imagine myself, like, Douglas, let's just project something.
Yes.
Let's imagine me having a dinner in the Bay Area with my friend Dennis Marshall, who you know of, and my friend Doug, who you met.
Yes.
Then we've got you and your son, one of the Blood Boys. Maybe not Sugar Daddy, but and maybe my friend Tantra from Berkeley. And we were all sitting there. It's like that would be a very situation that's not likely to happen. It would be kind of a, just a very unique aggregation of people.
Yes.
So here I have, the Andersons, Felix is there, and I have Theodore, who's been my friend since 2008. And of course, when I say friend, my friend Vonda liked him so much, she kind of invited him to our dinner when we were going up. This was the trip where I met Paula in 2013. She invited him to this dinner. And so when I got up to speak at the dinner, it was not really a speech, but I said so many nice things about him. I said, why don't you come? And he said, I complimented him so nicely that he came all the way to Sarmasechatusa with us. And he led a meditation. He went to Arseny Boca's grave with us. And then he later came to the Sphinx with us on the way back, met us up there. So it was really, created a lot of, bonding and stuff. And it was really nice. Now, Theodore he's written many books. And one of the things that delighted me was when we were at the Closer to the Moon restaurant, I was like, somehow I started looking at palms. I looked at
palms. You're reading palms. You were palm reading.
I'm not a palm reader, but I know something about marriage lines and lifelines. Okay? And everybody had a good lifeline. And then I noticed Felix's hand, and it's kind of prominent because he's got a dark line going across his hand, and
that's a black guy, right?
Yeah, I said your line is so long. I said, your line is so long, you're gonna outlive your entire family and then move into the jungle. Because there was just this incredibly long lifeline. That was uncertain. And then so when Teo came, he explained that I was talking about him, and he'd written a whole book on palmistry, an entire book many years ago. And he looked at their palms and validated everything I said, because he knows palmistry. That was neat. So he was reading everybody's palms there. That was fun.
Yes.
But unfortunately the book is in Romanian. But palm reading is really in art, and it's not something I just, the lifeline and the marriage lines I've kind of seen, and they were all accurate. Of course, he made them more accurate. But I'm going to talk about Teo now, because in 2000, I think it was 16, I was going up to Choklavina Cave, and I interested him in it. I told him all about it, and I told him about the Solomonari. And this created a funny situation, because he was sitting there at the table. It was after hours, and he goes, what is this Solomonari you keep talking about?
Interesting.
And I didn't remember I was talking about it. It was like, I'm just thinking, go away, I don't want to talk about this. But he kept asking me. And he had a friend there who kept explaining it to him. He just didn't understand it. And finally I asked him, I said, are you drunk? He says, no, I'm not drunk. Now, the reason I said that is because a couple years ago, he apologized for being drunk.
Interesting.
Because he didn't understand what I was saying. And this upset my friend Alan so much. He says, he left a day early because you upset him. I said, no, I didn't upset him. I did not. I did not at all upset him. He was just being an oversensitive cancer.
Yeah.
Thought that, because he was not drunk, but he didn't understand the Solomonari. When I saw him the next time, he looked up to Solomonari, he understood, he says, this is true. So I sort of initiated him into the Solomonari. And, he's an esoteric Romanian that knows everything there is to know about secret societies in Romania. He's also a member of the Knights of Malta by special dispensation, because he's not Catholic. But they want Romania represented. He's Orthodox. But he's extremely esoteric, and he's very famous throughout Europe, and he's written books. He's got a few books in English. And he's very well connected. So he said, I told him about Choklavina Cave, and he went there. He went there 2 times. Now, when I say Choklavina Cave, I'm talking about the dry cave. Because when I say dry cave and wet cave, the wet cave is, a couple miles long or something, but there's many nooks and crannies, and it connects to 7 other caves, but you really, as a human being, you can only kind of go through the wet cave and then through the dry cave, unless you like one of these, not Spider-Man or one of these weird men, or unless in certain areas where you have equipment. But so these things might connect, but in practical terms, for the most part, there's the wet cave and the dry cave. And he got into the dry cave. Now, the dry cave has a long tunnel going into it. It's a human-made tunnel that was made during the Ceausescu period to mine bat guano, because bat guano is very good for fertilizer and for explosives. All the bat guano has been mined out of there.
Right.
Because, it was like years and years and years of accumulation. So that's the dry cave. Now, the dry cave is where you will see bones that have been collected, and they've been put in one area by the excavators. There's been mineral excavations, and you can see places where people have excavated and perhaps still do. But Teo said that he got into the cave. He wouldn't tell me what permissions he got, because he's got connections. But he got into the cave 2 times. And this is because I told him of the importance of the cave. So you can see I have a very deep influence on him. He takes 40 of his students. He's got a lot of students that he teaches, anywhere from martial arts to, I don't know all the things he teaches. He teaches his classes in Romanian. But he said that he went into the cave. He says, it is very dangerous. It's very dangerous. And he said he went in, and three of the people disappeared. He went back about 4 kilometers. He found the bones of a human giant femur. and it's like, and it goes back 4 kilometers. And now you have to understand, some of the people he's taking with him on this trip they're not spring chickens. They're not, they're not necessarily athletes. Some of them are reasonably younger, and he said that one person was very shaken by the experience. They disappeared and came back, very shaken. And he made it sound so dangerous. Now, this was in 2018. I persuaded him to show a video of his encroachment on the cave. None of my friends that I brought with me came to the presentation. It was in the amphitheater at night. And it's not uncommon for Americans to kind of stay away because the presentations are in Romanian. They can be translated, but I was the only American to show up. And of course, it was being done for me. And then I got up at the end and talked about what I was doing in Chocopina Cave and how important it was. Everybody knew, and I see the core of Atlanticron knew of my, they'd even chide me about it. Why do you go to Chocopina Cave? Like Serene's wife, why do you go? And then Nico, this guy he was on the trip to the cave. He'd tell me why it wasn't important. I don't know. Just tell me to go to Buzot. But in any case, everybody knew I was interested in Chocopina Cave. It was well known. So that was the trip in 2018 where we went, and we had a van with, I think, 6 Americans and 2 Romanians, and going up this steep road. It says, where we're going up, it says, Pestera, this way. And they asked me which way to go. I said, well, that's the cave, but let's see what's up this road. It says Chocopina Tribe. Let's see what Chocopina Tribe is. Road gets very steep. So steep, we decide to turn around, and then we see these kids coming up. They're scouts. They tell us they're scouts. They go see German. He knows everything. So we turn the van around. We go see German. I made a friend. I told him I'd come back next year. And I was treated like king of Chocopina this year. He gave me his cabin. But that's getting ahead of the story. So anyway, we didn't get in the cave that year, but we found the camp where I could now have a base to operate from. In 2019, there was so much dissension amongst the people on the trip that so-and-so didn't want to go back because so-and-so was going, or they didn't want Stubbs as decision. So I went back by myself with my friend Cataline. Cataline has a wife who I know, Mihaila, and they're both psychotherapists. He's a psychiatrist. And I stayed with them on that trip. I was not well on that trip. After taking a nice hiatus at the Black Sea with them, we had a wonderful day, but I got sick after that. Got attacked in my dream. So,
what was the attack again?
That was the Cho, when the Cho attacked me in my dream, and that was tied to Hollywood. I was being blindsided in a Hollywood production. They were, putting Michio Kaku on the case.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and it was inconsequential in the end, but it was a stab in the back, and I was feeling it.
Yeah.
But this was my initiation right before I got into the wet cave. And that was 2019, but I was invited into the cave. I didn't ask permission. I was allowed into the wet cave, which generated some very interesting dreams. I wasn't able to get into the dry cave till 2022 with Heather. Heather had finally agreed to go to Transylvania with me. I'd always tried to get her up there, and I finally got her. It was an incredible trip, but my friend Kathleen had applied for permission through his brother-in-law or cousin-in-law, who was a spelunker who knew how to get permission for us to get in the cave. But because Kathleen became ill with COVID, he was able to transfer the permission to Germán. So we were able to go in, Heather and I, and Germán, who owns the scout camp, and my driver, Daniel. We all went into Choclavina Dry Cave for the first time. Now, the entranceway, they had since covered with a gate, like an iron, or, just a steel bars. And the biologist let us in, and I asked the biologist, I said, why is a biologist? He says, well, I'm just the one to do the keys. I said, do you have any white bats in the cave? He says, yes, we do have a lot of white bats in the cave. So of course, that white bats are what brought me to Romania in my dreams before I wrote a whole book called The White Bat. So anyway, then you go down the corridor 50 or 100 meters or whatever it is, and there's a metal door which he opens, and then you've got to kind of squeeze through it, and we all get in there and we walk, and there's certain mining places, you see the bones. I said, this isn't challenging at all. I say to the biologist, he says, it's a piece of cake. He speaks English well. And it goes back about 1 kilometer. At the very end was this mining pit, and there was some crystal rock sticking out, which I thought was the hydroxylolestidite. I cut off some and gave them to Heather. They said, bring these to David. And I got the impression over time that David was dismissive of these, but he wasn't. I found out on this trip. And I thought she'd given them to a mineralogist. She had not. She said, no, I'm not going to give them to you. But she's going to show them to a mineralogist to evaluate. So I found out that David was indeed interested, and that David is indeed interested in coming to the camp. He's very much looking forward to it. Getting him there is a separate issue, which may happen, which I'll go into as I continue to dialogue here. So I'm still telling the story. So what I saw in the dry cave, and what Heather saw in the dry cave, and what my driver Daniel and Germán saw in the dry cave. Of course, Germán was in there years ago when anybody could get in, going back dozens of years. And even his reports back then do not line up with what my friend Teo had said about very dangerous 3 or 4 kilometers back. No, not line up at all. Now, I already knew it didn't line up. So when I was with Teo, both at Atlanticron and, at Atlanticron, I said, what I saw in the cave is not what you described.
How'd he handle that?
He said, he didn't blink. He said, there are doorways. There are doorways. When he says doorways, he doesn't mean a door. It was very evident that whatever he experienced, he wasn't lying. He wasn't insincere. He said, there are things. He says, if David comes with you, I will come and I will show you. So this is the latest string to pull. So he says, if David comes, I will come to the cave. I will return to the cave and I will show you.
Okay.
Now, I still wasn't sure. So then he has an assistant. secretary, whatever you want to call her, Alex. She's a psychotherapist herself. I made a point of ingratiating myself with Alex years ago because I said, if I can't get through to him, because he's busy, he's an executive and all this, I said, I want to be able, if I can't get through to him, I want to be able to get through to you. So I can get through to him. If I can't get through to him, she says, fine. So I've always made a point of, and in the last several years, she hasn't really been at the camp. She comes and we say hi and we hug, but there's this kind of connection. So it's very interesting when I'm having this we're having dinner at this restaurant. There's these connections that go over years. It's these are conversations that have been transpiring over many years. It's very strange. It's not usually conversations don't go over a period of years.
Right.
It's like sometimes this occurs in baseball when one team's trying to get a player over a period of 3 or 4 years, and they'll have talks over years to get this guy or something occur in a context like that. But this was I'm saying, God, this conversation goes over years. I've known these people for so long. I've known Heather since 2008. I've known Teo since 2008. So it's just a very different context. So anyway, I talked to Alex, and I started asking her because I knew she was on the trip to the cave with him. Mm-hmm. And she says, oh, yes. It was very strange. And she told me, she says, there were these two men. And we heard their voices. They were on the team with them. Mm-hmm. Their voices were very loud, too loud. Hmm. And then they just disappeared.
Whoa.
The voices were gone.
Oh.
So she verified, and they reappeared. And she said it was very shocking. The whole trip was just shaking. She didn't want to go back. So she verified his story. Whatever she saw corroborated what he saw. And then she's not lying. She's not trying to cover him at all. That's not who she is. It's not the way they are. So what this tells me suggests this was something anomalous. That they were in a different cave than we were. And it was the same cave. It was the same cave, but they went, it was like door number 1 and door number 2. Now, I would track this back to a lecture I gave at Body, Mind, Soul shop in Huntington, New York. It was Duncan and myself that night. And that was a rarity that Duncan and I would appear because Preston couldn't make it. So Duncan and I talked. And after I gave the lecture, this guy approached me. He was kind of big construction worker. He had his construction worker type clothes on. That was his profession. And he says, why don't you go to the Masonic Lodge at Montauk? I said, well, I don't know of a Masonic Lodge at Montauk. He says, well, it's underground. I said, well, how do you get there? You just kind of have to go in. It was kind of a weird conversation. But then he started saying stuff. We got into a conversation, I think, about the Masonic Lodge on 23rd Street in Manhattan. And I started talking about that, and he started talking about the Athena room or whatever. It was the Athena room was changing, or they were turning it into an Athena room. And I happened to know about that. And the reason I knew about it is because I had a friend, and she would take me to the Masonic Lodge because she liked to hang out there. They had a bar, okay? and she took me there and she introduced me to the cook. And he told me, so I knew about some of the changes that were going on in the lodge that this guy knew. So this guy knew the Masonic Lodge in Manhattan. But here he was in Huntington, which is, an hour away on the train. So he was a Mason. But he's telling me to just kind of access the underground. Just kind of access. There was nothing linear about his communication. One of my friends, who I've told you about, I won't mention his name, very high in Freemasonry.
Yeah.
He said he actually, when he was hearing certain things that I knew, he wanted to basically, come to Washington with me and introduce me to the head of the lodge in Washington, D.C. He says, you should meet this guy. I said, well, I really don't want to do that, he was impressed by my knowledge of whatever it was, I don't remember. He was also kind enough to give me some tips to tell Salman Sheikh about how to behave. And I did. Look, if you want to get recognized by the lodge and start, get some progress, start doing some things that they, activities that can show that you're doing something constructive, and set an example. How to ingratiate yourself with the lodge members. And then they will come up and approach you rather than, asking questions or asserting your knowledge, in quotes. Mm-hmm. So Salmon appreciated that, because I don't know if he ever did
it. or had the capacity to do such.
Yeah. In other words, if the trick of it is to let people approach you. Don't go up and ask them, how do I learn Hiram Abiff's secret? No. Let them approach you, or engage in activities that would encourage them to approach you and share knowledge, because that's what it's all about. But I say I'm not of that tradition. But anyway, he wanted me to, he said, I'd like to introduce you to the lodge. And then I made a comment. I said, well, the only lodge I've ever really been interested in is the Philadelphia Lodge. Because I used to drive by there all the time when my daughter was going to school in Philadelphia. And it's a very old lodge. And it interested me for some reason. And I said, I'd like to go in there just sometime and walk in and say, I'm supposed to meet somebody here, but I don't know who. And he says, oh yeah, if you do that, he says, they'll bring somebody for you. Just somebody will show up and introduce themselves. But that whole Masonic thing is, it's got a lot of barbed wire attached to it.
Yeah.
And which reminds me I'll be meeting with Maria tomorrow.
Oh.
I'm taking her out for her birthday.
Oh.
Because she was gone. I was gone during her birthday, so I'm going to take her out for her birthday.
Oh.
I'm very much looking forward to it. And, I'll tell her about my trip. And the way it works, if I have a psychic, I said, what do you want to know about my trip? And then I answer him. It gets very interesting, rather than giving a long dialogue like I am now. It gets very interesting. But Maria had once, she knew about Freemasonry and how they will take certain people, like you become to the lodge, and they might say, okay, we want you to meet this woman, and you're going to have a baby with this woman. Now, it's going to be outside of your marriage. You're going to have the baby. The baby will be cared for. This is some genetic breeding, I think this was the 18th degree of Scottish Rite. But if you say this to Freemasons who do not know this, they'll get upset.
Right.
If you say it to a Freemason who knows it, they might wink or nod, or just kind of, they're not going to react. They're not going to get angry. The only ones that are going to get angry are the ones that don't know about it.
Right.
That haven't been informed or have been given another ritual. But they do this sort of breeding. And what are they breeding? The ultimate moonchild.
Yes. Yes.
This is what they do.
Yes.
This is what they do. This is the ultimate. And, you know, and we can't, it's the ultimate, that's a whole nother show. It's the breeding of the Christ.
Yes.
The symbolic breeding of the Christ. The fact that it might turn into the opposite is a whole other issue, and problematic in and of itself. But to get back to the mystery of Choclavina Cave, I won't tell you unless you donate to Douglas Dietrich right now. Donate to Douglas Dietrich. $10, $11, $12, $30. No, I'm going to tell the mystery. Please donate to Douglas. DouglasDietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner yellow button. Douglas, hold the stage for 2 minutes while I go get some water.
Of course. I'll
get back to the mystery of Choclavina Cave and what's so interesting.
Thank you. And sure, I'd like to bring up one of our incredible contributors. And this is, of course, a member of the First Nations of Canada. And I'm going to try and look up my PayPal so I can find him. And this is an individual who, let's see now, updates on my PayPal account here. Now, of course, when I speak of this individual, and haven't been prepared to look up the account, of course, so I'll just, might as well just go there. And here we are. Then I have to log in. And Devon Bulldog. So Devon Bulldog, I promise you I'll review what you sent and see if I can respond. And we've got, okay, PayPal balance is pretty good for the moment. And the money received from Devon was 70 United States dollars from Canada. They took their pound of flesh, of course. And let's see now. Here's our message from him. See if I can find it. It doesn't look like he left a message with this one, but I could have sworn he did. And I'll check my other account as well. Of course, if Dear Peter comes back, we'll just go right back into the thick of what Peter was talking about. I want to thank everyone, of course, for maintaining our numbers. Here we are in the private window by which I access the other PayPal account and log in. And then we can take a look at the amount that's there. I'm certain I have enough to carry me through rent. There's $804 in my wallet, and should be enough to carry it to.
You're good. You're
yeah,
good.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, pretty much there. Okay, so just trying to enter the security code. So forgive me, I'm multitasking. Yeah, here we are.
And that doesn't mean don't donate, people, because paying rent is just the beginning of his expenses, not the end.
It's so true. Thank you so much. Yes, and Jesus, let me see if I can.
I'm back, but
Okay.
continue talking.
Oh, sure. And, well, I'm not going to talk because I'm afraid I'll start giving the security code out loud. But I'll try and multitask to the best of my ability. I take it that Peter's still drinking to get rid of the particulate matter in his throat. I know the feeling. And therefore, that would cause one to cough if one were trying to talk.
I've just been talking a long time, but
Understood. Okay.
It's already 11:30, but it's okay. I can keep going. I have more to say.
Yeah, well, the time certainly passed by very quickly. It did at that. And, okay. So, I'll try and find Devon Bulldog's message later. In the meantime, I want people to know it looks like rent is made, but still need contributions for supplies, especially after coming back from the hospital. And I would need to fill out a prescription for my Sudafed, which will be close to $200. So let's try and contribute towards that. I'd like to fill that out as soon as possible. And with that, we turn it back over to dear Peter. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I'm talking about Choclavina Cave here, and the way this mystery has unfolded, because Tao was at the, he got to the cave before I did, but I shared it with him, and he had his experience. So we had this, and then he says, I will come up there. If David comes, I will come up with you, because I'm very sure that Heather wants to come up with me next year. And of course, what's the big attraction? The ham radio station. That's another story, which I'll get into. But she wants to come. The sisters want to come. Of course, the biggest challenge is getting David to come. He's interested in coming. But there are some issues that have to be dealt with first. So anyway, that's a whole nother subject. But so anyway, without going into all the details, because we went to, when I got up the next morning on Sunday, I think it was the 11th, was it the 12th? I think it was the 11th. We went up to the Sphinx, and we went via the Sanaya Monastery. We got up to the Sphinx, and that was just, when I say the Sphinx, the Pestera Hotel. And when we got there, I was very happy to go into the spa, which had a whirlpool, steam bath, and a pool, while my friends went trekking, took the cable car to the Sphinx, and then trekked up Mount Omu for a 3-hour hike, 2.5 if you're fast. They were gone all night. Mm-hmm. They didn't come home till 10:15, mm-hmm. And I had to get dinner for them. I went and secured dinner at the hotel, mm-hmm. and kept with another lady who met us up there, a friend of Stephanie's house. She hung out with me for dinner. That's a whole nother story in itself. But yeah, so they were gone, and I was just gonna veg out. But and then the next day, we went into the cave in the morning, which I did go, which told me, I got a strong message: do not take the trek through Choclavina Wet Cave. Ah. They were gone all day the next day at Choclavina, because we got up there at night. We got up to Choclavina at night. Mm-hmm. And as they say, I was greeted so graciously. Mm-hmm. He loves it. And there's so much more of this story to tell. I'm not going to be able to tell it all tonight, but I'll tell the most important part of this. There were 2 young people. Well, all the kids knew that I was coming. He says, when you come, he says, I had told him last year that I wanted to be a legend in Choclavina. Right. And he says, well, you are. Mm-hmm. This year, he says, I tell all my friends, everybody knows you're coming. All the kids know. And there was this one beautiful young lady who stayed on 2 extra days so she could meet me. Mm-hmm. I thought this woman was like in her 20s. She was like 17. She's still in high school. so mature. Mm-hmm. And she's going to be an attorney. But she says, what you do is very unique. I really like your unique approach. I made a good friend of her. I got to meet her mother. Mm-hmm. And she's thinking about becoming a lawyer in New York, at Yale, Columbia, or going to school at Yale or Columbia or Harvard. And but she'll probably go to Brussels and become an international lawyer. Mm. Whatever. So there were these 2 young men that were questioning me. What is it that you write? Blah, 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 blah. I said, well, what is this? It's science fiction. I said, that's not science fiction. And they were trying to categorize what I do. I said, it doesn't really have a category, till I finally said, well, in the bookstore, it's going to be under speculation or new age. So, but they had an experience at Choclavina Dry Cave. They climbed over the grate to the to the cave where it's the man-made cave. I didn't know there was enough room to climb over the gate, because when the last time I went in, they had a key, they let me in. But they climbed over the gate, which couldn't have been too easy, but they did. They got in the cave, which was a mistake because there's really nothing in there to see. You have to go through the metal door. Nevertheless, they did. And inside that entryway to the cave, they experienced the oriflame. The oriflame is a phenomenon that's very well known in the area that I found out about after I dreamt of it in my own context. It's a flame that comes up from the ground and goes into thin air. In this case, it was inside the cave. I'd never heard of that, inside the entrance to the cave. Now, what this experience told, now they also went into the bear cave, which is nearby, and had another weird experience lighting candles, but it wasn't the same. What this experience told me was that weird phenomena happens around there. Space-time is displaced. Now, the oriflame, I met a movie guy who was up there. That was interesting too, because he was the third partner of my friend Andre Kiriak and another guy I'd met last year. He's the third partner in this film team. So it's very interesting to meet him, but he said that this oriflame, as they call it, is a result of best scientific knowledge he knows of uranium. He says there's treasures that are buried near uranium, and it's the uranium that facilitates this, I guess you could call it radiation. I don't know if what he's saying is accurate. I don't dispute it, but there's uranium by the treasure. I don't remember the logic of it. He explained it to me, but like if the uranium was there, that's why they hid it there, or whatever. But there was also problems, I think, of people maybe getting contaminated with it. I don't know. But whether that's true or not, there's this phenomena around this cave. Now, there was a bunch of people who disappeared 2,000 years ago in the first century there. There's a whole civilization that disappeared. It was quite a abundant civilization in the area. Thriving civilization that appeared around the first century. And of course, the oldest fossil remains have been found in that cave. The cave has a lot of archaeological significance, none of which I'm too interested in, because archaeology is kind of like, the engineer who operates at 16 speed. It's fine, it's true, but it's just too slow for me. I'm not going to do it. It's not what I do. It's not that it shouldn't be done. It's not what I'm doing. So, this told me that there's space-time anomalies in and around the cave. And that what Teo was telling me is a plausible explanation, is that there's space-time anomalies there. Now, to fast forward, when I was in the wet cave in 2019, when I got out, I was talking to Vale. Vale's a scout leader from Arad in western Transylvania. And I was talking to him, and he was impressed. He says, "That's quite a trip you made into the cave. I know what it's like." And when I'm talking to him, I got the inspiration to put up a ham radio antenna. I said, "This place needs a ham radio antenna. Station. Transmitter. Transceiver." And he said, and then I found out later that he wasn't happy about it. German was totally okay with it. And when I got to the camp this year, it was late at night. We walked over to this, everybody, instead of the campfire, they're all sitting around the bench which overlooks the cave. It's night. And Vale is singing on his guitar with a whole group of people around him. And I was led right over there. He recognized me right away, and he greeted me as an old brother. It was so nice, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's you know, it's like we have all this history together. But he was a little, you know, funny about the radio. He didn't like the idea, but now he seems okay with it.
Okay.
It's like time makes good friends.
Mm.
So anyway, I had this idea to put up the radio, and on the way back, it had been arranged to meet with this guy who was like the godfather of ham radio in Romania. And we met with him. He was about an hour north of Bucharest on the way home. We met, my friend Katalin was driving, and his son and our little friend Suziana was with us. And we sat there, and, you know, he entertained us in his garden, started, you know, he served us very nice. He ended up bringing food. He was, you know, very gracious. He says, you need a thing for about, you know, for about $2,300 American dollars, I can get you a unit. We'll put it up, don't worry. And of course, this is great. So I promptly raised $2,800 through four. I got four contributions of $700 each. One of the guys, Greg, came with me, and with Heather, he got to enter the dry cave with me. So I got the money right away, and I got a margin more just in case I needed a margin more. When I went back to this guy, you know, it's going to cost, you know, $10,000–11,000. If I want to cut corners, it'll be $8,000. I said, what on earth are you talking about? What on earth are you talking about? I didn't say this to him, but I'm saying, I wrote to my friend who translated. He says, no, this isn't right. I wrote to David Anderson. He says, this does not pass the smell test. That was what David said. Because David knows ham radio. So I said, I can't use this guy. You know, he's disingenuous. He tells me $2,300, and now the price goes up to $8,000, and he's going to do it all for free. So this was frustration number one. Then we got a guy from Atlanticron who did the ham radio. Really nice guy, really liked him. He was all prepared to do it, but then he fell through because he had a falling out with Atlanticron of some sort. And he did not exit my project gracefully. He just kind of you know, just dropped it. So then we recruited somebody else, all enthusiastic. He fell through. Very frustrating. Now, you know, COVID got in the way too.
Yes.
So here it is, 5 years later. And on the way back after seeing this guy, my little friend, who's not so little anymore, she must be in college, Suziana, she's like sort of chiding me for like, how can you do this project? It's, you know, she was just very negative about it. And my friend, the psychiatrist, told her not to be so negative. I said, wait, you'll see. You know, I see. So here, it's 5 years later. I got the project done. 5 years later. And Qigong, slow is better. That's why these communications that happen over periods of years is not bad. Like, how many situations do you have in your life where you're communicating over a period of years? Business, like my business sort of has periods. Well, this whole thing I've been doing, Sky Books, has been going over a period of years. It's been a long series, continuing investigation that's morphed here and there, but it's like a long period of time. It's a lot different than if I'd been, you know, slunging it out at some corporate job and then, you know, went upon retirement. Said, okay, now I'm gonna sit back and watch the NFL Sunday Ticket, you know. this is retirement. No. No, it's not going to happen. Or even like a corporate job that, there's no life after. Like, what are you going to do? Then you have to go out and create something else. You have to, start another activity. But in this case, I've had a long continuing series of events. In this case, it's the ham radio. Now, keep in mind, when I'm doing this and I'm explaining what I'm doing to people, what I'm doing with people, with this project to people, I said, this is not my bread and butter. I said, I will get a story for my newsletter, but I'm not writing a book about this. This is not, the Great Antenna Project. It's just a ham radio station. It was very difficult. Now, what had happened is Heather had recruited this guy named Cyprian to do the ham radio. And so I assumed they knew each other in some way, shape, or form. Not at all. And Heather had contacted him because I think she saw a video with him. He did ham radio. He was Romanian. So she wrote to him. And he corresponded. And she says, I'd like you to put this thing up. She says, asked him what he thought it needed. And she told him what it needed. And she was going to send him money to buy it. And he thought it was a scam. Like, who's this lady sending me money? Now, this guy is Americanized too. He knows America because he spent a lot of time in Florida. But lo and behold, it wasn't a scam. She sent him 700 euros and he bought a transceiver. He bought a transceiver. He said, this is so nice, I want one for myself. He refused to take any money for putting up the antenna or any of the other accoutrements that went with the transceiver. He needed the money for the transceiver, which we were more than willing to provide. So we provided this under budget. And then he's going to come up, and he's in Brasov. Brasov is, of course, famous for being near Bran Castle, which they call Dracula's Castle. But Bran is on the border of Transylvania. And he's up there building or renovating his family home for his family. And I say to him, well, I'm supposed to go up there with my friend Susie from Brasov. I'm supposed to drive. That didn't, and I said, maybe you'll come with me. Maybe we'll pick you up and drive you there. But he says, I like to take the train. I don't like cars. So he ends up getting on the train from Brasov to Sibiu. And then I think he takes a bus to Samiria, which is the route name for Sumeria, small little town. And it's a good thing I gave him German's number, because I don't know how the hell he would have got there. I gave him German's number, and he got picked up by one of German's friends who took him to the camp, Chocolina camp. I met him late at night when I got there. He fell in love with the place. He says, I now know home. This is home. So the reason I was there this year was to oversee him doing it. I didn't do anything. I'm not qualified to put up a ham radio installation.
Right.
He is. And he put it together. And German got into it. We were saying, okay, we'll make this the science room. Because there's certain buildings that need to be finished or renovated. And this guy knows electricity. And so he knows building. So he's gonna help German build. He fell in love with the place. Last year I brought German a girlfriend, Maggie. And Maggie, you talk to. She's just a wonderful ball of energy. She's doing, gardens. She's building gardens up there. I ate one of the tomatoes. God, you can't get a tomato like that in the States. I'm not a big fan of tomatoes.
But this was memorable, yes.
It was incredible. So anyway, I brought him a girlfriend last year, and this year I brought him a lieutenant who's going to help him not only put up the radio antenna, he's going to help him get his license, and he's going to put up he's going to help him with some of the building. He's going to come back in September. He's going to not only ground the ham radio apparatus, he's going to ground the entire scout camp, because the electronics are not grounded. They need to be.
Yes.
He suffered a fire. He showed me. He suffered a fire in, I guess you call it the main cabin, because the plug to the washing machine was loose. It was like not all the way in, and a towel had come up, fallen down on it, sparked it, created a fire, and he put it out. He had about 15 extinguishers, he said. And that's a repair he did. He works very hard. He doesn't have anybody to help him. But Cyprian will help him. So now I've given him this, and he says, it's wonderful when you come, you bring such energy here. I also give him some money for when I stay there. Overkill, but
yes.
It's nice. So it's just a great experience, and we're closer. We become closer friends. We talk, and we talked about the cave, and he was in there years ago when there weren't so many restrictions and whatnot. So Cyprian is this incredible character that his adventures, I hope to have him on sometime and talk about his adventures in Orlando. I talked with Marina about the German connection that he had, but we won't go there now. So this was a wonderful trip. The ham radio station is done. It's done. Now, it's also portable. It's portable. And he can take it down, he can put it back up, and he's going to have a room. So I said, well, maybe with some of the extra money, Guillermo, we can get you a telescope. He says, oh, that's so funny you say that. We were just talking about a telescope. I said, yeah, I'll see. So I'll give me a price on a telescope, and we'll get you the money, and you can order it locally, meaning in Europe. And then Christer, my friend from Sweden, he heard this. He says, oh, I've got a telescope. I'll send it to you. I ordered this nice telescope off Amazon, but I never use it. I'll send it. So now it's going to have a telescope. The kids will have a telescope. And then I said, we'll take some of this extra money and buy you the equipment you need for grounding. So, and Cyprian will do the labor for free. And he's found a new home in Chocobina. So it's just such a beautiful energy. And Cyprian, I said, this guy, if there's a gateway to the inner earth, it's him, because of the way he has moved through life non-sequitarily. Like, he had a boat. He bought a boat in Florida. He didn't know how to sail it, but he didn't need to know. It just came to him. And sailing a boat is not an easy thing to do. And it had a jib sail. He knew how to do it. He just knew how to do it. And he sailed from there to the edge of Cuba. He had a lot of encounters with Cubans. Fascinating stories. And things happened to him serendipitously, such as, meeting Peter Moon through Heather.
Yes.
And then I'm sitting there, I said, God, you didn't know Heather, and I told Heather, and it's just like, he's the perfect guy. I couldn't have had a better person to do this project. So all the suffering we did, like say, if your first 3 or 4 husbands or wives didn't work out, well, maybe it's the 5th one you were waiting for.
Yeah.
So this is just like, And he's a real friend. He's a real friend. I just, I can't believe him. I mean, I've got many friends in Romania, and the interesting thing was he was invited to Atlanticron. He's probably going to come next year. So he's also a bridge between, that was also the bridge between Atlanticron and Choclovina. And Heather is so interested because she wants to do, she's a ham radio person. And now that attracts her. Now, the one thing is when he put it on, it had a lot of noise. But when he grounds it, the noise will go down. The noise level will go down. He's also going to add sort of a walkie-talkie and attachments to where when spacecraft goes over that area, we'll be able to talk to the astronauts.
Great. We can talk to the two that are stuck in the International Space Station.
If they're over there at that time.
Yes.
Right. So just like I'm now teaching, the guy in charge of the Mars mission about Montauk and Transylvania. And I want to send him some stuff of the YouTube of the rocket plans they used to have in Sibiu, Transylvania, or they still do have. Rocketry was far advanced in the 1400s.
Yes.
But yeah, now I can start teaching the astronauts.
Yeah. By the way, we had so much fun while you were gone with the situation in the International Space Station. There's a couple of really just jokey astronauts. By that I mean they're so fucking ugly and they're so out of shape. It's impossible to believe that they're astronauts.
I saw them on the news. I didn't think they looked that bad. But the bottom line is 6 months in space does not do any good for your body. So if they're not in good shape, they're going to be in worse shape when they come back. I mean, that's lawsuit material. You don't want to be up there in space. It's gonna wreak havoc on your physiology.
It can. Yes, definitely. It's why you have to keep exercising while you're up there, because otherwise you're just going to lose your bone marrow depletes, your muscle mass, all the rest of it, and you're unable to walk when you come back. It's horrible. No, the effects, the effects are bad. And but at any rate, take your time, round up your thoughts, and I wanted to ask you a question to help me with just a little bit of trivia here that I was
Go
trying.
Go ahead. I've kind of finished my soliloquy for what the only thing I will say is that this ham radio. Now, my purpose in putting up the ham radio, the project, was to connect the ham radio with Atlanticron, which Atlanticron only meets for a week, but also to connect it with what David's doing in the United States. But the thing is, ham radio doesn't necessarily work over that long distance. On special connections, you can get it on special days. You might be able to under certain circumstances, but it's not a given. What I've now realized, and this was not the original intention, it's a draw. It's not only a draw for Heather, it's a draw for David. David wants to come to the camp. He wants to teach the kids. He wants to, play with the ham radio. And so it's actually serving as an attractor for David. And this was not the intention. Now, it's not only serving as an attractor for David. If David comes, it's serving as an attraction for my friend Teo. So if I could have the energy of the top Freemason in Romania with David at this special place, which is also ties in the energy that Radu talks about, because this is the Valley of the Golden Thrones, of all this gold deposits. It's like I'm converging all these energies together. And these energies, it just reminds me of what I did as a teenager, drawing people from different neighborhoods and having them meet at A Street Park at 1 o'clock in the morning and just hanging out, just getting kids from divergent neighborhoods. You sleep out And you know, get all these hordes of kids together just because you're teenagers, you know. Well, this is getting people from divergent background meeting at this place that David Anderson said is the most important place in the world by far with regards to the phenomena of time. And not all the information has been released. So what I will do is I will make certain proposals to the World Genesis Foundation for, I think what I'm going to do is try and raise money for a business class ticket
Right.
for David to come to Romania.
Mm-hmm.
He provided me with a business class ticket the first time I came, and not necessarily him, but his whatever corporate funds he raised.
Right.
And it would make his trip a lot easier, you know, for him to travel that way, and also more to the point, whether that happens or not, is to make this venture an official venture of the World Genesis Foundation, and part of which is to teach the kids about time. In other words, make it an opportunity for them to learn about the heritage of this land.
Yes.
And what it represents.
Yes.
So, you know, I don't know what these people think when they hear about me doing what I'm doing. It's very unusual. This whole thing is very unusual because, as I say, as far as I'm concerned, what I'm doing is not book material. I'm not doing this to write a book. Any of the stuff I've written in books about Romania have been to complement Radu's story. And the whole Radu factor is, you know, something I can go into next transmission. But yeah, so it's like I'm not doing this to where it does seem like my job, though, to push the envelope with regards to what we've learned about time, because I wouldn't be even involved in this and not David point out the significance of the location. So here I am, like, he tells me about this in 2015. I don't go back till 2016, then 18, 19, 22, 23, 24. This is my 7th trip to Chocolina Cave. And it's like, wow. So I built up 7 years of history here. And I'm a known figure in the community. It becomes, the all thing I say about it, though, is when we're driving up on that road I talked about that was so intimidating.
Yeah.
Every time I get on that road, I say, God, this thing is much worse than I remember. Much worse than I remembered. What the hell am I doing here? You know, so far away from home on this road to nowhere, so to speak.
Yeah.
So far away from home. And that road doesn't stop people from coming. My driver's mother, I got to meet her for the first time, Daniela. She came up in her BMW. She drove it all the way up. I was impressed. And I had to ask her, I said, who's crazier, you or Daniel? And you know, she says, oh, I am. You know, he hikes his ass off. He's a whole nother story. You know, he's a physical trainer, but he's been so reliable, my, you know, transport. And I wasn't supposed to go with him this year. I was supposed to go with my friend Susie, but she didn't, you know, she had personal issues, she couldn't go. But so I glommed on with him at the last minute. Thank goodness my friend from Sweden, and he's a whole nother trip. So we had a great adventure. And I didn't mention Samantha, who was from Brooklyn, who was with us, at least for about a week, not quite a week. But we had a great trip, and there's more to the trip. But this is, and I want to hear your question. But as they say, what the purpose of this trip, what I seem to have accomplished, if I seem to have, what is it, in the Lord of the Rings, they have the beacons of Aberdeen, they burn the fires and tells the riders of Rohan to come and save Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
Well, this is a beacon of Chocolavina calling David Anderson.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
it really is, and it's not what it was intended. So it's calling him, and it suggests that there will be a convergence there. And if I get all the people in the right places, you know, what will manifest is greater than the sum of its parts, energy that is greater than the sum of its parts. So that's interesting to me, because I feel like I've kind of done as much as I can do. And
Right.
after becoming so ill, I have no desire to go back again. I will go back again, but it's just like, God, give me a break. Now, at football this morning, they asked me, you know, how it was, and I told them I had dysentery, and one of the guys said, acidophilus, take acidophilus. It'll get rid of dysentery in a minute.
Didn't you tell him you tried everything while you were there?
I didn't try acidophilus. I'm taking while I'm there probiotics, postbiotics, and prebiotics. But maybe that isn't enough. So he's saying acidophilus will get rid of diarrhea in a second. He says, always take it. This guy who said it, he's an old man. He's not as old as I am, but he looks older.
Probably is physically older in terms of, you know, you've aged slower or retarded your aging by.
He's not necessarily clued in on holistic attitude at all.
Yes.
But when he said this, I felt like I was being given a gift.
Yes.
Sometimes gifts come through the strangest places. Here it's on the football field.
Right.
And he's telling me, acidophilus. So I ordered some. Not that I necessarily need it right now, but I realized that it might be very, very beneficial. And yes, I've taken these other relatively expensive prebiotics, postbiotics, and probiotics, which I think are helpful. But I also was not taking my COVID regimen, which was 3,000 milligrams of vitamin C, 10,000 IU of vitamin D3, and 50 milligrams of zinc every day, which is what I learned from a doctor, a Romanian doctor in America who contributed to the Antenna Project. Right. He was on the front lines of COVID. He says, take this every day. It's the best prevention for COVID. So I stopped doing that about 3 months ago. I just got tired of taking it, you know. So I don't know if that contributed to whatever I suffered from. But basically, I built a, 8-year, or whatever it is, years of putting energy into this place. And, there's been no motive. I'm not doing it to get rich. I'm not doing it to, I seem to be furthering, the circumstance of discovery of what David has alluded to. Kind of bringing it down to earth. Because he's got very specific scientific angles on this place. And I also don't know what his tendency is to understate things. This I don't know.
Yes.
And so we'll just, in other words, here it was. I went there in 2016 saying, I want to put up a tent next to the place. And Paula's stepmother warned me. She says, if you do, you will be tested severely by nature.
Mhm.
So I was tested severely in nature without the tent. I got soaked. And then 2 years later, I meet German in his camp. So now I have, I can be near the cave. I have a home near the cave now. So it's like, it's been a whole experience of networking, and what can I say? A wonderful experience. So, you were going to ask me a question for levity or for others?
Hey, we can save the levity until our next episode, which will be here on Wednesday before everybody knows it, of course. And just wanted to ask you something far more trivial. One of the things that I was trying to find, simply because what I'm writing with, like I said, just a few pages, and of course it's inescapable, I bring up Michael Aquino. One of the things that I noticed was I've never really paid attention to his death certificate or memorized, committed to memory, his date of death, because it was always questionable and potentially even self-contrived. But do you have his death certificate or the date of his death? Because they don't even give that on Wikipedia, which surprisingly, I noticed while looking it up, just looking around for Michael Aquino birth certificate, I did find that several things. One of them was that they set up a actual Wikipedia page on the Temple of Set, which is quite long, comparatively speaking, a minimum of a quarter of 100 pages. And with the Temple of Set site, they don't even give the death date of Michael Aquino. They just say he died in a certain month of, a certain year, like September 2020, some shit like that. And yet they go into basically how, satanic panic, all that shit. So it's basically this kind of real positive, upbeat thing about Temple of Set. And they even give a picture of Don Webb, who was one of the heirs apparent, one of the heirs in the plural apparent, of the Temple of Set, along with Peter Levinda. They were, they go into some detail in it. Some of the information might prove useful. So it's interesting that that's out there now, because for the longest period of time, you couldn't find shit on it. In Wikipedia, at least, not to mention anywhere else. Then I also noticed, of course, that in terms of all the other trivia floating out there around him, there's just some other stuff that I'll bring to your attention privately. So all that being said, obviously his publicists are out to rehabilitate him, and they present him as a victim of the satanic panic, quote unquote. And hopefully our book will put some new perspectives out there for people to get the truth with.
His date of death on this certificate,
yeah,
has been called into question because of Amy Hart,
yeah,
as the medical examiner.
Yes.
But the date of death is September 1st, 2019.
There we are.
That would be 5 years ago.
Yeah. Yes.
At 1808, 608.
September 1st, 2019 is all I need. I don't need the time, but thank you. I appreciate that. Because that actually is important. The time is important for occult reasons. Because theoretically, he claims to have killed himself, and therefore the moment at which he kills himself, the very moment, would have significance. So what was that time again, actually, now that I think of it?
1808.
1808, military time. There we are. 1808 hours. 1808 hours. And, of course, it was brought to our attention by Heather Holman, because, again, I never really paid attention to the birth certificate. Death certificate, I mean to say. But to him was a rebirth. He did indeed kill himself. And she was pointing out about the, shall we say, the anomaly of the person having retired 5 years before signing that death certificate. So, that alone disqualifies it. It's obviously false.
Well, administration can be awfully sloppy and errant.
No, I would know beyond anyone else, I assure you, yes, but still, that's, yeah.
It does hold it in question, but I wouldn't be dismissive of it either. unless they're just doing it on purpose. Um,
Well,
so
that's a pretty big mistake.
if it is fake, somebody went to an awful lot of problems.
Well, that's what they would do. That's what they would do when they cover for somebody and put them in the equivalent of a witness protection program. I mean,
No,
that's
this guy was evidently very sick. Now, if he could have followed in the wake of Kim Jong Un and Vladimir Putin, and been resuscitated. I just don't think so. I don't think he's incarnate anymore.
Yeah. Well, I can entertain that as well. It's shall we say it's one of these things where I'm not going to dwell on it. It's but
yeah,
I will tell you one thing.
Well,
Yeah. The person having retired and then their name on the certificate, they make mistakes, but not like that. That's not a mistake that's really possible. It's one of those things that it's almost an insult. It's almost like a taunt. It's almost a taunt.
yeah, I understand what you're saying. Indeed, it is.
Yeah. So, okay. All that being said, thank you for that information. That's what I needed. I do want to, before you go, read aloud the wonderful comment left by Devon Bulldog. So Devon Bulldog left this comment when he contributed his 40 United States dollars. This was on August 19th at 10:20 a.m. in the morning. And I didn't get to it until now because of the need to, of course, stabilize so many other factors, just trying to make the rent after all of the emergency expenditures last month. He said, "It's my B-day today. Thank you for everything. Love you, brother. I'll try help more in the future." So thank you so much to Devon Bulldog, who sent me a contribution of 40 United States dollars on his solar return, his natal dies, his birthday, on August 19th, 2024. A belated happy birthday to Devon Bulldog. And now, of course, as we approach the end of the month, I do want people to know that I pretty much have the rent. But that's, of course, if I don't spend a single dollar. I basically got about $100 in the one PayPal account and about 20 in the other, which is equivalent to nothing, because if I transferred that to the bank, it would eat up, several dollars out of that. It'd be enough to barely make the rent along with some change, but because I do have to still buy supplies until the end of the month, and because, of course, we want to take into account, I'd like to try and fill out that prescription for my Sudafed, we are, of course, talking about trying to raise a few $100s. So let's just try and raise what we can. And every contribution is appreciated. Obviously, the rent is the most important, and then after that, hydration, everything else. Beyond that, of course, trying to fulfill the Sudafed prescription. So, okay then. All that being said, thank you so much for blessing us with your presence tonight, dear Peter.
There are no other questions from the chat room?
Let's take a look. I don't believe so. Chat's been pretty dry. Trampus Nicholson invaded it twice under two presumed names. Bear in mind, everyone, I delete the empty channels. Anybody who comes in here, the empty channel is going to be hidden because the empty channel, it's a false. It's just an obvious false face. The interesting thing is when Trampus Nicholson comes in, it's almost like, I don't know, it's like he's bound by some kind of occult prohibition or something. He can't upload any content onto any of his fake channels for whatever reason. So, and he comes in under highly suspect just names. They're either a single syllable, like the message C, just crap, and then the other one is C for crap, basically, and then the other one is just some false name with this completely phony looking picture, and I made the mistake of responding to it, and he gets a big orgasm out of that, just acknowledging the person without considering them as being, you try and take people as being sincere, and that this is like somebody says there's somebody, you just try to take it as something earnest, and but that doesn't exist in my world. The overwhelming majority of people are just they're worse than shit. They're just worse than shit. It's just the overwhelming majority. I live in a sewer.
There's so many positive things one can do with their lives, when they sit and dedicate themselves to, trolling or whatever.
Yeah.
It's really, really negative, and some people are just on what do you call it? Avenues of stupidity.
Yeah.
I know I say stupidity, it doesn't mean they're dumb. It means they're just ignorant. So they could be following UFOs down the rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, that whole community is
That's a big rabbit hole.
yeah, a sewer. It's a sewer.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, it just, so whatever. And what we have to offer them is kind of a rabbit hole in itself. But it kind of enables us to understand society,
Yes.
and I think you understand the lunacy of humanity. And humanity is not complete lunacy, but it has a preponderance of lunacy involved in it,
Yes.
because there's a lot of joy in living, and that's part of what life is. It's the joy of life. It's the joy that children can give you. Or it's not just that. It's, there are many positive experiences that one can have.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, there's all this nuttiness in people's dedication to Republicans or Democrats or whatever they're dedicated to, or COVID or anti-COVID or environment or non-environment. Main problem with the environment, they're not confronting the real issue.
And what might that be?
China.
Ah, yes. Yes, certainly.
And
Yeah.
that takes us back into the politics of what we're dealing with.
Yes.
I mean, you can say anything you want, but they would seem to be the evil empire.
Yes. Yes.
And I think even Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris would all agree on that
Yes. Yeah.
in varying degrees.
Yeah.
But then again, they might turn a blind eye if somebody offered them money.
True. True.
That's another problem, because they're Ghana was saying how she was invested in a company in Mali
Mm-hmm.
that was to get what is this mine? She knows how to mine stuff. It was mining, I think lithium for the batteries.
Ah. Yeah.
And it was the Chinese
Mm-hmm.
had the Chinese had got in and bribed the government,
Yes. Oh yeah.
and she had a contract with them. The group of investors, they had a contract, and then China somehow manipulated it, bribed them, so that even though they had the contract, it wouldn't be done. But China can't provide the know-how.
Right.
But it doesn't matter, because it's not only corruption, it's knuckleheaded corruption.
Yes. Yes.
It just hurts everybody.
Oh God, yes. As for bribing the government, that term doesn't do it justice. The Chinese purchased it outright. They just purchased the government outright. It's a all but an invasion with many of these places, these third world areas, yeah, it just is what it is. And of course,
but it's also not that easy to do, because if you went over there with handouts, they're gonna question you. You're gonna come under the radar of those who would not want you there. So you can't go and bribe people. It's not that easy. Like if I walked into CBS or NBC with a checkbook or wads of cash, I'm not going to be able to bribe them into. Of course, I'm being a little facetious here, but I'm not going to be able to bribe them into putting you and me on the air.
well, that's a totally different situation.
Well, I know, but it's the same idea. It's like you have to be cut of the right cloth to be able to bribe. Not anybody can bribe. You have to be, on the approved list.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you. We'll be back on Wednesday night, and I will see, how much I can get done. It'll be a whole new reality. I hope to be moving forthwith. I would also remind people to sign up for the Montauk Pulse, skybooksusa.com.
Yes.
To get a discount on Douglas's upcoming book.
Yes.
And which still has to be priced. And that's a whole work in itself. But I want to do it so it's equitable for everybody. It works for Douglas, works for myself, and works for the audience as well, because it'll be worth reading. If I think of the psychotronics meetings we used to do with Preston, and I think we spent $5 per meeting, and just the people who came. I mean, you by the time you've gone to a year's worth of meetings, you spent $100, and just to hear all this information. So it's like it's the same thing here. You're hearing information. I've spent God knows how many hours just trying to codify and learn this information.
Yes.
So it does have a value.
Thank you.
And we're just trying to, and so thank you to those who have contributed to Douglas. Thank you to those who will contribute to Douglas in the future.
Yes.
Especially those who can do it forthwith right now. And we'll, well, interesting.
Yeah, they're looking good as far as I'm concerned. And I'm glad to get some stuff out onto paper. I look forward to your feedback concerning it, forward to your review of the latest that I sent to you. And like I said, a few more pages will follow to extend that. But, you and I will discuss that and have some fun with that on Wednesday. Whatever your impression is of it, I'll be happy for you to share it publicly. And, we'll take it from there. I want you to have the best of all dreams tonight. You certainly, Peter and I spoke a little bit privately on some of these subjects, and what we'll have some fun with maybe Wednesday is talking a bit about what I brought up with him. I like the way Peter said that in his own way, Brandon Young's life is as improbable as mine, because I brought that up with Peter, a bit of that background, and it's just another example of the kind of people that they insert into our environment to try and bring it down and make certain it doesn't work. All that being said, trying to figure out what's going on with the live stream. I guess I'll show that to Brendan later. I'll have to show him later independently in the studio. It's like they have a warning up, but it's from years ago, but it's almost like the warning's back in effect, but it has nothing to do with anything that was taken down recently. Everything that's up recently is still up. Happy to report. So with that, most blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams, dearest Peter. We love you dearly, and thank you so much for all you contribute.
Okay. Good night to everybody, and we'll see you Wednesday.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
Look forward to it. Blessed be. Okay, that's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. We have Heather Holman return to us, and I will start calling everybody else bringing everybody onto the call. Let's see who we can gather. And with this, of course, let's see. We enabled, of course, people to join who have been called, but I'll call a few people redundantly, as well as others. And dearest Heather, how are you? Catch us up on what's going on with yourself.
I don't feel very good.
I'm sorry to hear that. What happened?
I think I have COVID.
I'm so sorry. Where do you think you caught it?
I don't know, Sprouts.
Sprout? What? Sprout? I'm not sure I understand. With sprouts, the food?
Yeah,
Like what
I
kind?
don't know. I can't say.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess that's possible. I mean, they always say wash your vegetables.
Well, no, they have those bins, that you could get stuff out of.
Yeah. Don't reach into
Yeah,
those.
yeah, for sure.
Oh my god.
So I'm just kind of listening along, trying to maintain my whatever sanity I have.
That's so cute. That's so adorable. What did I just press? Well, there's Troy Bellamy. I think I called him on the wrong line on his phone. There we are. So yeah, that's like through via Skype credit. So I could close that down and open up the other thing. All right. But aside from being sick, what goes on through your what else is going on in your life? Have you spread it
hmm
to Vinny?
No, not at this point.
Oh. And how's he doing?
He's well.
Good. And that's wonderful. How about let's see now.
It's me. I'm just not well.
Yeah, I'm
I'm having.
sorry.
Ever since last week when we were on the show.
Uh-huh.
Um, I've been really having a hard time.
Uh-huh.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Was talking about the chateau or what?
Uh-huh.
I
You
don't
mean that
know.
that might have made you sick?
I know. That's just where all my mental health started to decline.
Mental health? Honey, you're doing
Yeah.
fine. I mean,
No.
why? What's with your mental health that you feel is changed?
I'm really just like desperate right now.
Desperate for what?
I want to die.
That's awful.
I know
You
it
don't
is
want to die.
awful.
You don't want to die. No, don't tell yourself that.
I just feel so bad.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's terrible. I feel bad that you feel bad.
Thank
Well,
you.
yes, Aristides, help cheer this young lady up.
Hey, Heather.
Hi.
Yeah. All right.
Hi.
Don't you feel better
It's
already,
gonna,
Heather?
right. It's gonna be okay, and you are an important, valuable member of this team, and we're gonna get through this.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. See, he did so much better than I've done. Yeah, that's so much better than what I
Yeah.
did. Yes.
I appreciate that.
A lot of people are coming down with stuff, but
Oh.
they're getting over it. It seems. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's promising.
Yes. Yeah. And yeah, that's it. It's the sickness is making you feel down. That the illness. It's tell yourself that, Heather, that you'll feel
Yeah.
better as you get over this illness. Yes.
Yeah. I just got a lot of going on right now. I quit smoking.
You did. Oh,
Yeah.
congratulations! When did you do this?
A few weeks ago.
Wow. And are you feeling like withdrawals?
Well, I quit drinking also.
Oh, wow. At the same time. What the fuck?
Well,
Yeah.
that explains it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's-
and
that
then
is
I
actually-
ran out of hydroxyzine, which is probably another contributing factor.
Hydroxins. What's
Yeah, I'm
this?
weaning myself off of my medicines too.
What medicines?
Wow.
Hydroxins like what? Antidepressants or something?
Hydroxyzine, yeah, it's for that or it's for allergies too.
Antidepressant, anti-allergens. I like it.
Yes,
Fuck, that's a multifunctional med.
yeah. Well, and I was kind of weaning myself off of it for a few months, and then I finally ran out. And I don't go to that doctor anymore, so you know.
It's well, maybe that's why you're feeling bad. You're not
It
supposed.
is.
You're not.
It is exactly why I'm feeling bad.
Well, honey, you're not supposed to do that.
Well, I don't have that doctor anymore.
Well, but
And my primary care doctor doesn't seem to think it's going to be an issue.
well, well, you have to look when you stop a med. You don't stop at cold turkey. You said you were weaning off of it. Does that mean you were titrating down?
Yes.
Okay, but that seems awfully quick. It should take theoretically months to titrate yourself down from a prescription dose of something. And again, this is like an anti-allergen, depressant, or what
Yeah,
exactly?
I was already taking the minimal dose anyways, and then
Okay.
I have been over a period of months trickling back, so I didn't think it was going to be a problem.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's the alcohol, I think, is a big thing.
how much alcohol were you drinking?
Like, not that much. I would drink like a big bottle of vodka in a week.
That's a lot. That's
That's a lot.
you got me beat on that. You know,
Shit.
I mean, I'd go through a big bottle like that, you know, just for like an astringent skincare, you know,
Thank you.
thing. But you know, but goddamn, that's a lot, you know.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah. I didn't know that. Jesus.
Yeah.
So is it a lot to come over? I mean, like, if I'm trying to get over it, should I wean
Well,
myself
do you have
off that too?
Do you have a hangover?
No, I don't know.
She's got something. She feels like she wants to die. I mean, that's...
Does it feel like sands coursing through your bloodstream or something, or you know?
No.
That's pretty graphic.
Well, you're lucky.
Yeah,
Well,
you can always have
that's
that. Keep going. I'm
That's
sorry.
a lot. No, you're good. No, I don't even go through a goddamn 2-liter in a week of soda. So you know, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Damn, Heather, I never knew you were so shall I say wet. So
Raging alcoholic.
Yeah.
Or no?
Neither did I.
Oh my
Neither did
god.
I.
Oh my god. And vodka is vicious shit. That's yeah. You were sterile. That's it. That's
What
why you
did
caught the
it-
COVID.
What did it for me was the whipped cream vodka.
It was
That's
Yeah,
what did
that's a
it.
panty dropper. That is a panty dropper. Let me tell
yeah,
you.
yeah. Are you just saying this stuff, Heather, just as kind of kind of like an
A
act?
ruse?
Yeah.
No, I'm being serious.
Holy shit. Holy shit. I mean,
We don't
it's
have to like this.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
well, welcome aboard, Ian West, and we I called everybody. We'll hope somebody will respond, but Ian West is with us, Brendan Zogit's with us, Heather's with us,
Yeah,
and
I'm
Aristide's-
here.
Yes,
I'm
yeah, thank you,
Hi.
Brendan, and
Greetings.
Yes.
Greetings, everybody.
welcome.
No.
Good to hear
aboard.
from everyone. And
Yeah, we're going to do.
Ian's description of opiate withdrawal was on point. And then Heather's description of an alcohol withdrawal is also pretty on brand.
But combined with nicotine withdrawal, combined with nicotine withdrawal. So Heather, are you wearing the patch?
No.
Nicotine
Yeah,
patch.
at this point you just gotta like chant the names, you know, like Hare Krishna. I'm being serious. I'm not even
I believe you.
being facetious.
That's what I'll do.
Oh my
like-
god.
Like a few repetitions, like, you know, a couple job definitions. Like,
Okay, I'm
would
gonna
be
go
good.
try that right now.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I highly recommend.
Yeah.
And even putting on like a sad song or something, a little bit of music would be nice. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. I should not be laughing. I mean, but I have every confidence Heather will pull through this. But I think she's trying too much at once. And just the act of I'm gonna stop drinking, I'm gonna stop smoking, I'm gonna stop a prescription med. That's a lot. That's
a little crazy. That's a little crazy.
it's a little extreme. Yeah. So Heather, don't do it all at once. You might not want to do it all at once.
Well, I mean, she's already on the way. You might as well just let it pan out. It's okay.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, it's like it's.
Assuming what she said is true, we might as well just
Of course I don't.
grit your teeth.
Yeah, I don't feel she's lying, but yeah, it's that and the COVID. That's why she caught the COVID. I don't know if she's still here, but Heather, if you're listening, that's why you caught the COVID, was because with all that vodka coursing through your intestinal tract, you had killed every bacteria that was in there. You were sterilizing yourself for so long that when you stopped the process of sterilizing yourself in there, all that COVID jumped in. They just said, "Oh my God, she's vulnerable now. She's not bleaching her insides anymore. Yeah, she's no longer taxidermized. Yeah, she's reanimating. We can get her now. This is the chance."
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
The funniest thing is she said she got it from Sprouts.
Yeah,
That
Sprouts.
was a good one.
Yeah. That's well. Then again, I could understand if they're in a barrel and you're just picking them out of a barrel with 20 other
Yeah.
people, who are sneezing on it and everything else. Yeah, I could get it. Yeah.
Oh no,
but-
no, there's a shop called Sprouts. It's like a
Oh, okay.
Arizona grocery
That's
store
what-
chain.
That's what I
Okay.
thought she was talking about was the
Yeah.
store. Yeah.
Oh.
And you want to hear the irony about it is they don't actually sell Sprouts. We
Yeah.
like people
Yeah,
would come in and get angry at us.
Yeah.
They'd be like, "Why don't you have Sprouts?" And we're like, "Because the produce people don't like how quickly it spoils." And they're like, "Why would you name your store Sprouts?" I'm like, first of all, I didn't name it.
Yeah.
Second of all, it's just that's their shtick. They sell it's like an organic neighborhood market style store.
Yeah.
So it's like
Semi-organic. It's
semi-organic. It's just like a Whole Foods. It's just overpriced stuff that
yeah for white
they
people.
claim is healthy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. Thank you. It's the local white community can feel healthy by going there, and yet it's
Yeah.
got that elitist, snide elitist.
Yeah. Except this one's Arizonian.
Yeah.
Like they're from Phoenix. I think that's where the first. When I was in Arizona, I went to like one of the first Sprouts, and I was telling them, I used to work at Sprouts, and they're like, this was like a couple years ago when it was still like tough to find people to work, and they were like, apply right now. I'm like, I'm only here for 3 days, and they're like, are you willing to move? I'm like, no, what the fuck? I would never move. I literally told them, I was like, I would never move to Tucson.
Oh my God. Yeah, it just is what it is.
Unless you guys are paying, they're not paying California wages.
No, that's for sure. But then again, California expenses are such that they cancel out the wages. Yeah, it sucks.
I'd rather live.
Yeah.
And I've been getting in arguments with these crazies that are related to me about like politics. It's like, I mean, they're like, all these Dems are fucking it up. I'm like, you guys benefit from all the Democratic shit. You live in California, you work in Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And
then they just go into like paroxysm of rage, like just start twitching and shit.
Oh, don't even.
Like, no,
Yeah.
Trump's gonna save us.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I'm like, why would you how?
Yeah.
How?
They're like
And because I don't want to vote for either side, I'm immediately an enemy. They consider me like, oh, if you're part of the problem, it's you people are the ones doing it. I'm like, what do you mean you people? Like what? I'm immediately a Democrat because I don't like Trump. Like it's just crazy.
Oh.
This is insane.
Yeah. No. It's.
So we can go into that a bit because it's funny, but.
Oh, of course, just for the sake of morbid entertainment.
But this country's doomed.
Of course, no, it is. So Ian, you said that you were watching Sean Bond the other day. I want to hear about this because, of course, we know Sean Bond is.
My God,
yeah. What was going on with that?
My buddy who sent me that he does all these like conference con what are they called, like multi calls? I forgot what it's like a meetup call where like there's like 20 different people on one call and they all like organize and work together and shit.
Uh-huh.
So he was the guy that sent me the clip of Rinky Dink.
James Rink, for people who don't know who he's. Yeah.
Okay.
Rinky Dink. Anyway, yeah.
So by the way, do you know who James Rink is, Brendan Zoge?
I mean, you mentioned him. You dealt with this creature. I don't know. I don't remember details. Once you like say something, I'll remember it.
Yeah, you ain't missing shit. So we'll go into that another time.
Yeah.
But so continue, Ian. I mean, you realize, of course,
I recognize the name.
Yeah, poor Sean Bond. He's like. Nobody can look the fucker up because all they find is Sean Connery as James Bond. It's like his parents fucking hated him when he was born, and they condemned him to a life of obscurity. Poor bastard. So, so continue. Go on, Ian. I want. Yeah.
He's a fucking bullshit artist. That's what he is, dude.
Isn't that kind of giving him credit? I that would take some like ability to like compel people. That would
these people are all like. They're like a la flavor of Andrew Bartz's, where it's just, where it's just, they'll just say stuff to like tickle the new agers and it just is just word salads.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Word salad. It's like he read like 20 different like Greek mythology books and like Tibetan books, and then he just blends them all together into one. And then it's funny as hell because it's like I was watching him give this little spill.
I wouldn't even give him that. You're like assuming that he read the books. You make it say. I mean, do you honestly believe he made it through a number of books? I wouldn't give him that credit.
I think he just and pulled from certain parts of these books, and he's just like, well, if Vishnu does this and he eats salad on Sundays and stuff, shit like that. But so I'm watching his
He
facial.
basically took a tab of acid and just sat in the library and just I used to do that. But I never talked about it.
Started regurgitating this bullshit, but
Yeah.
Well, definitely everything. Yeah, go on.
I'm watching his facial features while he's like spitting this like Greek mythology out, and it's like his eyes like look to the right, so you can tell he's lying about that, and then his eyes will look to the left, and then you can tell he's like recalling some bullshit little weird fact in a book that he read probably 10 years ago or something, and it's just too fucking funny. But yeah, he's just totally bullshitting everybody on this conference call. It was so
Are you sure that's not just eye drift that comes from neurological damage from all the drugs he's cooked up?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No. I
mean, Ian, Doug's talked to him like he had to deal with him face to face.
Yeah. And it was bad then. It was bad. Yeah. He wasn't going to publish the interview at all, but go on, Ian. Yeah, let's see how much further he's gone, poor bastard.
But for me studying like these like interrogation technique books and stuff, and it like tells you like, if the person's eyes move or if they have certain body movements that they're lying and stuff. And then he displayed all signs of that for like the whole 45 minutes.
I'm sure. Yeah, poor bastard.
I really wanted to like make
Definitely.
it sound. It's like he looked to the right and when he said this, and he looked to the left, and he looked down, and then he twiddled his thumbs and shit like that. But I just wanted to tell you that I found the Sean Bond conference call thing, and it's too fucking funny.
Yeah. Well, I
got good
that's
news.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad is what it is. I mean, it's funny, but it's sad. I just really wish that this poor bastard would it's this really, though, you don't know what can be done for him, because I think he's like neurologically damaged, and I don't know what to do about that. When somebody's taken all that acid and they're just burnt, they're just permanently burnt.
Yeah, permafried. We determined that before.
Thank you. Yeah,
He's just permafried.
But we also determined that about a number of other people. There's so many people like that.
Yeah, look at them. They're all irredeemable.
Yeah. Poor people. Yeah, and he's one of them. Poor guy, and he's
There's
like
one bloke from Florida that was like really burned.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Anyway.
He's always talking about tunnels.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like my grandma's been watching a bunch of YouTube and stuff, and they like mentioned underground and they mentioned tunnels, and I just like nod my head and I'm like, oh, she'll learn.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
So how's work and life, Ian? Share with us what any new developments there might be.
You ready for this?
I don't know.
I got my dream job out here now.
You're kidding. What is your dream job?
It's serious. They hired me on full time at the local liquor store here.
Oh, cool.
It is awesome. Oh, it is so awesome, Doug, dude. Like all the judges and
that actually sounds like your calling, because I've talked to liquor store guys and they're, you're like on brand,
I was like, I really want to work here. This is like the only place I told him, I was like, I'm 4 days away from buying my ticket and just flying back to Orlando and like living in a hotel. But so they hired me on full time.
Oh, thank God. Well, I'm proud of you. Congratulations. Yes. And
one of the girls at the Waffle House, she's hooking me up with her apartments that are like literally a mile behind the liquor store and like 5 blocks away from the beach, and they're like income-based apartments. So hopefully I can get a 1-bedroom apartment for like $350 a month.
Yeah. That'd be Yeah, and so what? Well, this sounds like dreams are coming true, and you'll be able to bring chicks up there. Yeah, good news.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point, you know.
Yeah.
So,
So some of the people you're hot on at Waffle House, perhaps.
yeah. No, totally. Yeah, no, I picked up this little 17-year-old the other day, and she is just an angel. She's an absolute angel.
What's the legal age limit in your state?
Wait, hold up. Chill. At least live for the recording. Shit, Jesus Christ.
She's too cute. She looks like Kurt Cobain's daughter. That's awesome.
And
Her birthday's tomorrow, right?
I hope so.
Holy shit.
No, I didn't really pick her up. I just met her, talked to her a couple of times, but that's about it.
Okay,
yeah.
so you have time.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you.
Yeah. He had to blow out of the neighborhood before any of the adults saw him leaning out of the car. Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna get an extra bike seat on the back of mine, so I'm joking. That's a joke. I'm joking.
You do have that bicycle, right? Now, so you still intend to blow where you're living right now, right? You still intend to get out of there now. Now you can do that.
Yeah, I did too. It's just like they hired me on full time at this liquor store, so it's like $500 a week guaranteed.
Oh wow. Well,
I'm gonna do Waffle House Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights.
Mm.
And the liquor store's closed on Sunday. I didn't know Mississippi was like a controlled beverage state. I had no idea. Like, for these bars and these liquor stores in the state of Mississippi, you have to go through the state to buy the liquor.
Jesus. Well,
I had no fucking idea. So all the judges and all the lawyers and like all the city workers, they all go there because it's like the oldest still operating business. It's the oldest business still operating in Hancock County, Mississippi. So all the judges go there, all the attorneys go there, and they all kiss everybody's ass because they don't want them to raise the price of their vodka and rum and shit.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. I mean, it's actually really, really fucking cool. So I'm kind of excited about that. So I gotta like wake up at like.
Don't call them out for like putting kids in tunnels. At least keep that for later.
Yeah, good idea.
Figure out a way to work that into like some convos with these people, but I really couldn't.
No.
Yeah.
But
how about this? If they bring it up, then you bring it up.
oh my God! What's that? Go.
No, these people were like, they're like, what are you doing here in Orlando? I was like, well, I infiltrated this pedophile network out at Disney World, and now I'm here. Yeah.
Oh my God! It is what it is. You know what? I don't know whether to bring this up just yet, but I'll bring it up in time. It was something that Brendan and I were discussing, as well as Aristides, about some things you brought up, and my son reminded me about something I did with Lena Shea. A number of things I did with Lena Shea that produced some weird projects that were similar to what you were doing, different in their own way, but. Yeah. I'll have to show all of you so you guys will understand. That way we can then at least put this on an even playing field when it comes to any judgments made. But all that being said, that can wait for a little while. Sorry to be mysterious about it. I'm just, shall we say, going to try and figure out what to do to kind of reinvigorate myself. Normally at this time, of course, I do my lines of coke.
I'm not making any judgments. I just, you don't want to incriminate yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's just put it this way. It's not incriminating myself because it's all just,
I'm talking about Ian.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, there's that. Yeah. Well.
You're already beyond redemption.
There we are. Yes. Yeah. Which is interesting because, the stuff that I'm irredeemable, what renders me irredeemable in the general sense is never attacked by my gang stalkers. They all, they attack incredibly stupid shit. It's like sperm can't last half 100 years in the refrigerator, or that kind of shit. Just weird shit.
Yeah, even though I gave you the scientific.
Thank you.
I gave you the white paper.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, and
And they literally said indefinitely.
yeah, thank you.
Which means as long as possible.
Yeah, that's right. So long as the refrigeration holds, yes, and all the rest of that. It's So all that being said, I'm trying to figure out something to do to center myself after Peter leaves that doesn't involve cocaine. And fortunately, I'll be have the surgery soon enough, and then I can get back to doing what I was doing. And but it sounds almost like you're vaping there. What's it?
From Brooke?
Yeah, well, she was in
was
the
in the
chat.
chat.
She was in the chat earlier, but she's not responding to a phone call. I'll try and send her a text message and try to call her again when I'm on break, which I'll take a break soon. At any rate, so let me see if this is okay.
I haven't gotten back. She hadn't gotten back to me yet, but I texted her earlier.
Okay.
About Brooke, though, I'm really fucking worried about Brooke.
Well, I had her daughter check on her earlier, and her daughter, was helpful in that regard. So let me see. Brooke, please join us. I'll send her a nice text. I don't think she's getting these. I think her phone is offline. Something's going on with her phone, and I don't think she's getting.
Are all the chicks going off the deep end at the same time? What's happening?
Oh, well, Victoria caught COVID. Heather caught. Yeah. Yeah. And
are we confirming this is COVID, or is this just theoretically COVID?
It's COVID. It's COVID. The summer COVID is bad. The summer COVID, it's a wave. It's a tsunami. It's a summer COVID tsunami. So, yeah. And the new shots have come out, but I won't get mine until Halloween. Same time as I get my flu shot, so I'll get the double whammy both at once.
Are you serious? Are they really putting out more shots?
Yes, because
when did this happen?
Because COVID will be with us forever, and they said it's going to be like a flu shot. Along with your flu shots you get annually, you will get your COVID shots. That's if you're conscientious, of course.
No. When I was at work the other day, there was like two different moments that I felt those little the pinprick things.
Yeah.
From the shit. I felt it twice, but they were really small.
You mean just like on your where? Where did you feel this?
On my arm.
On your arm. Okay, that's.
So I bet you some customers came in that got those new shots.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't work like that.
Dr. Doug, come on. Look. Okay, look. Don't even get me started on this.
This is why I never bring up the big C. We just skip over this part. Let's go back to history.
Over it. But now that I know that they're doing shots again, I'll be aware. So
when have they ever stopped? I would know.
Yeah,
they just said it wasn't required. They never stopped making them.
Yeah, yes.
I was in the state of Florida, and then they had that new fucking attorney general guy, and he's like, "Yeah, we're not gonna do any more fucking shots." So. Yeah, in Florida, I know that was
mandatory. Like it's not mandatory, but they're still there.
Yeah. Well, luckily they got a surgeon general. I was like, yeah, these shots are bad. Blah blah blah. So thank God,
the surgeon general said that.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
This is Florida we're talking about.
Yeah, I was like, Ron DeSantis got some real meat in there. I was like, thank God.
Are you all well aware of the fact that Anthony Fauci's been hospitalized with West Nile virus?
Good.
I did see that.
If that's true, then good riddance.
Yeah, that's what I say. Good riddance too, dude. Yeah, he was kind of like the linchpin I guess you could call it the linchpin to like knowing all these 17.
I mean, they're all just mafia.
They are. Right. No, you're right.
Medical mafia.
100% right, Brendan. You're 100% right. I agree with you.
The white coats are not to beat that thing.
Yeah.
Well, you take it for what it's take what they can help you with, and then don't put all your beans in that basket.
Did you guys see what's her name? Candace Owens rants about the Israel thing?
Candace Owens. Remind me who Candace Owens is.
She's the black chick in Canada.
She's the crazy. She's like Jordan Peterson's sidekick.
Holy shit, this sounds bad. Yeah, it sounds bad. She's like
you know Candace Owens. She's like a conservative commentator. She was so crazy she got like fired from
right.
Daily Wire.
I bleached her.
That lady.
Yeah.
I love Candace Owens.
Was it Daily Wire or something? Like she was so crazy that even what's his name? Freaking nasally that nasally scum. What's his name?
Well, thank God.
Ben Shapiro couldn't handle her.
Yeah.
He's a Mossad agent.
Yeah.
Isn't
that giving him too much credit? That's like
that's giving him way too much credit. He's just a rich. They're all just like trust fund babies. None of them are anything. I mean, none of them are anything. Even Trump. That's what my uncle dude was saying. Like, he Trump's the only hope or some bullshit like this, right? And I was like, Trump is on. Like he's like he grew up with all the socialites, all the so-called Dems, and these are all the same people. What are you talking about? And he's like, no, he's different. He has his own way of thinking.
Yeah, you call that thinking? Yeah, it's his own way, all right. Yeah,
it's called follow the money.
Yeah. But then again, he's another guy like Musk. They lose money all the time. But anyhow, go on. Yes, continue.
Yeah, it's just so dumb. I mean, Americans have such super brains that they can't realize how tricked they are.
Yes.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah. And
they won't accept they won't even accept that there is it's just so bonkers. Like I can't believe people fall for this stuff.
It just goes to show. I mean, it's like what was it? P.T. Barnum said, "A sucker's born every minute." That was him, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he really milked it. I mean, they milked it for years.
Yes, they did.
Shit, they still are.
Well, I mean, they got rid of.
At this point, we should just vote in the bearded lady. She'd be way more people. Seriously.
Well, they've gotten rid of circuses, right? I mean, they've shut down.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we got to put them into politics.
Like
I'd vote for the Freaks Party. What was that movie called? Freaks or
Freaks?
Yes.
Yeah, Freaks. That's it.
The Circus Freaks. I'd vote for them.
Yes.
I love that fucking movie. That movie is so fucking good, dude.
I had a teacher that would show us that in high school when we were like freshmen in high school. He'd be like, "We're gonna watch this film for Halloween," and it was like a dude with no it was like a stub, and he was like smoking a stogie somehow
with his toes. With his toes.
Yeah, with his toes or something.
Yeah.
That was. And then like the people with like the, whatever the shrunken heads and stuff.
Shrunken heads.
Like deformities that they had like eugenics out. Like it's stuff I've never even seen before.
Yeah, I think what you're referring. Yeah, go on. Go on, Ian. Yes.
In Orlando, there's actually a care home for those people. It's called the Russell Home, and every year they have like a ballerina presentation, and they get all these like old girls with little lemon-sized heads to go do like ballet on stage and shit. Like it's so fucking cute. It's so fucking cute.
I could go my entire life without ever witnessing that experience. Just the thought of that has me so upset.
I heard like John Waters flies down to Orlando every year.
I bet.
Wait, who?
John Waters. Who else?
Who the fuck's that?
John Waters. Oh, just look his name up. You'll find out more than you ever want to know. Yeah.
John Waters is a legend. I actually met John Waters in Orlando once.
I bet you did. And this is the kind of person you do not want going to Disney. So tell us about this, Ian. Yes, you gave him the tour, right?
Yeah. When John Waters did his second when he did his second like comedy tour thing.
This guy, holy shit.
Yeah. Oh, God, I love.
Yeah, I don't want to be chilling with this guy. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you.
So he walks up to me and he's like, "You got a question?" And I was like, "Man, I just want to tell you that in Polyester, the cake eating bit was the greatest fat girl joke ever in cinema history." And everybody in the audience was like, "Oh my God, he said fat girl and stuff, and blah, 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 blah." But if you ever watch Polyester and you see the cake eating scene, you'll get the joke.
Yeah, thank you. Now I'm feeling like I want to die. I feel the way Heather felt. This is like, I know why she feels this way. This is like, oh my God, Ian. It's some things it's just best not to share. So after that, did you like take him
Yeah,
on a
I'm
tour?
sure he was thrilled that you pointed that out in public. I mean, he probably was like finally got over the controversy, but then he brought it back up.
Yes.
Anyway,
Ian's good for that. Right.
Right,
But then again, Nemo, what the fuck happened to Nemo? I mean, has he ever gotten well? I mean, he's not responsive.
I've been giving him counseling about what to do, so hopefully he said he's improving. So
Oh, okay. But
I've been giving him assistance in the background.
Oh, good. So, but because he hasn't shown up, and I'm worried about him. And but
I hope he's okay.
Is he? Brendan, is he okay? So much? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I
he's
guess.
getting better. He's getting better.
Okay.
But he
Poor
got
guy.
hit by something gnarly like the rest of these people. So
Yeah, no, it's the COVID tsunami. Like I said, no, it's out there, people. It's real. You can't just wish it away. But in his case, what was the trip? It was when we brought up bringing up controversies again, and just he did that, of course, when just the other day, Ian. I don't know if you were aware of this, but you came on and you were trying to show Troy you're not racist. You said, "Look, I got this black chick working with me as a co-worker."
So full of shit. No,
Yeah.
I did not. I didn't do that. No,
I got the jungle fever, Troy. Look at this. Yeah, I want this chick, and then you introduced us to your co-worker, the cook, and this guy's got enough dreadlocks with it. We could have given him the predator mask, and but then that's when Nemo jumps in at that moment.
That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. Yeah, you were online with your friend.
All your black crew. Your black crew.
Yeah.
No, I just answered the fucking phone in the middle of the restaurant. That's all I did.
No, it wasn't you. It was what Nemo said. He was like, did you know that it was an African that did all those stabbings in England? A Nigerian, no less. And he's like, it's typical for them or something crazy like that. And we were just like, dude, like, where's timing ever?
Yeah. It was like this. It was like basically the way
we're like trying to be cordial and say, oh yeah, welcome to the show, and then Nemo's in the background like typical Africans.
Yeah. Did you hear about who killed all the three of those little white girls? Those three little innocent white girls? Yeah. Some black guy from Africa, that's what. Yeah.
It's literally that.
Yeah, just as Ian is introducing us.
It's like in defense of being racist. It was bad.
Yeah, yes. Just as Ian was introducing us to, see, Troy, I'm not racist. Here's my bro. Here's my bride. Here's my sister. Here's my sister I want to fuck. Yeah, take that, Troy. That's what Ian was saying.
You're so bad. No. Yeah. Troy Bellamy, he's lying about everything. That is not true. All I did was answer the call in the middle of the restaurant, and then two of my coworkers who happened to be black were with me.
Yeah, along with every other worker in the place, practically. Yes.
Come on.
You stood out like a cue ball.
I mean, it's a Waffle House in Mississippi. It's kind of like there's no option.
Yeah. They only hired Ian so they could say they weren't racist. That was the whole reason he got hired.
Well, he was the only one that has a rap sheet that makes him qualified.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't look at your experience. They look at your
rap sheet.
Record.
Yeah, that's right. Your criminal record.
Everything you've heard about Waffle House is true.
Teeth still.
Wait, what?
I said, no, they look at your teeth to make sure they look at your mouth to make sure you have all your teeth before you get hired on there.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if it's like. Did you mean that as like a meth joke or as a slavery joke?
No, just like a typical white trash joke, But anyway.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, and so Heather, are you done chanting? Just curious. I bet she's probably going to be chanting away the rest of the night.
Hopefully she's in the zone. I mean, that would actually restore.
Help. It would help.
It's like restorative, yeah.
Yes. So such being said, Aristides, are you still with us? Yes. I wish he'd be more talkative. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Ian, maybe you could send Aristides some Adderall so he can get through these transmissions.
All right, you can message me for the address, but
Yeah.
no, I'm here. I'm happy you guys are going on. I'm just like kind of attending to stuff around the house. So
Understood. Okay.
yeah, but I'm here. I'm
Okay.
listening to everything said. I just sent an email message, just checking on them.
Excellent.
So,
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate
And
it.
he's been battling parasites in the chat, so that's nice.
Thank you. Thank
Or whatever
you.
you called them.
Yes. Yes. They just the parasite's a good name for them. And by the way, when I was writing what I did that I sent to Brendan and Aristides, I sent them something where I said the parasites have parasites. I want people to know that's what threw me off into this haunted space when Ian West said this last year or the year before, when Ian West said, basically was saying the parasites have parasites. It threw me all the way back to Letterman Army Medical Center. And hopefully that clarifies why I went into that zone. Of course, what took me out of the zone at that time was Brooke Gibson, who then asked Ian how long he had been doing speed, crack, meth, all the rest of that. Of course, our dear Pixie Princess Star Fox is bringing up fentanyl inside of the chat room because I guess that's where it's at these days. And damn, she's going on.
I love that girl.
Yes.
I love her. She is there. There's a star. When I saw her, I said, "There's a star right there."
Yes. Yeah. Yes, we love you, Pixie, and yes, she's going on there in the chat. She's holding a three-way conversation with herself. And that IPA is some vicious shit. And I'm gonna.
Yeah, Ian, she's more medicated than you are.
Yeah.
Something.
I envy her
Yeah,
so much.
I bet.
Yes. Yeah. See, Ian didn't have the money.
I could see you living in a house like that.
Yeah.
That's like that's the Ian house for sure.
Yeah. I don't know. Have you seen her house, Ian? Yeah. Tell him, Brendan. Describe the house. Describe what it looked like. There's no describing it.
It was like
I saw her
if you
place.
took what? If you took like some haunted Scooby-Doo house off the side of the road by a bayou, and then added a bunch of rave lights.
Yes.
And then added a bunch of voodoo dolls just scattered. That's what the house looked like.
Yes.
And that's not even doing it justice. That's like a brief summary.
Yeah. That's just like
it's like something
sketch.
that the Scooby-Doo crew would find, and then like you like add like crazy lights.
Yeah, that Blake, constantly. It's endless. It's like, and also don't forget the man she lives with, literally cut hair from her black cat so that he could cast spells. He literally clipped hair from her black cat to cast spells. I mean, this is where she's at right now, and no doubt it was a binding spell to try and bind her, because that's it makes perfect sense. Cat, pussy, I'm binding my pussy, and then he's like, trying to keep her there from leaving. Yeah, I'm not kidding. That's the logic that you would have with this. And so
I mean, should we mention what you sent earlier? I mean, or is that something proprietary? Because
go ahead and mention it. Yeah.
Okay, I was like how could you be sending people instructions about invocation and an evocation? It's like I was shocked. I was like, Doug is revealing too much.
It's like,
but then I realized you probably weren't sending it out publicly.
No, it's not public. But at the same time, Peter doesn't want to put it in the book. Maybe that's for the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's like not enough information, but it also would like people like JMO would be like jacking off to it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Yeah.
But I like what you did there. That was good.
Thank you.
Good summer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, just
maybe you should do like a reverse banishing on yourself or something. or excuse me, a banishing just in general. How come you guys never tried that? You just didn't care, or beyond? Like Q was just like, yeah, he's fine, like there's not much we could do, there's nothing left to do.
You think that fucker cared? Fucker didn't care.
Well, I mean, so what it was like if we're going by the Dietrich lore, right?
Yeah.
Like you were written off because of that. Like he didn't at least try to fix it. You know?
No, just wrote it off.
Right. It was just like, oh, too bad. Yeah. So.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And
it definitely sounds difficult to banish an angel, but
yes, yeah, it's pretty much impossible. I mean, that's it's like the anti-God situations I was describing. It's just they just leave them like that. They just leave them like that. So it's
yeah. Well, what you described about Yog-Sothoth and all these creatures, it makes sense why JMO was all fucked up.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he couldn't even reach like an iota of their truth.
Thank you.
Anything.
Thank you. So, he's still dealing with.
It was basically all like what would be like what would be the word for it? Like these like dregs. Not even their servitors, but the parasites of their parasites.
Thank you. That's what it was. That's what
what JMO was reaching, and he was like, "I'm gaining power."
Yeah. That's exactly what it was.
Basically, like the shit that they step on in the morning.
Yes, it's true. It's true. He's literally eating the shit of their shit eaters. It's like they're shit eaters. He's eating the shit of those shit eaters. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the droppings.
And he's like, "I'm gaining power."
Oh, it's just pathetic.
Yeah.
Pathetic. And it brings you back to what Ian was witnessing with poor Sean. Sean's out there trying to push himself like he's somebody who's had some experience. The poor guy,
stick or something. That's what he's trying to pass himself off as.
As what? What was it?
A wise old mystic.
Oh, Jesus Christ! He doesn't even have the beard. All he has is this red face from drinking that he gets. Jesus.
He's a goddamn bullshit artist. Like I read his facial.
I think you're complimenting him. I think you're complimenting the poor bastard.
You're implying that it's like that it's contrived. I agree with Doug.
Dude's
lost.
Yeah, the guy's just lost. He's like a like one of those guys on the street who's mumbling to himself. He just happened to inherit a home with a gym, and he's lucky. The only thing
in the middle of San Francisco.
Yeah, something like that. No, he's out in the middle of some bumfuck area of some place. I forgot what it was, but it's like
he said San Francisco when he interviewed you.
Maybe he did. I blanked it out. What made me so? Let's put it this way. We're talking about somebody who has a gym in his home. This shows you how big his home is. And he's got I was just working out in the gym, and I thought he meant he was like going outside to a gym, but it turned out it's shit in his home. That alone makes me resent him. But then you're talking about a guy who's like,
and anywhere in the Bay Area, that's like even people with money don't have that.
Yeah, thank you.
That's like impossible.
Yeah, he's just like somebody who's like inherited so much money, and yet he's already burnt, and he's like just trying to pay the mortgage is what I think he's trying to do, pay the mortgage in his home. And so he's just trying to get people to contribute to him and donate to him. And this one poor young lady whose name I'm forgetting at the moment, probably for the best, but she was always nice to me, but she paid him for one of his fortune tellings or whatever. And she said he told her nothing of consequence. And I'm like, oh my God, why did you fall for his shit? He's like just trying to, and he just gets out there and he's like, talking to people about his drug experiences as if there's some deep religious experience. Poor bastard.
He was telling you about his. He's like, I was contacting ancient dragons and shit.
Oh God.
And you were just like, oh, okay.
And just waited for him to like shut up so I could go back to talking. I mean,
then you went back to your like line of thinking. Arc.
Thank you. But just to give to some people, because I got a question about this now. A question came to me in the email, and they were asking about what I was saying about Brandon Young. And I do want people to understand, this is why I despise Brandon Young so much. Understand, again, Arthur Middleton Young was this incredibly wealthy man who invented, quote unquote, the Bell helicopter. It was really the Young helicopter, but he sold it to Bell Technologies. And then he wound up working for Bell. And basically, this is during World War II. He married this chick in 1933 named Priscilla Page. And then what happened was the war, and he saw this as his big opportunity to push the Edomite agenda. He was always an Edomite cultist, and probably got hints as to how to build the helicopter from his Edomite, shall we say, fugés, entering a fugé state. And then what happened was, with the development of nuclear weapons, he decided to use that, like everybody else did, as man's at a turning point, man is at a crossroads, and we can all annihilate ourselves, which is all bullshit. It's all a lie. There was nothing that man could do with nuclear weapons at that point that would go anywhere near destroying the world, and it never has reached that point. But at any rate, in 1946, he started writing these notes and recording them about what he called a psychopter, if you can believe that shit. That's a line of bullshit. That's where somebody is actually contriving. And this was supposed to be the helicopter as the wing itself, the metaphor for the human spirit. So in October of 1947, about a year after Aquino was born, and the imperfect Antichrist had entered the world, rather the harbinger thereof, as Aquino felt himself to be, Bell then said, I need money to really get the ball rolling. And so he divorced from Priscilla and immediately married. I mean, like, divorced her and immediately married this chick, Ruth Forbes Bain, the heiress to the Forbes fortune, which brought an incalculable amount of money into his life. And she was a member of the Boston Forbes family, which, if people don't know, they're known as the Boston Brahmins. And that means that one of the relatives of Brandon Young is John Forbes Carey. You know, John Kerry, who ran for president. And so, so here's this guy who marries the great-granddaughter of Ralph Waldo Emerson. And that's this, Mr. Young. And he marries the heiress to the Forbes fortune, who, was the granddaughter of Ralph Emerson, the poet. And then what happened was that she was formerly married to a guy named George Lyman Payne Jr., and that's the kid who came in to beat her ass up as soon as Michael Anthony Young died. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, Arthur Middleton Young, sorry about that, Arthur Middleton Young, because I'm getting his name confused with some of these other people involved with the whole drama. But Arthur Middleton Young, he became, of course, very obsessed with immortality, started sacrificing young virgins, all this shit. And with that, when he married the Forbes heiress, and basically they never really had kids, the child that she already had was from another marriage, but yet she took the name of Mr. Young. And so this is where it got kind of confusing. But when it came to Michael Payne, he was, get this shit, the son of this chick who was married, Ruth Forbes Payne. He's the son of Ruth Forbes Payne, the one who married Arthur Middleton Young, the Bell helicopter freak. And Michael Payne was, how would I say this? When Ruth Forbes was married to George Lyman Payne Jr., their son Michael Payne married a chick named Ruth Hyde Payne. And she was a friend of Lee Harvey Oswald's Russian wife, Marina, who was living with her at the time of the JFK assassination. This is why Peter Levenda said Brandon Young's family was involved with the JFK assassination, was because right before JFK got framed, he told Marina to go live with the Ruth Hyde Payne, who was the wife of Brandon Young's father. So that means that Brandon Young's father was in on it, because his own wife said, oh, come here and live with me in a safe house. You don't want to be with your husband for what's going down. Because, both, Lee Harvey Oswald knew he was going to take a fall. He knew he was going to be framed. He told her to go live with this chick. And the same chick also told her, come stay here as a safe house, and we'll protect you while everything goes down. And they vouched for her while, the government was going to put her against the wall and set up a firing squad, because she's a Russian who they felt was the handler of Lee Harvey Oswald. The only thing that stopped her from being charged at all was Brandon Young's family. This is why Peter Levin said that his family was involved with the JFK assassination, and that's why he got all upset and tried to contact me. So
right, that's why he was obsessed early on with the JFK thing.
Yeah,
asking you about it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And so, you know,
and he kept alluding to how he's like, my lineage has a lot of stuff going on. Like, he kept alluding to it, but he would never bring up anything.
Yeah, he would never bring up anything of any substance. So basically, by 1949, the Franklin Institute awarded Arthur Middleton Young, his stepfather, Brandon Young's stepfather, the Edward Longstreth Medal. And by this time, Young was an openly avowed Edomite believer in the Nine, a group of entities that psychics of the 1950s claimed represented the 9 creator gods of ancient Egypt. And in 1952, Young and his wife, Ruth, the Forbes heiress, they organized the Foundation for the Study of Consciousness in Philadelphia, which was the forerunner of Berkeley, California's Institute for the Study of Consciousness, come 1972. And that same year, Young and Ruth attended and participated in all these seances, initiating the first contact with the Nine, via the Roundtable Foundation, which is, of course, established by this Croatian son of a bitch named Andrija Puharic, who was actually born Henry Karel Puharic, and he was the guy who brought us that stupid Jewish spoonbender, Uri Geller, from Israel. So, significantly, these 9, through their mediums, stated they were really extraterrestrials from the Sirius star system. And Arthur Young was the handler of this guy named Temple, who wrote The Sirius Mystery. All this guy wrote in the book The Sirius Mystery was all the shit he got from Arthur Young. And the 9 themselves, of course, were all based on Aleister Crowley, who, of course, influenced L. Ron Hubbard and, consequently, Peter Moon. So you see how incestuous all of this is. But then what happened was that when
which is why he also knew Peter. Like, he was asking about Peter too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and
that's how he also
they spoke in person.
As a matter of fact, he asked Peter to set him up with the safe house. He wanted to move in with Peter when he got in so much trouble with Diane Lapierre. When he thought, oh, Diane Lapierre loves me, and then her husband pulled a Liam Nielsen on him and said, I will hunt you down, I will find you, I will kill you. And then he's like, move. yeah. Then he was running, Peter, help me and shit. But at any rate, when, like I said, when Arthur Middleton Young died, and Michael Payne shows up and starts beating his mother up, the woman who was his care provider said, called him out, and he said, go to the police, see what it'll get you, and it got her nowhere. Just like when she reported all the virgin sacrifices and shit, got her nowhere. In the end, he beat his mother after forcing her, while still cognizant, to sign over power of attorney. Then he beat her into brain death and put her into the hospice. And then he took all that enormous amount of money from both the Bell fortune, the Bell helicopter fortune of Arthur Middleton Young, and the Forbes fortune. And here's this guy, is the father of Brandon fucking Young. And Young's hanging out with me, asking me for help with Peter Levinda. And all this time, not a single penny in contributions has ever come from Brandon Young. You know what really pisses me off is that here's a guy who purchases a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, takes a photo of himself in front of it, doesn't contribute a penny in all the years I've known him to me. Not a single goddamn penny. This is, yes, I resent him for that. This guy really is, Brandon Young really is beneath shit. He really is beneath shit. He's not a single redeeming iota or molecule in that son of a bitch. And he's just so repulsive. He came on my show, causes chaos.
And it's not like you wanted the money for nothing. You gave him information for like 10 years.
Yeah, for 10 years. I was patient with this guy's insanities. His
like, you broke down everything about what's the H.P. Lovecraft, to the detail.
Thank you.
Just for him specifically.
Yeah. And not a single fucking penny from this cheap chintzy son of a bitch. And then he comes on my show and then pulls this shit about, yeah, the Chinese are plucking the shells off turtles. And I said, did you ever take your kids on a field trip to school? Because he teaches young kids. And you saw turtle skeletons, right? Yeah. Well, that means they're vertebrates. Vertebrates don't have shells. Only invertebrates have shells. You can't take the shell off a turtle because it's not a shell. It's his rib cage. And that means they'd just be gut spewing all over the place. It wouldn't be a marketable commodity. There's no such thing as shellless turtles. So this fucker's teaching kids. And then, tell them, but the Satanists saved us from those Chinese sadists. Yeah, I mean, this is, he's stupid. He's filthy rich, completely an idiot. I mean, you just want to kill him, honestly. If you're out there, Brandon Young, I'm glad you're disintegrating in front of us. You are disintegrating. You are spiraling. You deserve it. I hope you die as you will, alone and afraid and in terrible pain. This is so disgusting. It literally, he's beyond Jambo the Reese Monkey and these other losers like Salman Sheikh and Trampus Nicholson. He's worse than all of them in his own way because of this incredible privilege. This incredible privilege that enabled him to get away with just being a total nothing, a total failure. Any other thoughts, Brendan, on this? I mean, it's just, I could go on.
Just other than I'm not him.
Yes.
Not really. I don't have any.
Thank you. And
because every show that I appear on, that always ends up happening where some unknown person is always like, he's the guy that has a huge trust fund but keeps complaining about his life. And it's like, no, my life's actually fucked up.
Yes, thank you. You're dealing with truly fucked up people.
Like,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm dealing with just crazies and my own family, and they've never given me a dime.
Yes, thank you.
And then they're straight up telling me play by play, like, yeah, we're gonna sell the grandpa's house, and then once my money's stabilized, I'm gonna put it into this new house. Obviously, like, telling me I'm not getting shit from my dead father.
They're rubbing it in your face. They're rubbing it in your face, and while they're rubbing your face in it, then they tell you how you didn't make the right decisions in life, how you're not striving, you're not applying
and
yourself.
Accusing me of being in a cult because I do like Vedic practices. Yeah. He's like, you're a slave to that cult. You do everything they say for you to do and all this shit. I'm like, holy shit, these fucking evil.
I mean, they haven't even seen what a cult is.
That's what I was telling him. I was like, I know exactly what a cult is because I've seen it.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're in one. I'm like, it's definitely not a cult.
No, it's definitely not a cult because you've got no set time to appear at some set place for your programming. Right. It's not like those fucking idiots. But it's like, tell them this is a culture, not a cult. What you are conveying is culture, not cultism. Thank you.
Yeah, but they don't understand. They're just stupid.
They're too stupid. Yeah.
They're like, they see someone out there like trying to evolve and improve themselves, and that's like the worst thing possible. It's like, when you put crabs in a bucket. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
And the crabs can't get out of the bucket because they keep pulling the other crabs.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyone that wants to improve themselves and everyone else around you immediately turns against you.
Yeah, it's so true.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, but what's so offensive about it is that when it came to someone like Brandon Young, it was how he was always saying, I'm an investigator of darkness. I'm investigating all this. It's what he kept saying. He's just a cultist of the darkness. He truly is just a satanic cultist, claimed he was an investigator, wanted to be
He's pretty much just become Golemized. Like, he's not even, like, respectable anymore.
Yes. Well, he never was, but we gave him that respect because we're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt as a victim. But he's really, when you think of all the money he had all this time, we have this multi-billionaire in our midst who is exploiting us.
He was personally tutored by Noam Chomsky and all this shit. Like, he literally told us that.
Yes.
I was personally tutored by Noam Chomsky.
No,
I'm not joking. He told us for it.
It's true. Tell him, Brendan. There was footage, actually. There was actual footage.
Footage of him and Noam looking like chums. And then, but he told us that he personally tutored him from age like 11 to 15 or something.
Yeah,
for years.
Yeah.
Yes, for years and years. He told us that.
Yeah. Because
I
they.
had no fucking clue.
What's that, Ian?
I had no fucking clue.
Yeah. No, there you go. And so you're talking
Well, this
about.
was years ago. He hasn't brought it up recently.
Yeah, because as he's gotten more and more demented because of his brain injury and because of the, his continual slide into further and further incoherence, there's a lot. I don't think he recalls, Brendan. I don't think Brendan recalls. Brandon, there I go again. Shit, I did that the other day, and I'm ashamed of myself for doing it. And I swear to God, it's the Gang Stalkers.
No, keep everyone on their toes.
Yeah, keep everyone on their toes. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Maybe I am Brandon.
I can't believe they think the two of you sound alike. Yeah, because
yeah, I don't understand that.
Yeah, Brandon
Because at
slurs.
least, like, I go through phases of sounding different.
Yes, thank you.
Brandon Young just kind of always sounding like this.
Yeah, he's slurring. He's slurring.
Yeah.
And sometimes he came on really drunk, and that's when.
And then he did like the Squidward laugh.
Yeah, that's right. What do you call it? Squidward?
The Squidward from SpongeBob laugh.
Yes. That's what it is. That's what he's got. Squidward. Yes. So I always wondered how do I categorize his laugh? What little laugh there is, because I consciously didn't recognize he was laughing at all for years. Yeah, until
yeah, that's the joke. Squidward's like always an asshole, and then when he actually laughs, like it sounds like as if he,
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like he's laughing. He's just
yes,
blank.
I remember now.
Blank
He's
laugh.
the guy who's almost human. He's like a bald old man. He looks like a bald old man.
Yeah, Squidward is the bald guy with the huge nose.
Yeah,
that works with SpongeBob, and he's always pissed off because he has to work.
Yeah.
With him. Yeah. So I'm like SpongeBob. He's like Squidward.
Yeah, that's right. There we are. And
although that's not how I would like to identify. But we'll
yeah,
just
I
stick with
understand. Well, that makes Ian West the starfish guy, right? The jelly guy with.
If Ian's Patrick, then
I've never watched it. Never watched it.
Ian's Patrick. Ian's Patrick.
That's the most offensive one, but it's okay.
You gotta watch it, Ian. You gotta watch it.
Yeah.
You won't be bothered. You'll think it's cool. You'll say, "Oh, that's all right."
Hey.
Yeah, just get really blasted one day and just put on a marathon. It all makes sense.
Binge. Yeah, binge.
I'm like, Doug, I reminded him of a starfish. Let me put this on.
Is he a starfish? Because he's all gelatinous and shit. So I don't know what he
He's
is.
a starfish. Yeah, he's a starfish. The pink guy's a starfish. And I mean, Steven Hellenberg was a total mind control victim. Like that guy, the creator of SpongeBob, was for sure.
Oh, no doubt. Poor bastard. Yeah.
Like one of those
Probably
like
haven't got
Nickelodeon dregs.
Yeah. Ian, do something about your audio. Every time Ian talks, it comes across as like, God damn.
That sounds like Patrick.
Yeah.
How about now?
A
Does it sound
little
good
better.
now?
A little better. Are you lying down while you're talking? Like, are you at home lying down or something?
No, I'm outside getting eaten up by fucking mosquitoes. That's what I'm doing.
You don't want to do that. You'll get the West Nile virus like Anthony Fauci did.
Yeah.
That's how he got it. He said he got it
Where
from
the hell was Fauci that he was getting that shit?
mosquito.
Like,
He
he's
said
obvious-
he said mosquito. He said it was a
Dude,
mosquito.
got
A mosquito from where? Was he in West
Right here in
Africa
the
looking
US.
for new pandemics? or
No, it was right here in the U.S. He said the mosquito season's so bad here in the U.S. I've caught West Nile, and he's been hospitalized for it. So they said, see, West Nile's in the U.S. now. Yeah. Here's Aristides. He's got it too.
Yeah, no, it's because Fauci was like he wasn't careful when he was down there screwing around in the secret biolab for their like engineering like West Nile. He caught it from there.
What? Why, Aristides? Why are you reinforcing their delusions?
Like those conspiracies are the best because it's just implying like someone drops a vial or something. you
Yeah.
know?
Well, I
Like,
mean,
what?
it happens. It happens historically. I told you about Don Mastic. Aristides, do you know the story of Don Mastic?
Yeah. Well, that's assuming Fauci's actually working. You
Yeah,
know that fucker's just
that's
on
true.
it.
He was.
He's on like
Yeah.
the government version of welfare where they just get millions for doing nothing.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
The elite's version of welfare where you just get like, your bank account direct deposits like in the multi-millions and shit.
Yeah. So, Ian West, do you remember the story of Don Mastic?
No. I don't even remember that name.
Okay.
No.
So Aristides, if you can come back on, I want you on when you hear this, because Aristides is an engineer. He'll appreciate this. And so Aristides, here's the story of Don Mastic.
I'm
Yeah,
listening.
basically when they were building the plutonium bomb, which was the American domestic bomb, was the actual bomb the Americans built, was Fat Man. Of course, it got the name Fat Man, perfect for an American bomb, right? But anyhow, so when the Americans were building the plutonium bomb and they were gathering this plutonium from all over the world, at that point in time, this was the only plutonium that existed on the surface of the world that they knew of. They were amassing it all together to build this stupid bomb, and everybody involved with this project was so irresponsible. It doesn't even. It's like. It's indefensible. It's just everybody was so irresponsible. It's like what the bomb had what they called the demon core, and there was a doctor who wrote a book about the bomb called Nowhere to Hide. And he described when he walked into the lab, literally a physicist just threw it at him, said, "Here, catch!" and threw him this, ball. And he caught it and almost fell back. And only because of his experience of being in a gym and playing with medicine balls did he regain his balance. But it turned out that's the demon core. The fucker literally threw him the demon core. "Here, catch!" just so he'd be impressed by how heavy the demon core was, because it was much, much heavier than its appearance. Because it's, plutonium. And this is how they were behaving. And one of these physicists was so fucking stupid, he would take the demon core apart and then kind of draw it closer and closer together because he liked the sound of the static. He had this masturbatory charge, to use an entendre, just by getting off on the fact that he could make the demon core static, produce static, and he said he was meditating to it. And in the film, they make him look like a hero, like somehow the demon core gets parted and he's trying to prevent it from meeting so the bomb doesn't blow, and therefore puts his arm in the middle of it and then begins to disintegrate alive. That's how they portray it in the film. In reality, he brought it on himself because he's just doing this masturbatorily, and then at one point he put them too close together and the entire room turned Cherenkov blue, which is a shade of blue no one ever wants to see. And that's when he began to disintegrate alive. And so this is how they behaved. And in context of that, Don Mastic at one point was handling a test tube with all the world's known supply of plutonium. And he started dancing on the table. He started tap dancing on the table. La, 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 look what I can do. And it shattered. It shattered in his hand. And because he's on a table and he was holding the test tube up in the air, it all falls down on him while he was inhaling because he was dancing. So he's breathing hard. So he inhaled the entire world's known supply of plutonium. And then they said, well, we got to get it out of your shit now because it's all inside of him. So they kept feeding him diuretics, these, what do you call laxatives? They kept feeding him laxatives so he could shit. And then they had to boil his shit to get the plutonium. All of this is true. All of this is documented. And it smelled so bad, it stank up the whole camp of Los Alamos, a city of scientists, to the point where they said, you got to get rid of the son of a bitch. And as soon as the Marines had captured, I think it was Tinian Island. What was the island? They called it Manhattan Island later because it looked like Manhattan. And but I think it was Tinian Island that they had captured. When the Marines captured this one island in the Pacific from where they ultimately launched the plutonium bomb, it took off from that island. They basically had to have this guy shipped there. As soon as the Marines captured it, they had this guy shipped there, Don Mastic, so that he could keep shitting and they could keep boiling his shit to isolate out the plutonium to build the bomb, which they then, flew back to the United States to have compromised into the bomb, or, basically integrated into the bomb system. So everything, when that bomb dropped, it had all the plutonium in it had been through Don Mastic's intestinal tract, every single molecule of it. And Don Mastic, unbelievably, lived to be 100 years old. So I guess we should all do that. But at any rate, that's the story of Don Mastic. And of course, people find it unbelievable. They won't believe, but it's all true. Everything I said is just true. And so there you go. That's the story of Don Mastic. And it just goes to show you just how fucked up history truly is and how nobody behaves heroically.
Yeah, it was Tinian.
Tinian, thank you.
Tinian Island on the North Marianas.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And also the beach on that island is called Cthulhu.
Yeah, of course. Oh, thank you. I never knew that. Oh my fucking
Yeah,
god!
I'll send you the screenshot. I was
Holy
gonna
shit!
try to double take. I was like, of course that's what it's called.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That's mind blowing. That is fucking mind blowing. And it's that's fuck. We got to get that into the book. Holy shit! Yeah, gotta tell Peter about that. He's like, he doesn't like what I write. Peter just doesn't like it. You know, when I write all this stuff that you read and reviewed, he just looks at first. He looks at it, he says, "This is a mess." And then it's like, then he reads it, and it's like, I can't get into it. It's like, whatever. It just is what it is. So there you go with that.
The problem is it takes intelligence to read.
Thank you. You gotta work. Yes, you gotta work at it.
Yeah, it takes work to read.
Yes, it's true.
Maybe it's because I've been reading it for a long time now. I can read through.
Yeah.
And actually, the Dietrich is my preferred
Thank
style,
you.
Just because it gives enough detail where I don't have to go look anything up.
Thank you. That was the idea.
And it also flavors with like the international languages and everything.
Thank you.
It's more my style.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Thank you.
It's a style, I hate calling myself smart, but it's a style for people with intelligence. I don't know what else to say.
Thank you. It's true. Yes. I appreciate that profoundly. And yes, it's one of these things where your average person looks at it and they just turn away. But it's a, shall we say, a litmus test. It's a litmus test. It's its own ward. It's its own ward. Like an occult object, it protects itself. You know, the uninitiated will not look at it. They just say, "Oh, I can't handle this." So there you go. And what I will do is take a short break, and I will be back. And God knows what I'm going to do. Thank you for that screenshot, Brendan. Bless you. I'll download that immediately, even before I leave.
Well, yes, I agree. Yeah, it's its own ward, and it blocks the AI from trolling and spoofing your articles and everything else.
That's true. Thank you. That's
right.
That's
why when it spoops your info, it gets the dates wrong and shit.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yes, it's true.
Yeah. And what do you make of that? The way they name that beach, it doesn't sound Pacific Islander to me.
No, this is a culture. Yeah.
Kulu Beach.
Yeah.
And like you said, it has like missing vowels anyways, so they did that deliberately.
Yeah, they did. Chulu Beach. Fuck them. They're just such pieces of shit. I hate them. Yeah, and it's so true. I'm mind blown, and at the same time, it confirms so much. It confirms so much, honestly, and should have been in the fucking book. But at the same time, nobody would have got it because we weren't bringing up Cthulhu in the book. We're bringing it up in this book, so we need to bring that. I mean, this needs to be entered into the book. So let me. I'll send this to Peter Moon. If he asks me what it is, then I'll remember what to tell him. It's, let me see here if I can navigate my way.
So you're telling me that's where they launched the nuke from?
Yes, that's right.
Both of them.
Yeah, well, certainly the Nagasaki bomb, which was of course the Fat Man bomb, which was supposed to be the more important bomb, and of course they fucked up 8 Ways to Sunday, and the Japanese fought them off from where they were supposed to bomb, which was the Kokoda complex, which was the main arsenal of Japan. They were trying to bomb that, and the Japanese, put a bullet through there. With a bunch of interceptors came up, they got bullets through there. Fuel tank, which then flooded the bomb bay with all this highly flammable, high-octane aviation fuel. And, then they wound up chickening out and said, oh, we got to retreat. And then they wound up just dropping the bomb in a panic to get it off the plane because it was going to blow. And that's how they dropped it over Nagasaki, which ruined the effect because the valley around Nagasaki deflected 90% of the bomb's energy, and it wound up doing none of the damage it was supposed to do. So there you go with that. You know the whole story, but go on. And
then they named the beach Cthulhu Beach.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
I wonder if that was before or after.
I bet it was before. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee you that at that point Cthulhu was known at that point, even in popular culture. So that was even though
if you look if you look above, it says Obion and Lalao, which both sound Polynesian.
Yeah.
And then this one's just called Kulu.
Yeah.
Kuhulu.
Yeah.
Kuhulu Beach.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, motherfuckers, and that Cho shit. You know, Peter was tripping off it. Bite like you mean it. Yeah.
Wait, what?
That's the Cho thing you sent me. The Cho image where they say bite like you mean it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Be in the know on all
Be in
things,
the-
Cho.
Yeah, be in the know on all things Cho. Yeah, that's like they're just casting spells and shit.
Yeah, and not only that, but eliminating Asia completely from their map, like it didn't exist, because of course they can't sell it in Asia, because that'd be like saying this is Satan's chocolate. It'd be like trying to sell Satan's chocolate in Asia and shit. Asians wouldn't buy it.
Yeah,
so-
like their marketing is geared 100% towards white people. There's no, you're right. There's no Asian that would ever buy that.
Yeah, that's right. It'd be
Not
like,
even, we're excluding the price point. Here too.
Yeah.
Chinese people ain't gonna buy a $5 bar of chocolate.
No. But then the Japanese bought the company just so they can fuck America over more because they're immune to the Cho. Yeah, that's So
Yeah, I wonder if the Japanese bought it just to like keep them in check. They were like, this shit's getting out of hand.
Yeah, there's
it's
that. Plus, like I said, it's half an anthropological study, and it's half to fuck the Americans over. They're probably gonna, really fund them and cut them loose. Yeah. Not only that, it was probably Yakuza. Yakuza were involved because all the drugs involved.
Right.
This way they, get a cut.
Yeah, Glencoe has always been a shady company. I can only imagine what's going on in the background there.
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
You know, like the Pocky sticks. Like
Oh yeah, those things. Who I can't stand those things. They don't even
like
taste
little
good.
kids. The only people I've ever known that like it are like little kids. I think it's made for children.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. No adult wants that shit.
And the backstory is like, they wanted to make a chocolate that wouldn't melt, so they put it on a breadstick.
Oh God. Yeah, talk about ridiculous. And
Who knows?
Okay, let me see if I can get this out of downloads. That's what I'm looking for. Downloads. Here we are. And okay, now upload that.
You're
to
downloading Cthulhu Beach.
Yeah, I'm uploading it to Peter Moon so that he can swim there. That would be nice. That would be talk about SpongeBob. Yeah, that he would be like.
Oh yeah, that's a good point that you brought up SpongeBob. So Bikini Bottom is actually supposed to be by a Bikini Atoll.
That's right. It's supposed to be Bikini Atoll. Yeah.
So that whole Bikini Bottom is supposed to be like an irradiated zone.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Where all the fish mutated. That's the joke.
Yeah, that's the joke.
So Stephen Hellenberg was like in the Navy or something.
Yeah.
Like actually.
Yeah,
that's
that makes
why
sense.
his whole show was nautical themed and his mind was all warped and shit.
Yeah, that explains everything. That explains everything. Of course. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Ian, you're on pause. You all right there, Ian? Ian, you okay? Yeah, poor guy. Probably getting chewed out.
Right.
Hold on, Star Fox is calling me. Holy shit! This guy's getting off. I mean, he's doing phone sex while we're on here. That's cool. Yeah.
Who, Ian?
Yeah, because he's with Star Fox. Yeah, and you know what she does for a living.
Yeah.
You like how?
Well,
might as
well merge the calls.
Merge the calls. What about?
But Ian, keep your camera off.
Well, Ian keep his camera off. But I hope Star Fox comes on. That's all right. But what about? Like that. How Peter brought that up with Marina Sarin. It was totally Freudian slip.
That was bad.
Yes.
That one was pretty
cringe fest. Everything was. Every other word was orgy and orgasm, and
he's like, "You're pretty sexual." He said,
"Yeah, you're hypersexual." He said,
"You're
hypersexualized."
Holy shit!
Hypersexualized. Then of course, then what did he say about? I mean,
let's put it. She's pretty mild. I mean,
yeah,
she's pretty tame.
Yes. And then he was like saying, it's not like she does what Pixie and Brooke do. She doesn't get on camera with us and give us nipple flashes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, I wish she did, but, can't have everything. But with Pete...
I was trying to stay classy.
You like how Pete said, you're modeling. He brought that up at one point and said, you're modeling, for lack of a better word.
Modeling.
Yeah, you're modeling. Yeah. and you're very pretty. You're very pretty. It's just like, come on, man.
That one was like a whole, I don't know how to say it without sounding like it's an innuendo, but it was like a whole like cascade of...
It just wouldn't stop.
Depression.
Yeah. Just came out. Jesus, it's like, I guess he was still
and he was conflating. What was it? Orgasm with orgy.
Yeah. And then
That was
then he,
pretty intense.
oh, how about you like the part where then we stimulated his third eye, and I said, look, this is getting a little graphic, Peter, and he's like, yeah,
Yeah, that was fun.
yeah,
We all thought it, just so Peter knows. Like, we all thought it. You just said it.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, he just couldn't stop himself from talking. Yes, vocalizing it. Oh my
That's
God.
why I sent you the joke of like from that '50s song,
Yes.
"One-eyed, one horse."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yes.
Like, you might as well just say that at that point, you know?
Yes.
Flying
Oh my
purple
God.
people eater. or
She
something.
was
That
really patient. She was really patient with all of that. Oh my God. Maybe because she speaks a foreign language, so it doesn't sound as obscene. It's.
Well, the Spaniards aren't prudes. I don't
Yeah,
think.
that's true. They're all hung up. They don't have all
Yeah.
these hang-ups.
Yeah, European chicks are usually pretty, like, they can handle that.
Yeah, it's true.
It's
That's-
only American chicks that sue you or call you a sexist or something.
Yeah, that's true. True. Generally speaking, that's quite true.
In general.
Yeah, in general. Yeah, and so
We had that. You know, when I was taking German, we had the hot Lithuanian. I guess I shouldn't be rude. Professor Lysinger.
Yeah, cool.
And she was like,
Yeah.
we would.
Didn't you eat dinner with her? Didn't you eat dinner with her and her family?
Maybe. But she's married, but we would go in class and be like really randy with her, and to the point where I was asking her what the German word for pussy was, and she wouldn't answer me, and I thought I was talking about a cat, so it's like someone played a prank, you know, where they told me the wrong word.
Oh man!
And I was like bringing it up in the middle of class, and she was like trying to tactfully say, "Oh, I don't know," and I just kept bringing it up over and over. Like,
Oh my God!
yeah, it was bad.
I would have died. I would have died of self-embarrassment. Yeah,
Well, I didn't know till like years later, and I
Oh my
finally like it clicked, and I was like, "Oh my God." She was so tactful.
Yes, she handled that well. Yes, that's pretty incredible. I'm glad Peter was able to find that death certificate at least, and of course, then he starts saying, "Oh,
Death
yeah,
certificate.
yeah, the one about, yeah, believe it or not, yeah, you'd almost think he needs one himself."
Oh, wait, who died? He did?
No.
So he is a zombie. He is.
Yeah, it was Aquino. He was looking up Aquino's death certificate for me. But
that was been out. They released that.
Yeah, no,
Right?
I couldn't find it when I was looking for it though. I'm sure I would
okay.
find it if I looked hard and long enough, maybe. But I wasn't in the mood. So
Someone sent it to us way back. Like,
yeah,
And it was like self-inflicted gunshot.
yeah. But you know what Heather pointed out about
No
that.
coroner would ever write that.
Thank you. But you know what Heather pointed out about it, right?
What?
That the
I
person
know.
who signed off about it had been retired 5 years before she signed the form.
Oh yeah, of course, no, without a doubt.
Yeah, so it was just the whole thing's just a joke. Yeah, and
Hey.
yeah, what?
You there? Hello,
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll say this, like that is okay. That could mean something, but also like the amount of people I've seen who, work their career, they quote unquote retire and take their package, and they still come back and work like either part time or as a contractor or something. So
True. Yeah. True. That's true.
yeah, it does happen. It does happen a lot. So maybe
Yeah.
she was working part time.
Yeah, and it was during.
It's still
COVID,
strange.
right? So
It's still
maybe.
strange, though. It's still strange
Yeah.
that that shouldn't even be, but like
Yes.
because they still have their their life.
Well, it was fishy from the beginning in general, like not just that reason, but because the TOS released it first
That's right. That's right.
before it was even public or before that thing was even signed, probably.
Yeah.
So
Yes. No, that's true. Yeah. It was all. It all is very suspect. It's all very suspect.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm gonna need is because Heather is indisposed and Ian West is jacking off to our dear pixie princess Star Fox, I'm gonna need Aristides and Brendan to hold the stage while I take a
What?
short break. Yeah.
I thought that's what I was doing.
Oh shit! Yes, but I want.
I'm here. Let's. All right.
Yeah, I need you two to hold it with me gone. With me gone. Yes.
I've exhausted all my topics.
No, you haven't. You're just
Okay.
beginning. Jesus Christ. And you can you've discovered so much just by looking up Chulu Beach And again, Bikini Bottom and all the rest of that. And
you can go there for the low price of $3,000.
Oh my God. People do that just for the ghoulish experience of handling people's bones. I mean, there are still bones all over that fucking island. Piles of bones from all the dead.
Shit. From World War II?
Yeah, from World War II. You just go there. You can pick them up. They're there.
I would not want to go to any of those irradiated islands. I'm sorry. No offense to anyone who's from there.
Yeah.
Like anywhere there was a hydrogen bomb nearby, I'm not going. Sorry.
Oh, well, you do know it's not particularly radiated there. It's not. That's not where they did the tests. Yeah, it's SpongeBob territory is where they did the tests.
Yeah, SpongeBob territory. True, that is true.
And these other places, there's other places. Eniwetok, it's basically Eniwetok and Bikini Atoll were two of the big ones.
I'm still scarred from that the whole series you did about that.
Thank you.
Where like the people, like the chicks were giving birth to like jellyfish and shit.
Yeah,
like,
thank
stuff's
you.
Crazy, man.
No, it was just awful. It was awful. Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly. I wonder how many people. Yeah, the lady who was the care provider for Arthur Middleton Young is putting together a list of what she says is basic Dietrich that people need to listen to so that they get the basic what Dietrich is all about. And she said, so she's comprising a list of what she listened to that introduced her to me. And so hopefully she gets that together. Hopefully she gets, balls enough to download the Skype and come on the show. And even if I told her, why don't you use a voice distortion app? And she said, we'll just see what happens. It's just all these people. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
But I'm glad Ian's talking to a Pixie, and I'm glad somebody.
She can just double her monthly donation.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, that's the lady. That's the lady who sent me the $200 check and backdated it by 9 months, so I couldn't cash it.
Yeah, I know. That's the joke.
Yeah. Yes. That's.
I know who it is.
You know who it is now. Yes. Yes.
I've known for this whole time.
Okay. Yeah.
I just was nice enough not to.
Okay. There we are. Thank you.
That's why I brought up the Cho chocolate.
Yeah. And for those of you who don't know, who think that she was just wanted conversation, and that forced me to call her so that I could ask.
We're not even going to mention the Arizona experience.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Oh God.
See, I remember these things.
Thank you. I was scarred for life by that. Yeah. And
never go to Tucson unless you have to.
Thank you. And
there's nothing there, so you will never have to.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
Just as a heads up.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's
unless you're into like gems, like they have a gem fair there. That's like literally the only reason anyone goes.
Thank you. Yeah, that's probably Sugar Mama used to take Dan Arola there so they could buy shit so he could pile it in the backyard.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
Yeah. 100%. That pathetic wretch. It's
all
like,
that shit he had on his that he would make like swastikas out of in his backyard.
Yeah.
All that stuff was there for like pennies on the dollar. She only bought him like the kid stuff.
Yeah.
She didn't buy him any of the good shit, like the Andrew Bartzis level crystals.
No, of course not. Not.
That dude like mortgaged his house just for those like giant amethyst points. Like I don't know how he afforded that.
No, it's just from all the contributions he gets from telling people a bunch of crap. I mean, that's conniving. That's the what Ian West was saying about Sean Bond all applies to Andrew Bartzis. That's Sean Bond's just a burnout, poor son of a bitch who's just out there, like Ian saying, "Oh, I'm reading his body language. His eyes are moving because he's remembering and recalling." He's not recalling shit, Ian.
You should see Andrew Bartzis.
Yeah.
That dude's sus as fuck.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. That guy looks like Freddie Mercury had gained weight.
Like he charges... Yeah. Yeah, he was wearing like a Jaguar jumper the last time I saw him, 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. If Freddie Mercury had survived and gained weight and lost height because he was in a car accident, lost 2.5 inches of height because of a car accident, then he'd come out as Andrew Bartzis. Overweight from all the sedentary experience in recovery and shit. Yeah, and then the cigars. Oh no, they weren't cigars. They were joints. They're fucking joints. Yeah. But they were the size of cigars. These spliffs, fucking spliffs that were like, They
were massive, like Snoop Dogg shit.
Yeah. This fucker's like, but he's, I gotta protect myself from my psychic attacks, so he sets up these crystals in an array that looks like it's you'd think you were at Seatai and shit.
Right.
Yeah, it's like Seatai and shit, except it's all crystals. Yeah, I'm blocking out the incoming psychic assault.
Living the mystical life daily. It's like no one has money to do that daily.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where he's like lighting like bonfires of Palo Santo wood that's like thousands of dollars
Yeah.
per kilo and shit.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy motherfucker.
He was charging more than like a lawyer would dream of those prices.
Thank
like,
you.
It was like $9.58 per hour.
Yeah.
Plus questions, like extra for questions.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god.
To like read into your Akashic record. I mean, this is high level shit.
Yeah, yeah. But he was paying the price. His health is shit. His health is shit.
He looked bad.
Yeah, he looks like he's dying every moment of the day. He looks like, yeah, man.
Because he's just eating a bunch of freaking sirloin or whatever. What is that shit called? Tenderloin.
Yeah, yeah.
He like just was like, fuck it, I can afford steak and lobster every day. Like in the West, that's what happens to 90% of people that get rich that grew up poor.
Yeah, yeah.
They just do that.
Yeah. And they pay the price, you know.
And then they pay the price.
Yeah, it eats them back. It eats them back. It really does. It bites back people. And I can't believe if he's still alive. I'd be surprised. I
was about to say that.
I'd be yeah. But anyway, so let me take that break. You guys have got this. Everybody, you're in good company with Aristides and Brendan. I'll be right back, and we're holding good numbers. I don't know why, but we do. We are, and so I'll be back momentarily. And thank you. Okay, I'll go mute.
Must be more than earlier, but let's not go there. More people.
More what?
More viewers. Because earlier, like that was a snooze fest. And it was like.
Oh, are you like? Is this something you can see? Kind of like. Can you see that? Can you see like?
Well, Doug can see it. I could if I like logged in, but I don't.
Oh, okay, but you're not like logged in. You mean he just mentioned it?
Yeah. Spoiler alert: the numbers are
great.
Okay.
Well, all right. Well, that's good. Thanks.
Oh yeah. I shouldn't be rude. It's stellar numbers. We're huge, huge, big numbers. Massive.
Thank you. Yes. Huge. They're huge.
Huge numbers. Yeah.
No, nobody's got numbers as good as me.
Yeah. We're gonna have to go that route. Fake it till you make it.
All right. I heard some good voice impressions lately. Well, that being said, if there's a lot of people, I will put the donations link in the chat once more. Please find it. Please donate wherever you can. At least
I was telling Doug, like, we got to have another scandal. Like, you know, like there's not enough viewers. We got to get some spice back in here.
Yeah, well, that's what like.
When he gets back, I'll denounce him on air. We'll make a scandal.
That's kind of like what Brooke was good for. Like their whole all the the petty like cat fights and Brooke blocked me again. It's like who needs to?
It was fun, but she took it too far. I think.
That's what
went
what
from
gets the numbers.
Charming soap opera to like cringe worthy.
But that's what gets the numbers. The more cringe it is, the more numbers. Unfortunately,
I don't know about that, but back in the day, Doug, when he was on Revolution Radio, he could just really, really go in on it, and people love that shit. Like where it was just vulgar and just like it was like it would make George Carlin blush, like what Doug was doing in those years. Like
true,
like beyond the seven, like way beyond.
Yeah. Remember when like it was George Carlin was like racy? He was like the racy one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. When it was like before, but that was like before you could say the seven, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Like the big seven curse words, and he would his whole bit was that.
Yeah. I'm looking it up. George Carlin, like the something naughty word, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
The seven, like that's what made him famous.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was big, man.
Back in the 70s, 80s.
Yeah, right. So
basically he would just say all the worst quote unquote words, and now we just get free reign because
I know it's not those days anymore. So for the audience's record, the 7-word George Carlin bit revolved around the words shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits. And apparently these were the words you were not allowed to say on broadcast, media.
Those were like the pinnacle of getting bleeped, or you just get straight kicked off TV.
Right.
Said it.
Yeah, but we're not, we're not like cucks like that here. So we can say shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits.
Nowadays, that's like no one would even bat an eye.
I know.
It would just be like, okay.
Good. It just feels good to say it because when George Carlin said it, it was like so. It was such a big deal.
It was shocking.
Yeah, it was shocking. Yeah.
Like, and then even nowadays, I feel that like Sam Kinison and Andrew Dice Clay would not be.
Yeah.
Like that wouldn't even really do much.
Yeah. I know, but like for broadcast stuff, they were.
In those days, it was like, oh my god, the shock factor.
Right.
Nowadays, it's like people would just be like, what's their problem? Like,
yeah,
like they're just cringe, like these cringe ass people.
Yeah, I know. It's so the Overton window has moved so far now. Like,
yeah, exactly.
But back in the day, it was like, oh my god, Howard Stern said what?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, he said that on air. I can't believe it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like no way.
No way on air.
Like I can't believe that was like, even a big thing.
Yeah, I know. That's all we have is radio and TV. And like now, like any fucking guy can open up a stream and just be like, douche whatever into it,
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Like
but we're better. We're better than that here. We're better. I'm saying like all those other guys, we're better than that here. That's not us.
I mean,
you
can't speak for Doug.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a mixed bag.
He has his moments.
It's a mixed bag, no matter at any rate.
Mixed bag.
It is. It is a mixed bag. He really is. He really is. He's just like such a guy. Like so many paradoxes,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's like the most important information over here and the most just like offensive shit you'll ever hear.
Yeah. It's fairly accurate.
Yeah.
So, but it's fine. Could be worse.
Well, hope he does. Who knows what he's doing there? It's like I don't know if maybe he's not about it, but like when he's like, oh, I can't do cocaine, and I was like, I think it's great advice. Just fucking gum it, like,
Yeah.
There's a way.
I don't know how he can't find a way around that. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, like where there's a will, there's a way there. People people do it. They gum it.
He's mixing it into a cocktail right now, like or something.
Probably it's the least effective to actually try to like digest it orally with food, but like you can gum it. People fucking they smoke it. Like back before they like.
I don't think he can handle that baking soda procedure.
But
he's not the manufacturing type.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I mean, back in the day, like if it's pure enough, like if you could like smoke it, or you could be like, I mean, I don't know if he regularly smokes anything else, but if you were like smoking a bowl of weed or like rolling a cigarette, you could like sprinkle.
He definitely doesn't smoke weed. I know that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're smoking something, even if you're like smoking a cigarette, if you're like rolling your own cigarette, you could sprinkle a little like Coke in there.
Well, that's what I was telling Doug, just to go back the cot, like the cot that after this. That's the way to get around.
Or like, remember, like back in the day. I mean, I don't know if they did this. You may, but like they'd roll a joint and be like, "Oh yeah, it's like we put Coke in it, man." What did they call it? It was like a coolie or something.
What a waste.
Yeah.
What a waste of drugs.
Sprinkle Coke in the joint. Whoa.
Yeah. Dumb. I'm sure that's happened to me back way back.
Yeah.
Many years ago. 10 plus years ago.
Yeah. Trying to recall that
it's still
ever even seen that.
Yeah. Cheesy.
But there's a way. Yeah, there's a way. Right. Gum is the best one. Like,
he's too addicted to the OG way.
Yeah, but gummy is the best one. Like it would be, or what? I don't know.
Gummy?
I'll see what I think.
That is the only way. I mean,
yeah, really.
That is the only way.
See what I think. What else I could think of?
I'm sure you can go on Arrowwit and find many ways to do what you got to do.
Oh well, but that could, if you gum enough of it though, wouldn't it like it'll make your mouth numb?
Oh, it'll make your mouth numb.
Yeah, so imagine trying.
If it doesn't, you got ripped off.
Yeah. Imagine trying to run like a radio show. You're like,
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll know when it hits.
It's
that
like, what
point.
happened to you, man? It's like, well, it couldn't, it's just really an awkward story. It's like, I couldn't do coke because his doctor's appointment. So I rubbed it in my mouth. I run a radio show, and then I couldn't talk. It's just, poor guy.
Who?
He's a poor guy, I guess maybe that's a good reason why he couldn't do that.
Who was this?
I think to Gummit. I think he just doesn't want to, but it would probably it might fuck up your talking if that's
because it's a waste of good drugs.
Yeah.
You realize that he's getting like some straight gas.
Yeah,
Maybe
right.
we shouldn't say this on air, but
he said as much himself. So
like I've seen that the North Bay stuff, but that ain't no joke.
Yeah.
It's like some of the realest
Hopefully
shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, you don't want shit that's like cut with stupid shit,
Mm-hmm.
People in real high places could probably get like the real shit.
Yeah, anyone with money could get it.
Right. No, but like the real, the uncut, like the real.
Yeah.
Before they even hand it to some guy who's like, oh, I'm gonna cut this with shit to make money. It was like the real 100% fucking deal. But if you're, a Silicon Valley billionaire, I assume you have access to that.
Yeah, anyone with cash can get it. Yeah. Like that's why all those people in in those jobs, like they're all cracked out all the time, whether it's Adderall or whatever, including Elon Musk and all of them. Like, they can get the best drugs. Like,
yeah, I heard somebody say recently it wasn't very popular, like where he was saying it, but it was like the advent of the cocaine boom was synonymous with the advent of like the economic boom in America. Call it coincidence if you want, but
yeah, the .com bubble and all these things.
Yeah. All the motherfuckers were like, majorly fucking,
Yeah, because there was. Yeah, of course, you're gonna make money when you're up 27
right.
hours. Like,
yeah, right. It's just,
I just got back in time to hear that. What are we talking about? Everybody on
we're talking about your serious problem you're having.
I know it is serious. Look how soon I'm back. I got no lines to do, so I'm just.
Yeah.
This is where I begin to tweak. This is our whatever they call it, Twitch or.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Turn into whatever's happening to Heather.
Yes.
You had an existential crisis on your way back.
Pretty much, yes.
To be or not to be.
Yes, it's so true, so true. Oh, and so gentlemen, continue. Obviously, I'm in no shape to do anything constructive.
Yeah, we were just joking, saying like, we were like, why doesn't he just gum it? And I said, I was like, because he doesn't want to waste the best drugs he can get.
That's right. That's right.
That anyone could get. Because I've seen that North Bay shit. That ain't no joke. Like,
Thank you.
Straight gas.
Yeah. And it's I mean, obviously, it doesn't impact me the same way it does other people in terms of obviously there's some collateral damage, and people have asked me
because it's pure.
yeah, that's true. It's true. Not cut like all these.
Like, and people like this isn't a joke. Like, if you have like the real deal stuff, which someone I know has had before.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Someone I may know.
Yes, got it. Yeah.
Someone, but you can go to sleep 30 minutes after you come down. I mean, it's like that pure.
Yeah.
Like it's nothing, no grinding of the teeth, no tripping out. Like it's really good.
Yeah.
Like it's quite enjoyable.
Yes. Yeah. No, definitely. It's the working man's drug, really. It's
yes.
All the doctors and attorneys back in the day, the 80s, when America was buried under
That's what I was saying. Somebody was saying recently that like the economic boom in America was not coincident with the cocaine boom, and like call it coincidence if you want, but
no, it was no coincidence. No, it was definitely yeah. That's what fueled us. Exactly. And it was such a better world back then. Oh, holy fuck! I mean, the world was like, I mean, you can wax nostalgic on the basis that. we at least knew where we stood. I mean, certainly
Things actually worked.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but at least you felt they did. At least, there was the
Right.
illusion that it did. And obviously, taking into account all the negatives concerning Ronald Reagan, which is, you could shit and piss all over his senile ass, but the reality was that at that time, the world was just so much more certain. I mean, everybody knew that, we stood here, the Soviets were there, and there was this kind of general security in terms of identity. All that has gone to shit, just like the drugs have gone to shit. I mean, the stuff that is destroying Brooken, and Doofus, the guy yeah that's right.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we were talking about method layer.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. I couldn't even remember the fucker's name. I was like,
See, that's the difference between poor people drugs and actual drugs.
Yes, thank you.
You get Dietrich level info dumps or whatever is going on.
Thank you.
Or she couldn't even make a bowl of freaking porridge.
Yeah. I do ask you to be kind to her, though. Please be a little kinder. The last time when you said the last time you said to her, the last functioning brain cell. Come on, isn't that a bit hard? Come on, dude.
Yeah,
dude.
But I have faith that she would understand that it was in jest.
Yeah,
because she does that to me too. So.
Yeah, true. There is one thing I'd like to bring up on behalf of Amy.
It's like siblings. It's like siblings. I wouldn't just say that to like someone and want to make them feel bad, So,
okay.
But with Brooke, it's like, fuck her. I'll
she was pretty heartless when she was on the alcohol and Adderall combined, the two A's. Yeah, alcohol and Adderall, and there might have been a third A But anyhow, she was pretty. She didn't give a shit about us. That's for sure, man. She was just anything I said. It was just she would invert it almost satanically. This is what they thought. They thought she was going to be prime candidate. The enemy.
They miscalculated.
Yeah, they miscalculated that. She tore them apart, and they devastated them. They never recovered.
Yeah, I would credit her as the one that completely destroyed RKC for the final time.
Yeah, she did.
She put the nail in that coffin.
Yeah, Richard K. Cole Jr. fell apart.
Now he just resorts to talking to himself and saying that I'm Brandon Young.
Yeah, no, and not to mention, basically, she did point out. Here's what she pointed out when we were talking about. Exactly what Peter had written about. Just to clarify this for our listeners, Peter wrote in his own book that I believe it was called The Seventh Seal, which, believe it or not, I keep confusing with Graham Hancock's The Sign and the Seal. I think these guys are ripping each other off. But at any rate, the point is that...
Similar build quality.
Yeah. But Pete was saying... I can't remember who it was came up and told him his parents had died. But somebody came up and said, Peter, your parents have just died. And
It was one of the magistrates from the church.
Yeah, there you go. And then Pete writes in the book.
Of Scientology.
Yeah, there you go. And then Pete writes in the book, I knew it and I felt nothing. Basically, that's what he says. I knew it and I felt nothing. And while we were discussing this...
pretty much verbatim.
Thank you. A lot of people say, he couldn't have said that. But then read it. Yeah, that's pretty much what he says. Yeah, I knew it and I felt nothing. And not only that, I was expecting it pretty much. He says, I was not surprised. But, it comes just this side of saying, the bomb worked or something.
It was pretty damning evidence.
Yeah. So while we're discussing that, and then...
It was like OJ's If I Did It.
Yeah, that's right.
Straight up said it.
And then when Heather says, how could you talk about that? Then we went into discussing these various aspects of that incident. What our dear Brooke did was she looked up Richard K. Cole Jr.'s website. And Richard K. Cole Jr., you might remember at the time...
that was one of the worst incidents.
No, but you might remember that we could not find anything on the internet about his parents dying, which was expected, right? But Richard K.
Of who?
Cole,
Pete?
yeah, about Pete's parents. We couldn't find anything about Pete's parents dying on the internet.
Yeah.
And that's when Brooke said, "Oh, I want to, have Richard K. Cole Jr.'s website." And then we got into kind of an argument with her about it, and then she got all pissed off. But when she did get the
So she
site,
thought I was gatekeeping it, but it was just saving her like trouble.
yeah. But when we did give it to her, she did pursue it, and he had all the documents up, everything about
Yes.
every detail of Peter Moon's parents' death. He had it all up. He had like like forensic documents, like death certificates, that kind of shit. He had it all doxed, because he still has the connections to the NSA through the Aquino cult, So
Yeah, it's like, where did he find that on like microfilm?
yeah, no shit. No
Like,
shit.
how did he have time to fly to Southern California to get it on microfilm?
No shit. It's the Aquino.
He had to have called the librarian. There's no other way.
No, it's not that. He's directly connected to the Aquino cult, which is totally jacked the NSA. After Aquino laterally transferred from the army, he became the deputy director of the NSA, so he infiltrated it with all his cultists. So they just feed the shit to RKC constantly, and so that's how he gets all this shit. And there you have that. And but nevertheless, he's still destroyed because he's still devastated by our dear Brooke not succumbing to his quote unquote charms, his wiles. And then he sicks, the idiot Jambo the Reese Monkey on her. And I showed her, of course, the homunculus, which I said there. I guess I'll see if I can look it up and show you what I showed her, because she was asking, "What's a homunculus?" And so I had to show her. Yeah, I had to. So, did you hear that? You heard that?
I was there.
Oh, you were there? But you weren't there when I was showing her all the pictures, right?
Yeah, no, I was there, and then I clicked off of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you didn't see when I was showing her all
I was falling asleep, and I just hung up the call. I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. Okay, yes. There you are. Yeah, and so because I was showing her the homunculus, and I was saying, here we are.
I didn't want to get nightmares from that shit.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I'm going to give you those nightmares now. This is the one I said. This is the one I said, look exactly like Jambo the Reese Monkey. I said, this is what you saw when he called you up and was stripping down, right? I showed her this picture here. I said, this must be what you saw when he called you up, was waving his dick. His dick was this big as opposed to the average homunculus, where it's huge, proportionate to male sensitivity. I'm sharing the screen right now. I don't know if you're looking at this. That's Jambo the Reese Monkey right there. It's got his eyes. It's got his skin color. It's got his skin color, got his eyes. Yeah, it's
uncanny.
Yes, it is uncanny. Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that, because the first time you showed us the homunculus years and years ago.
Yeah.
They all didn't have tiny wangs.
No, they had the big wangs. That's right.
Did they have to edit it out to sell them or something?
They're editing it out. See, this is now they only show them in pictures like this. See, this is
there it is. Yeah. See, that's the original one.
Yeah, the original one was this size, and look at how small they fucking make it. I mean, even the picture, I can't make that larger.
And it's to anyone that's wondering that they can't see it, it's not lewd. It's it's reflecting the amount of nerve endings. The more feeling you have, the bigger the piece of the. It's anatomically correct in that sense.
Yes, that's right.
So that's the only way it would be accurate.
Yes, that's
what we're saying.
It's true. It's true. So
nothing racy or anything.
That's right. Here we are. Now, this is the actual sculpt. This is the actual sculpt that you have to actually... The clitoris in your head, this is like a lesbian site is the only place that maintains that. It's the only place where you can find it. And then, of course, they try... Yeah, and...
That's almost like a joke.
Yeah, there we are. See, the lesbian site maintains... There we go. And that is Now, who would that look like? Anybody we know? I mean, again, it still looks like Jambo the Reese Monkey, except he wishes his penis was that big. It's like, why do they all look like him? Why do they look like him? It's because I guess it's because what we know.
Because he's powered up with all that freaking anti-god black goo and shit. It's coming out of his eyes and shit.
It's true. Yes, it's true. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's what I'm saying. They're metaphysically peeing in his face, and he's like, it's power.
Yeah, it's true.
Real power.
It's true. Yes. Yes. Yeah. He's in there. He's in their compost. He's in their compost, and he thinks he's in the inner sanctum. He's in their compost heap, and he's digging around among the carrion that are fucking around in their. He is one of the people composting their shit. He's one of the people composting their shit, and he thinks he's in the the food of the gods, the food of the gods, and my cats are all dying.
Why are my cats dying?
Yeah, dumbass motherfucker. It's Douglas is killing my cats. As if I would even give that a thought. As if I had the mental energy to dedicate to such.
We didn't even know he had cats.
Yeah, no shit. Well, we knew that because that's It's like Sammy Romero said when he would call Jambo. All Jambo would talk to him about is, I love my cats. I love my cats, but I want to kill
almost too cliche. Someone that wants to kill all of humanity, but they like cats. I mean, that's
it's only their cats, of course. I love my cats and shit. And by the way, we're not coming down on people who like cats. Just so people know, though, I do want people to know. I do believe a lot of people truly have an unhealthy relationship with their animals. It's in the sense that it's oftentimes
it's madness. It's
yes, thank you. No, especially when it comes to by the time your animal starts racking up those veterinary bills, honestly, it's an issue. It's an issue. Yeah. When you're spending thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. How much did you ultimately spend? In the thousands, like multiple thousands of dollars. Yes.
Just to have my cat die. Like it wasn't even like they couldn't do anything, and I spent almost $2,000.
Yeah. And that's awful, but there's people who
were like, and then they were like doing some extortion shit with when they were like doing the cremation. Yeah, they were like, our only option is $800, or you take him back in a plastic bag.
That's what they'll pull. That's what they'll pull.
Evil ass shit, and I'm like, well, I'm renting. I can't just bury him in the backyard. And they're like, well, we already have him back here. Like they like held him hostage and shit.
Yeah. Literally, they'll do
crazy.
That. Yeah. No, it's beyond. Veterinarians. All you're gonna see are dying animals, sick animals. It's like if you become a veterinarian, there's an element of sadism involved, and ultimately, what happens is, our man Brendan experienced it. You just after a while, you start taking advantage of other people's neurotic love. And you just juice it, You become totally heartless. Heartless.
The first people I went to, they were like, "It's gonna cost $10,000, and you have to decide right now." Like it was some sick shit. Yeah. And I was like, at that point, like I'll kill him myself. Like,
thank you.
Like he doesn't deserve that.
Yeah.
We don't gotta drag this on.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take that firearm or that crossbow and put it right through him just to
He was happier dying with me there than whatever they were gonna do for $10,000. Yeah, trust me.
Thank you. Outrageous. They're monsters. You become a monster, and
that's like even giving them credit. I mean, these people are sick.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Like they're right up there with the J-Man. Like close.
Yeah. Well, that's what they become in essence. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's after all it takes is look at Sammy Davis Jr. I'm Jewish, it's just like, did he have to pay a fee for that? I think he had to pay a fee, right? And then they
yeah, literally.
So like, some kind of initiation fee, where they would take him in and shit. Like I
remember when we were really young, because I was at like this like this fundamental school. It was more of an open style, more hippie school. So we were learning about all the religions, and they brought in the Jewish family, like who I'm still like I still know them. They still live in my city.
That's incredible.
But the mom came in, and we were, asking questions as little kids about Judaism. Yeah. And she like made us latkes and stuff. It was fun. Yeah. We played dreidel or whatever.
That's cute. Yes.
But yeah, it was sweet. But then we were like, well, what happens if we want to become Jewish? Like we're asking her stuff like that. And then they like pulled this shit where they were like, oh, well, it's possible, but it takes so many years you have to learn the entire Torah and learn Hebrew. Like it's possible, but they're basically
they don't even do that. They don't even do that. None of them do that.
It
None of
doesn't
this.
compute. Like you're born into it, but then to convert, you have to do all this like hoop jumping.
Yeah.
No.
You know, it's
You got to marry one.
Yeah, that's there
basically
you go.
she didn't want to say you have to be born Jewish. That was like the ultimate.
Right.
Like you couldn't say that because they're supposed to be teaching. You know, we're all inclusive.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's right. Yeah.
Right.
No. And what Aristides said.
And
I'm not
Islam
even
will
sure.
just tell you have to convert. They won't even question it.
Oh,
They'll
yeah,
be like,
it's-
"What do you mean you want to convert?"
Yeah. What do you
Like-
mean a question? Yeah. You
Yeah.
just do it now, motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah. They're like,
Oh,
"When are
we
you
kill
gonna
you,
start?"
yes.
You know, it's like, yeah.
Yes. The funny thing I saw, by the way, what Aristides brought up as marrying one, I don't think it works like that. I don't think marrying one makes you Jewish
No,
unless you're a female marrying a
they'll-
man, right, or something. I think
No,
maybe-
yeah.
No.
They don't know.
No.
It has to be
but they'll
matrilineal.
work-
Like they
Yeah.
literally don't count
No,
it
but-
unless your mother's Jewish. Literally.
I mean, I think
No,
you
but
can
it-
be brought in.
yeah.
I think you can be brought in, right? Somehow it's like, right? So Aristides,
Well,
If
how
you're-
do you?
I'm saying-
she said
I'm
you could be
saying-
brought in, but
Yeah.
they make you jump
No,
through
I'm saying
crazy hoops.
if you are trying to convert, like that's the like surefire way of doing it. Like it's marrying one.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Good luck.
But that's gender specific, isn't it?
What marrying? Oh,
Like it's only women who marry a Jewish man then become Jewish, is my understanding. Like, if-
I don't think so. I think in either case, in either direction, they're more likely to
interesting.
consider you for admittance. You know, if you're converting, like if you married one.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'll bear that in mind. I'm not quite sure I'm convinced, but
Under
I'll
Jewish law, marriage
I'm
consists
saying-
of two
look.
separate acts.
It's not going to hurt. It's
Yeah.
not going to hurt. If you're appealing to them,
Right.
be like, yo, I want to be this, but like I'm already married to one. Like,
Right. No, I get it. No, that makes sense. I mean,
okay,
I see the
I
logic. Yeah, I see the
I
logic there.
guess. Yeah, we'll let you in.
Yeah. There was this one Jewish chick that owned, like I said, the tea shop that I just was. I would have died for her, and of course, she just wanted nothing to do with me. Probably for the best in the end, but still, think of how different the world would have turned out. That would have been. Long time ago, there was this Jewish chick who I was madly in love with. She opened up this tea shop in my neighborhood, and as I said,
The death money.
yeah, the
walls.
death money. That was her mother's idea because you're talking
What
about
would have
people.
happened if you guys got married? It would be like you would probably never tell anyone about the
Oh God, I probably would have.
Biosire thing.
Just think of how different my whole life would have. For one thing, she was rich, so it just wasn't going to happen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You
Yeah.
would have just kept your mouth shut and like, oh,
Yeah, I just
ride
would
it
have.
out.
Yeah, I just would have. Yeah, it just would have been a whole different world. Yeah. So, but she hated my guts and let me know it, and it was.
That must have been genetic or something.
Maybe. Yeah. It was sad. I called her when I thought I was dying. I called her from the hospital when my lungs had collapsed multiple times, and they were saying, "This is it. We can't reinflate your lungs anymore." That sort of thing. And
Yeah.
I called her, and that's when she really just cut loose, and she didn't even want to
Holy
hear what
shit.
was going on with me. Yeah, she didn't really want to hear what was going on. She had no idea what was going on with me. She just didn't want to be called. So, yeah,
What
that
did
was.
you do to her? Holy shit.
It was, how would I say it? We knew each other for years, and I was constantly going into her shop. I was one of the first people in there and one of the last people in there. It's, there's, I guess a lot of times resentment just builds up, and she wasn't afraid to express it at that point.
Right.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I think a lot of it was resentment over my predicting what would happen, because I said, look, you have no Asian clients, because that's what's going to make a tea shop successful is Asian clientele, but you can't get them in here because your mom's plastered the
Oh,
walls.
that's what happened.
Yeah.
You told her the truth.
Yeah, I
Everyone hates that.
articulated, why this was not going to work. Yeah. That had to be one element. The other element was I did talk about history a lot. And of course, so she.
Okay, here's the internet lore about the Jewish marriage.
Yeah.
An interfaith marriage is frowned upon, but if you get married, only the kids will be considered Jewish. So your spouse does not count.
Interesting. Internet lore, but, might be true.
It's anecdotal, but
Yeah.
that sounds logical to me.
Yeah.
The way they operate sounds around.
So how did it happen with Sammy Davis Jr.? He just paid him enough money and just said, "I want to be Jewish," and they just said,
it's like Lenny Kravitz, like they're famous enough, they just get a pass.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, it's all shit anyway. And then he really degenerated and said, "I don't know which one is worse, his Satanism or his Judaism."
like a convert. It says here, this is like the big wigs. Converts can marry a rabbi, but they can't marry a Cohen, which is the highest priest.
Interesting. Weird shit.
So they have their own elitism there.
Exclusivity.
Exclusivity, excuse me.
Yeah, they're redolent with exclusivity. Yes, but they want everyone to love them. Yes, love us, but we're exclusive. And like you said, it's cute. You can be charming. Play the dreidel.
They're the only, playing dreidel, eating latkes. That was a good memory.
Yeah, there we are. Yes.
From my childhood.
Yes.
Like, I have nothing against Jews per se. It's just this whole situation is.
It's
bad.
Yeah, it needs to change. The situation needs to change. Like I said, I just want to get them out of the media in terms of their stranglehold on the media through Hollywood is just untenable. We can't go on like this. Yeah. As for God in Germany, they need a whole social revolution in Germany. They're all fucked up.
The Germans are starting, but we're getting these people like those the ADF people and stuff. Like, it's a step in the right direction, but they're like shock jocks about it. Like, they just want to stir shit up instead of actually changing something.
Well, and what they say isn't even. I'm sorry. Go on, Aristides.
That one guy. What's his name?
Yeah. No, like the ADF and all these other parties are they're finally getting their version of Trump, where it's the conservative and we're conservative and anti-immigrant and all this stuff. Oh yeah, make your country great, but it's they're completely bowed to Jewish
Israel.
interests.
It's true.
Right. So they're all at least we're experienced with this. They're for a lot.
Excuse me, AFD. Sorry.
AFD. Yes.
No, a lot of these countries
for the Deutschland.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Aristides, continue. Yeah.
No, a lot of these countries for the first time are getting their own version of Trump.
Yeah.
With Malay and all these guys, oh yeah, he's talking the right talk, Anyway,
and then they go over
to the other countries.
Yeah, and then they go over to the Wailing Wall. Then they all go over to the Wailing Wall.
Milei he's an actor. I mean, he's a total weak sauce. I mean, that guy's a joke.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You know, they're immediately suspect when they were enacting before. Trump, Zelensky, Milei. Yep. Those are totally different than these German and Austrians that are actually trying to
I hope.
change stuff.
Yeah, I hope they're trying to change stuff. So, Aristides, what happened there? You pressed the hang up button?
It might have been a mistake. I might have brushed the phone.
No worries. No worries. Yes, I'm just glad to have you back, believe me. And and Ian's really going on with Pixie Princess Star Fox. Fuck, I hope they marry each other. Really? I'll be the best man.
He probably wanted to see the house, and then now she's naked.
Yeah, there you go. That'll keep him trapped all night. Shit, he'll show up at the liquor store tomorrow. Anyhow, so Heather left us, poor dear, and half of me hopes she goes and gets a bottle of vodka. Yeah, makes herself feel better. That's
or at least a stove.
Yeah. Yes. Jesus. And I was just drinking a bottle of vodka a week. Yeah, a big bottle of vodka a week. I bet she's toning that down too. Oh my God. You learn something new about people every day. And of course, like she told me, don't go talking about Taylor Swift now. They'll eat you up alive. I mean, oh really? I mean, come on, Heather. Jesus Christ. She didn't want me to continue with Taylor Swift as Xena's child and shit, but then what all these other people are coming up with is not where I'm coming from. I'm not saying she's some clone, okay? All these weirdos on the net are saying she's a clone of Taylor Swift. I mean, Taylor Swift's a clone of Xena LeVay, but that's not the case. I'm saying that she's a child, actual child. Of course, Nemo could back me up on this because he actually knew some further details that I was unaware of once he gets well. I'm just glad you're helping him do that, Brendan. I'm really glad to. So is he able to even access when you tell him to go after some certain materials? Where does he find them? I mean, he's in bumfuck.
He bought them.
Oh, he bought them online. Okay, got it. Got it. That's true. He has them delivered to
Okay,
us.
I think this guy. No, that doesn't sound like he's the right guy. Bjorn Hake? I don't think that's the name. This is a different guy. So this is another guy from Thuringia he said some kind of Hitler-esque quote and they like put him in prison.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, here we go. Israeli politician quotes Hitler to advocate for a Hebrew Gaza. So now they're doing the flip-flop.
Yeah, it's outrageous. Just outrageous.
They're doing the flip-flop. That's like almost comedy.
Yeah, it's comical, but it's so offensive because they get to do that. You see, they get to do that.
Like that's what I'm saying. It's almost great. They can say it, right? But
Yeah.
then the German guy trying to like free his country is like instantly in prison. Like
Disgusting. No.
But these guys get more money, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And these guys get more money from
So
our
what
taxpayer
he's saying,
dollars.
what they're saying is when he said Hebrew Gaza, it was like saying, like what, like Germany, or like. What exactly
half the time these guys are just fucking crazy. They don't even know what they're saying. I think that they're just like running at the mouth.
We will not be able to live in this land if one Islamo-Nazi. This is like an actual quote from this Israeli.
Yeah, and the terms they use don't even make any fucking sense. You know,
he's saying if one Islamo-Nazi is left in Gaza, one meaning a child.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he says, before we turn it into Hebrew Gaza.
Hebrew Gaza. Now I get what you're saying. Yeah, in other words, they want to Hebraicize it. Yeah.
To Gaza, it will be a Hebrew Gaza.
Delightful.
Yeah,
Just delightful. Yeah, it's just it's like a race of trolls.
And this isn't the only time he said this, apparently. This guy says this all the time.
Yeah. Well, the hell, they can do that. See?
Okay, this is his exact quote. We want to completely destroy Gaza before invading. Like, they're not even, like, hiding. Like, I mean, like, destruction like what happened in Dresden. Like, this guy's evil, man.
Yeah. They're just human
Just
garbage.
like Hiroshima without nuclear weapons. This is literally this guy's quote. I'm not even paraphrasing.
Yeah, believe me, I know what you say is true.
Said,
Yeah.
Like, this is legit. Like,
Yeah.
he said this. And on a Zoom call, too. Like, I don't give a fuck, this guy.
Yeah. Oh, it's like just let me take a look at who's on the call again. Taking a look at
Yeah. Okay. So the
Yeah, go.
agriculture minister Avri Daisher said the war would be Gaza's Nakba. So like they're taking like your history. Like,
Yes, they are. They are. It's like this is what they do. It's like everybody reads me and nobody credits me and shit. It's
right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There he goes. We don't want
He
to get.
said, okay, this is another direct quote. We are actually rolling out a Nakba in Gaza, November 11th, 2023. Like, this is, I mean, anyone who defends these people is, I mean, you're going to hell. Sorry.
Thank you. Anyhow, so Ian.
If any of us said that, we'd be like instant prison. Like.
Yeah. No, it's true. Well, especially if we were in Germany or Austria. Yeah. They put you in jail for that shit. Yeah. Yeah. So it turns out Pixie Princess Star Fox, I guess this is what she meant when she sent me a message the other day saying Pixie has landed. So what Ian is telling me is that she's in Washington. So she's in Washington State now. So she's safely landed in Washington.
Oh,
so
she listened to what we said?
Yeah, but remember, it's like, I'm not quite sure she's in a necessarily better place. She moved in with this old truck driver who like said, you know, I'll take care of you, move in with me. But at the same time, the old truck driver is a member of some kind of a cult, which is like, you know, so like they're not supposed to have a TV. So he hides the TV under his window so that people, yeah, that kind of shit. Yeah. And the guy's mother is apparently like, think of the...
This is like not a diet cult. I mean, this is like full fat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 100% fat, just like crispy, creamy donuts. Yeah, that's their ingredient, 100% fat. Yeah.
Crispy Kreme, yeah. Everyone's like, how are they so good? Because it's fucking drugs.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen anything that had an ingredient of 100% fat. That was...
Yeah. it like dissolves. Like they like don't even. There's no substance. It just melts. Like
yeah, disgusting. It's I think that they're like aren't they dying on the vine? I mean, because of the health kick. I mean,
they have been for years.
Yeah, yeah. Poor bastards. Yeah, well,
like the other kid from Germany that with the glasses, like he's so controversial. They won't even put him on. They won't even say he got arrested. They'll just straight up say
they just disappeared him. Yeah, they just disappeared him. Shit. Oh.
I thought he was legit. I mean,
yeah, but they're still not. What they say is that they're not that controversial. It's not like they're saying they need to go back in the ovens. It's not like that. No, they're never at that level. No. You know, they're just saying shit like we gotta stop teaching kids all this Holocaust shit. You know, and
yeah, that's basically what he said. And they're like, "How dare you?"
Yeah, and they'll send.
And the guy that's the Bjorn Hockey, basically the Swedish guy that lives in Germany, said something. Oh, he said everything for Germany. That's what they put him in prison for saying. He said the slogan was associated with SA stormtroopers. Like,
there you go. Okay. Yeah, like, and that's enough.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Everything for Germany.
Yeah, it's like an old slogan, and then they'll say that sounds Nazi-like.
That's literally what they did to this guy. Like, destroyed his whole career for that.
Poor son. Like, what was he doing? Words. What was he doing? I mean, for a living. What was he doing?
He is a politician, and he was also a former history teacher.
Okay. Well, there you go.
But he denied knowing the phrase's roots. Bullshit.
Yeah. No, he knew the phrase's roots, but still, he didn't think they'd be that. You know, this is the point. There's no limits to how far they'll oppress. It's like, it's worse than the Third Reich. Forget it. The Third Reich, you had freedom of speech.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Yeah. It's almost irony that they're even... Yeah. They would press people over the slightest shit about, you know, we're a free country now, you know, we're not under this tyranny. And then they do this like...
Oh, yeah, that's not freedom.
It's like 10 times more tyranny.
Oh, no, it's worse. It's worse.
It's like that quote from Blake, like the fist that crushes the tyrant's head becomes a tyrant in its stead.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, this is worse than that. I mean, it's like... you know, these Germany
they don't even have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, Germany in the Third Reich was never like this. Never like this. Yeah, no, these people are just awful, and it's well, here's what I'll do. Let me cut and paste it for you what I had sent to the others. I didn't send this to you because I was trying to get it more polished before I sent it to you because you know your stuff about Asian Indian history. So I was just trying to. This is going to be not. It's not perfected, but it's. I'd say that it. You know, it is what it is so far. I'm still working on it. So give me a second. I'll cut and paste this. Send it to you in the email, and then we can. You know, then I'll be working. Just know that I'll be working to polish it.
Alles für Deutschland.
Yeah, yeah, all for Deutschland. That's right. The old German.
The motto was on the blades of the uniforms worn by the SA and the National Socialist Motor Corps. I mean, these are like really sub battalions that they're really pulling straws at this point.
No, they are.
This is like it was on a knife of like one of these battalions. Like, come on, really?
Yes. Like, it's incredible.
It's seriously dumb.
No, it's just it's hell. We live in a dystopia. Yeah.
Alles für Deutschland.
Yeah.
I should get a T-shirt printed.
We should.
Really piss them off.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
They should give. Yeah, Israel should give everything back to Deutschland, every penny. I'm on a list for even saying that.
Yeah, no doubt. But the way I express it is, look.
That was a joke.
No. I mean, believe me, nothing's going to happen to you for that, and you know that. But rather, what I would say is that I would prefer to just try and take advantage of this. I think that ultimately we can take advantage, or Germany can take advantage of the fact that Israel is so fucking dependent on it. And, you know, why not make them even more dependent And if they're so dependent, Germany can get a port in Israel. They'd probably like offer a port for Germany in Gaza after they depopulate it. I mean, there's ways to work this. I don't want Gaza to be depopulated, but you get what I'm saying. There's got to be a way that Germany can ultimately take advantage of this because Israel cannot exist without them.
1-2.
Yeah, fucking Israel can't exist without them. So at any rate,
That's a fact.
yeah, and everything Israel has is because of Germany and the United States, of course, but really Germany. And so let me take a look at this.
Yeah, and the Brits don't do anything. They just sit on Cyprus and like just give them food. Like they don't do shit.
Yeah. I mean, things will change, of course, once the war really gets underhand. I expect everybody's going to have to get involved, but the problem is
I can't find this other politician at all. Like,
yeah. It's like, the other politician, do you know the name? What was the...
That's what the thing is, I can't remember his name.
Okay.
He was this kid that was younger, and he was like...
They've
really
scrubbed him.
successful.
They've scrubbed him.
And he had like glasses, like...
Yeah.
Kind of like my glasses. Like he had glasses
Got it. Buddy Holly glasses. Kind of like
Buddy
that.
Holly type glasses. But this guy was like he really pushed them.
Yeah.
Like he kept saying crazy shit, like to the point where, they literally took him off. Wait, is it this guy? And by Yanis Varoufakis? No, this guy sounds too Greek. Is it this guy? I'm gonna look for it, and then I'll let you know.
No worries. And this is for you to
this is a Greek guy. No, we know the Greeks are Nazis. Like everyone knows now.
Yeah. Yes, and proud of it. I mean, thank God Aristides is on our side. Yes.
Yeah. I am, but I wish I were.
Yeah. And it's you mean you wish the rest of the Greeks were? Yes.
Yeah. I mean, maybe back in the day. I mean, if you want to,
they're just too laid back. They're like too poor and stuff.
Now, I mean, they're yeah.
At one point, like Macedonia was gung ho, right? Like the armies of Alexander, they were up for it, right, Doug?
Yeah, of course.
In what time period?
During the Reich.
Yes. Well, what Brendan Zoget is referring to is the fact that during the time of the Third Reich, there were many collaborationist movements throughout the Balkans. And so these collaborationist movements had their own militia at times, but then there were also collaborationist governments. The Greeks are portrayed as this allied, resistance that is, but of course, like everyone else, they were split into basically three parts: communists, people working with the capitalists, and the colonialists, and people working with the Nazis. So all of these nations were split in three, really. And but for people who don't know, Greece certainly had actual full-blown or fully mechanized units that were serving on the side of the Reich. So this did exist. There was this one son of a bitch I knew who was writing books on this topic, but he was a real... Yeah, if I go into talking about him, I'll just get upset because he was just so... He just made me sick because he had a company called Axis Europa. And for a brief time, he was affiliated with a guy back in the real early days who published a magazine called Sigrun. And I can't even remember the name of that guy who published the magazine called Sigrun, but that guy who published the magazine called Sigrun, whose name I'd have to look up, or you could look it up online, whoever published the magazine Sigrun, that individual I used to talk to on the phone a lot, and he was an individual who published a magazine specifically about SS history, essentially only the military aspects, because he was fascinated with the Waffen-SS and all of their foreign units. And so this guy branched off from him, and I can't even remember his name, the guy who published Axis Europa. And Axis Europa was another magazine that specialized in Axis foreign units.
Richard Landwehr.
Yeah, Landwehr did Sigrun.
He's still publishing as of 2006, apparently.
Holy shit. Okay, which was,
he died. It looks like he died or something.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh, wait,
no, this is someone else, sorry.
Oh, okay. So Richard Landwehr, he's
Richard Landwehr.
Yeah, been a long time since I spoke to him. I doubt I have his number anymore, but he was, of course, someone who he could read German. He could read German. Of course, there was no one he had to speak it with, so he probably couldn't speak it very well, but he could read it. And because of that, he would put together these SS histories. But then, because he was pro-SS, because he was pro-Nazi, then the guy who split off from him was this Cuban motherfucker who did Axis Europa. So if you look up Axis Europa, Muniz or something, who's the Cuban motherfucker who publishes that, he was just you would think he'd be an ardent anti-communist, but it turned out he was a pro-communist and then a pro-Jewish person. He was like, I'm pro-Jewish and pro-communist, but I do all this stuff about the Nazis to just claim that, there's no way they could have won. And so he was producing all these histories based on their accomplishments, talking about
Europa Journal.
Yeah, Access Europa Journal. That would be what's the guy's name? Munoz or something?
Antonio Munoz.
Yeah, Antonio Munoz. Yeah, so for all. Yeah,
Munoz would be like the English.
Yeah, he's a Jew fuck communist. He's a Jew worshipping communist, is what he is. But at any rate, but these guys were the guys who would contact the Presidio military base library. So I would deal with them sometimes in terms of records. But then, one of them stayed true to Nazism, and the other guy just turned into a big, I'm pro-communist, pro-Jewish guy, and that was the Munoz guy. And he said he had Jews picketing outside of his home, and he basically surrendered to them. Come on inside, and I'll show you I love Jews, and all this bullshit. And, and so, what a chicken shit piece of shit. And so... Here we are. So let me send this to everybody with the on the Dietrich mailing list, so to speak. Let's get this over here to Aristides, and of course, Jesus. I hope it lets me mail to someone after that. How do I? Okay. Sometimes it does this. It fucks up.
Wait, who's this guy?
Who? This other guy you found online, or what?
There was like this thing about Jesse Owens in the Olympics,
Uh-huh.
And then it just shows some guy and his like, instead of his name, it just says Hitler's former bodyguard. Like, what? Like, is that real? Is that really him?
Weird shit. And
let's see if it gives his name on the name card. Yeah, it'll take a second here.
Yeah, well, I just sent something to Aristides instead of you by mistake, so let me forward it to you and see if you get it. So let's forward this to our man Zogit, and here we are, Brendan Zogit, and okay.
And it's like this whole shtick where they're saying that like somehow they were racist or something. It's like, that's so stupid. In the 1934 Olympics, 36 Olympics.
So it's more just Allied propaganda.
Yeah, of course.
Huh.
Negroes have no place at the Olympics. It's like some, and the headline in German does not say that. I'm like reading it.
Thank you.
Like in German, like, but they count on people not being able to read. What's the style of German?
Yeah. The Germans used to use a Germanic script, and so the Germanic script they're counting on to intimidate people, so that people don't to.
Yeah. Yeah, it did not say Negroes weren't allowed. Let's just put it that way. It was saying Negroes are allowed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like, and I'm not being facetious.
Yeah, no, they're just scum.
The Brits just put some bullshit.
Yeah. And so let's see. So did you get my email, Brendan? Did you get my email? See if you can get that.
I got the original one. Is this a new one?
Yeah, this is a new one, but completely different subject.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. It says basically should be titled.
Liebe Secundus. Yeah,
yes.
I have it.
Okay, good. And so this is not polished.
This is your second book?
It's my second book. Yeah, because it's more like Hitler's second book than it is his first. It's more like Hitler's first book, Mein Kampf, was all about himself, really.
And what was that other email? That was just like just an extra, like a bonus track. Or I thought this was a different part of the book. I was like wondering why you were going on.
No! It's supposed to go in the book that Peter Moon is writing. The one that I sent you about evocations and invocations is supposed to go in the book that Peter Moon's writing because he wants it to be like a grimoire, but he doesn't want to put it in because he's like, really, it's like a lot of this is like Peter's just on his own trip. He's really on his own trip, and
I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut for this one. 'Cause
Yeah.
his shit has plenty of occult shit in it.
yeah, thank you.
So it's just like,
Thank you. And he's trying to, imply that this is like a grimoire. And I'm trying to say, Loa, then, put some of these observations in there. I hope that when he reads it, he understands the importance of this, because I talk
if you
about
ever get a different person to write your books, just tell them copy and paste.
Thank you.
You know what? I'll just put it into Adobe. Jesus
Thank
Christ.
you.
I'll send you the file.
Thank you.
You can publish it yourself.
Thank you. That's what we're going to work on together with this book when I get done with it. Yeah. And
send Douglas the
yeah.
The money for Adobe.
Thank you.
We'll do it ourselves.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll get this out there and do that. Yeah, our man Pete, what he does is he bleaches it. If he and it's like
I don't understand, like, given your topic, just the gravity of your topic, and then he's saying it's got to be brought down to an 8th grade level.
Yes.
I don't want 8th graders reading this shit.
Yeah,
okay?
thank you. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Thank you. It's bizarre.
First of all, they wouldn't know what's going on. Second of all, if they did, then that's not the right people to tell about this.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. No, it's like he's
craziness.
He has his own trip, and it's based on I think also you'll notice here's an aspect of Peter Moon that we cannot ignore, is when Preston Nichols brought him down into that Montauk base camp and said, these are the cages where they kept young boys. And Peter Moon says, later.
The boys down. That's true.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Peter Moon denies it. And he says they couldn't keep young boys, and that's just chicken wire. They could have ripped their way out of that. And, and I said, but Preston qualified it. He said they were kept at very low temperatures where the young boys were underfed and malnourished, and they were all cuddling each other or hugging each other so that they could stay warm with each other's body warmth, and that's why they couldn't have
They're like malnourished people in cages on the windiest island on the East Coast. Like, what are you talking about?
Thank you. Where the temperature was kept low enough where they were forced to basically dogpile so that they could give each other body warmth and didn't have the strength to rip through even that chicken wire. But Peter didn't put it in his book, even though Preston said put this in the book. Peter didn't put it in the book. It was like so there's certain things
no comment.
Yeah. It's just like I don't know, Aristides, did you ever see that footage?
Oh, of the the cages where he went with Preston.
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah.
It's on YouTube. It's still there.
Yeah, I may. Yeah, I think I saw something, but they didn't actually see kids in cages. They were like, oh, here's the place where this happened. And
that's what he was saying. Yeah, this is where it happened. That's where they kept them. Not this is where they are. He said this is where they kept them. Yes.
No, it was after the fact.
It was after the fact. But Peter was denying it, is what was going on with that. So, Ian, tell us what you're...
There is such a thing.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I ripped the VHS cassette tape and uploaded to YouTube. That was me that did that.
Thank you. That's true. That is true. Yeah, and tell them how you sent it to Peter. Tell him how you sent that to Peter and what he said.
Yeah, on the episodes, on the first time I talked to Peter, I asked him. I was like, look, when you and Preston were walking up the hill and you got to the circle water building thing on stilts, and Preston was like, this is the UFO landing pad, and fucking Peter was like, no, that's not it, he was bullshitting. But the fact of the matter is down in Orlando, when I was down there at the time on Lockheed Martin's security base on the International Drive right there's the same fucking setup. It's a big cylinder tower with trees planted all around it to disguise it. So it's like it had to have been a fucking flying saucer landing strip for it. Because why else would Lockheed Martin go through all the fucking trouble of planting 50 fucking trees around a fucking circular tower? What are they trying to
Here's what I heard when you told this to Peter, and here's how I would interpret it. Basically, when Ian West approached Peter and said, "Look, here's the footage, and this is where Preston Nichols says this is the UFO landing site." Yeah, and then Peter said, "Oh, that's just Preston joking. Preston's just telling a joke. He's not serious. He's just saying that." And but the way I would interpret it is that if anything, it might be a VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing site, for a saucer type craft that they were experimenting with, one of the prototypes. But it would be human made. I would interpret it as human constructed. But they would hide it with a copse of trees. Makes sense. And so I understand what Ian West is saying. But
when you watch the VHS tape, there's like, I mean, there's not as many trees as there are in Orlando, but there's a tree or two right there next to this fucking big circular platform tower thing that's on stilts.
Right. And so whether or not it was used for that, I do remember you're providing the footage, how Peter reacted to it. And it's all just sad all the way around. Definitely Peter has his own filter. He has his own filter by which he processes a lot of this stuff. And but what's scary to me, far more frightening to me, is his like obsession now with Jordan Peterson. Like, the first thing he does when he comes home from Romania is like, hey, and he sends me Jordan Peterson shit. It's like
Jordan Peterson just sold out to Israel.
Just sold out. I think that was
I guess publicly, but there's a video of him.
He has been for years.
Yeah. I mean,
he works for fucking Ben Shapiro on Wire. I mean, it's
no. There's a video I've got where it's Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, and BB or Satan or whatever the fuck his guy's name. It's Netanyahu, Jordan Peterson, and
he visited a while ago.
I mean, Jordan Peterson does sound like a little bitch, though. He really does. He's like,
that's because that's what he is a fucking little bitch. Yeah.
He was addicted to Klonopin for like 10 years while telling people to go clean their rooms and shit.
Yeah,
he's a fucking loser.
He's disgusting. There is nothing redeeming. And then Peter said he was preaching his shit in Romania. Peter said, I brought up Jordan Peterson. People get defensive and shit. I mean, defensive. They're just revolted, Peter.
I'll be honest.
They know he's a Russian shill.
Yeah, thank you.
Jordan Peterson does have some.
There's also, as a side comedy note, there's this article on the side of this thing I just sent you, Douglas, about Martin Sellinger.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the Austrian guy that's like totally banned from everything.
Okay.
But it says, "Is Trump okay? ? Unhinged reactions. Worry Harris supporters." Was he ever okay?
What does that even mean?
I mean, I appreciate Jordan Peterson's banging Ann Coulter. I mean, I appreciate that. He
did that. No, ew. What?
He
did that? He actually did that?
I think he's
married. Just joking?
No, I'm dead serious. I think he's married to Ann.
He's not. He has his wife is Canadian. She's brunette.
Yeah.
Let me look. I could be getting confused on that.
Well, he might. I bet Jordan Peterson wishes he banged Ann Coulter.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, but she's just
he couldn't bag that.
Yeah, but she's skinny as hell too. I mean, she's not exactly what I'd call porn star material. I mean, poor Ann Coulter.
No, but she's got plenty of rich people at Fox. She can.
Yeah.
Shemang.
Yeah. And she doesn't need that.
Like, imagine going over to JP's house and it's like, literally, he said his ceilings. He has so much Soviet art that it's on his ceilings. Like when he's sleeping, he wakes up to Soviet propaganda posters.
Yeah, that's how sick this fucker. And I'm not even
exaggerating. That's literally what he said.
Yeah, that's right. It's true. He is disgusting. He's nothing redeemable about that guy. And
you couldn't seal the deal in that bedroom. That's for sure.
That's for sure. Seeing
like those weird like freaking Rasputin type like Soviet officers like. There's no way.
Yeah. Thank you. It's like every pussy in the room dries up. It's honestly, that's how.
Especially when he starts crying.
Yeah, and he looks like he's homeless. Yeah. He just like whiskers and shit, like he hasn't shaved. It's like what is
And
his?
he was like the pinnacle of like supposedly like he was like in Harvard and all this shit. I'm like, who the fuck? How did he get in there? What did he do?
Yeah, thank
How many dates
you.
did he suck?
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Right?
What did he do? Like,
And more importantly, what did we do to deserve getting exposed to his bullshit? You know, I mean, honestly,
well, I told you how he got famous. He wrote the book, The 12 Steps, whatever.
yeah,
Bullshit.
yeah.
His book of like how to become. I don't know. I forgot what it's called.
It was like the original Andrew Tate shit, like the tater
Yeah, it
tots,
was
kind of like
exactly. Like he basically wrote one of those formulaic, schemy books.
yeah.
What is it called? Hold on, let me look it up. real quick.
It's something stupid like pet every cat you see, which just means like stroke every pussy you see. That's what he's really
Yeah.
trying to say.
12
and
rules. His 12 rules.
yeah, and let all the
12
kids
rules.
skateboard. Let all the kids skateboard. Yeah.
12 rules to life.
Yeah.
An antidote to chaos. And this is when he was on like so much Klonopin. Like, what a fucking
Yeah.
piece of shit.
Yeah.
Stand up straight with your shoulders back. Treat yourself like someone you are responsible for helping. So it basically means nothing. Make friends with people who want the best for you. How did like I could write this? I could write better than this.
Thank you.
Don't let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. Set your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. Tell the truth or at least don't lie. See, there's his philosophy right
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Tell the truth or at
Assume-
least don't lie. I love that. So fucking gray area. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. Assume the person you are listening to might know something you don't. Be precise in your speech, which he is definitely not.
Yeah.
Do not bother children when they are skateboarding. So that's what made him famous with everyone in the younger generation.
Yeah.
And then number 12, pet a cat when you encounter one on the street.
Yeah.
So those last two are what made it like the book blow up.
Yeah.
Like, and I had people because the people my age, they didn't read the first 5, 10.
Yeah.
They just saw, oh, he's cool with skateboarders.
Yeah.
You know, this guy's chill. That's literally how I was introduced to Jordan Peterson.
There you are. That
My
plus grope
skateboarding
every
friend-
pussy you see. Grope every
Yeah,
pussy
and
you
then
see.
the cat thing. Yeah. So my friend was like, he was literally on a skateboard and he's like, here, take this book. And I'm like, what is this? And he's like, this guy's the man. Like, he's the man. And I'm like, okay. And then I like looked at it and I was like, dude, who does this guy work for? And he's
Thank
like,
you.
He's like, man, it's not about that. It's what he says. I'm like, obviously he's getting paid by someone, and this is just a bunch of schemy shit. Like immediately I was like not dealing with it. And this skateboarder was like, no, this
Enamored.
is it, man.
He was enamored.
Yeah. And
of
he
the-
still loves JP to this day.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh.
And Peter getting into him now at Peter's age, what does that tell us? It's like Peter's going through a second childhood or something. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's some kind of. Can I say it? Can I say it?
Yeah,
Like-
maybe we'll say it later, another time.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, some kind of dignity he has. Yes. But yeah, anyways, like, so, yeah, JP, the whole time he was telling kids, oh, stand up straight, treat yourself like someone you're responsible for helping. He's freaking downing handfuls of fucking Klonopin like the TV Dr. House and shit. Like, this guy's a fraud, like, big capital F. Like, after he like went to rehab, I was like, okay, capital F, like, final. I can't believe he rebounded from that, and that shows that he got, compromised, as if he wasn't good to begin with.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank
no one
you.
can bounce back from that hypocrisy where he's telling kids, go clean your room, fold your socks, and then he's over there like taking handfuls of pills, saying he's a psychiatrist.
Not only that, but going to
Dumb.
Russia for reprogramming. Tell them about that.
Well, that wasn't made public.
Yeah.
He claims he just went cold turkey on his own.
Oh, of course.
What, Klonopin?
Yeah, that shit's no joke.
Yeah.
That's just no joke.
I've never played with it, to be honest with you, so I can't
It's one
really...
of the most powerful benzodiazepines. Like, it's way stronger than Xanax. Like, it makes you drunk. Like, it, and the withdrawal,
shit.
like, the most dangerous part about it is once you're hooked on it, the withdrawal can literally kill you. It's like it's worse than
Jesus.
heroin or alcohol. Like, you go into convulsive seizures for like days on end, and like most people die.
Holy
Like
shit!
when I had my surgery, the doctor gave me some because I was in so much pain. Because we won't go into the backstory of that. But I had such a painful surgery, so the doctor gave me some.
By the way, Brooke was so jealous she wouldn't believe you. Remember that? Brooke was so jealous because you told her you were getting it on tap, and she was.
Yeah, and I refilled it like 3 or 4 times, and then I was so high out of my mind that I even called the doctor personally. Like, I was like, put him on the phone, and he was like, yes. How much are you taking? I'm like, I take 3 a day. I need more. And he's like, you were only supposed to take a half. And like he was like panicking. Like the doctor was like freaking out. And the next day he dropped me from his practice. He said, don't ever come back.
He fired you as a patient. That's what
fired me as a patient and said, he said, I hope you recover somewhere else and don't ever come back. And he just hung up the phone. That's how dangerous it is. Like he was just, it was like done and done. Like
incredible.
Well, I guess I should take that Quaaludes recipe off down from my Facebook wall. That's
wait, say that again.
I just posted like the I just posted this like at-home recipe to make Quaaludes on my Facebook wall, but I'm gonna take that down now. I think that's
yeah, definitely.
He's kidding.
Quaalude is
He's
kidding.
But
yeah, there you go.
But go on, Ian. Tell us about what's going on with Star Fox.
Oh, she said she made it up to Washington, and I was just she gave me a link to her SoundCloud, and there's just like one song on it. So I wrote a bunch of songs with like these DJs going, it's Princess Pixie, Star Fox, and stuff. So I've been like sending her all these songs I wrote with the DJs screaming her name and stuff. So hopefully she can post them on her SoundCloud and, beef her SoundCloud up a little bit. But yeah, that's what we were doing. That's what I was talking about.
Cool. And what else? It's like, is she living with the crazy old cultic truck driver or what?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, she filled me on that. Yeah, she did fill me on that. She is living with them. Apparently the skinhead moved out of the house. So she's got it all to herself. So, she's happy. She's happy. So that's good,
But who's supporting her? What is she eating?
I think OnlyFans is supporting her.
Okay, that's it. Yes, that's all she needs. That's money to be made there. Yeah, but fuck whatever. Go on.
Good for her. Good for her.
Yeah. Fuck whatever Christina says. Go on. Yes, tell us what else we need to know. Where can people go to see her OnlyFans? Give her an ad. Give her a plug.
Go to www.onlyfans.com/Princess Pixie.
What's your handle? Oh, you have it. Okay.
I don't know. I'm not into all that bullshit. I don't.
At least advertise for her. Shit, she needs the help.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, here it is. I found Jordan Peterson's rap sheet. I sent it to you.
Cool. There we are. Oh my God.
He began taking benzos. He attempted to stop using clonazepam in 2019. He experienced severe withdrawal symptoms, including neurological damage. Yeah, no kidding. No fucking joke. And then he went. His daughter sent him for treatment to hospitals worldwide, including the U.S., Russia, and Serbia. There you go.
Oh, wow. There you
so
go.
They're open about it.
There's something fishy with that.
I'm going to go mute for just a second here. People continue talking. Aristides, certainly you have some input with this. Let's see if Aristides responds. Before
the way they describe him as...
Yeah. So go ahead. Describe him. Yeah, describe him, Brendan. Yeah.
Canadian YouTube philosopher and professor of psychology.
Oh, man. Where do I get a title like that? Yeah, YouTube philosopher.
I like how that was before professor. That's so offensive.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. He deserves that. He
spend 10 years, 20 years in fucking academia and they say that shit.
Yeah, YouTube philosopher. That's the ultimate low. That's the ultimate low. He has sank to the absolute rock bottom. Thank God.
I bet Alan Watts is turning in his grave knowing that he's the fucking YouTube fucking... He's the algorithm's like fucking bottom bitch.
Yes.
Just constantly being put on repeat on a bunch of lo-fi beatboxing tracks. He's probably if he ever gets reincarnated, then he's fucked. He's gonna
Yes.
be pissed.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's coming back as a at any rate there. Oh,
Yeah.
there we
Jordan
have it.
Peterson is living proof that recovery from a substance, even one that began with prescriptions, is possible.
I don't understand this whole trip where why did they make this gulf between prescriptions are okay to be addicted to, but illegal drugs are not? Like, I've never understood that, and I never will. Where, like, if you get a drug test and you just say, "Oh, I have a prescription for it," even if it's the most gnarly drug, they just say, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
But anyone else, it's like you're instantly fired. Like, I don't understand the logic. Only in America, basically.
It is what it is. None of it is supposed to make any sense. We're all just trapped here. We're stranded in North America, the dark continent.
And by the way, these jokers like Michaela, him and his daughter, they're the biggest proponents of the carnivore diet. But it's not. But it's nothing sensible. It's literally just they eat just rump steak every day. They buy the cheapest. I'm not joking. This is their diet. They buy the cheapest steak they can, and it's just steak and salt every day.
Oh God.
That's how they live.
That sounds like
It is awful. That's why their mentality's all fucked up. You know?
I believe it.
Even Andrew Tate was eating beans and shit. You know, it's like, this is crazy. I mean, this is crazy. These people are insane.
Brendan, did you get a chance to listen to the Michael Aquino musical?
I had to read that by myself in a dark room when Douglas sent it to me. I'm good. I don't need it set to
Buy
music.
the other two books and just get the whole Rex collection, you know.
I have all three, but I'm not giving them to you. That's for sure.
I thought there were. I found 4 books total. Oh, hey, you know what?
4 other books aside from the 2 that I gave you, correct? So there's at least 6 floating around out there?
No. 2 that you gave me, and then another 2.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
But
I'm sure there's more.
I tracked down the link. I gave you the link, Douglas. I thought this was like 4 years ago, but
Interesting.
You read them that long ago?
He read that long ago. Yeah.
it's been more than that. It's probably been 5 or 6 years. Actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what. If I get
How
this
long has it
music
been?
off the ground, I'll hire you.
No, no, that needs to be buried under the ground.
Oh shit. Oh my God.
That was,
It's
Yeah, I'm looking at these Soviet propaganda posters. They're horrible. How could you put this on your wall? Like they're actually revolting.
They are. Aristides is digging through a bag of chips. Is that what's going on?
Oh, sorry. I forgot I was not on mute. No, but I've got
That's
something.
his bag of trees.
No,
Aristides, did you hear the new musical?
no,
Why are you
yours?
pushing this musical so much?
No, I'm sorry. I've not reviewed your
Well, it
your
just
thing yet. You know, it's in the queue. No, but I'm okay. So I'm trying to look at it now. When I think of Peterson, there was the thing. So I don't know what bullshit he puts out, but apparently I think he put something out about who was that guy, the Russian guy, Alexander Solzhenitsyn or something like that.
Solzhenitsyn, Georgian,
Yeah. Or he wrote like 200 years together and all that, right? And which is basically like, they shoved this everybody in gulags, and and then Peterson like kind of put something out with him in it, and then somebody confronted him at like a live event where he was talking. He was like, "Yo, Jordan, like, so who was Alexander like talking about?
Yeah.
Like, who basically confronted him, and he's like, he's like putting him out there as like,
Of course.
a good guy, and then it's like, okay, but who is he complaining about? And he just like,
Yep.
I don't know. I'm looking for the video, but they really.
Yeah, Jordan
something
Peterson,
live.
his default is crying, and then if he doesn't cry, then he freezes. Like, so he doesn't he doesn't have like any kind of rhetoric ability. The only reason they had all those cool videos of him talking in college was because he wouldn't let the kids talk back.
Yes.
He literally told them that you guys have to shut up and let me talk. That was like his rule of the class. Like you can go back into those old videos and like if anyone ever challenged him on it, he would fold immediately. That's why he told everyone to shut up.
That's the only way. People like that, they basically have to maintain total control of the communication. And so, just so everyone knows, Ian West, he did what he did. I don't know if this, just to say that, in a sense, I really can't condemn him because of what Lainey Shea and I did. What I'm sharing now is these links with Brendan and Aristides. And I'm sure I'll pay the price for this with smart-ass remarks. But just understand, this girl is in the video. She's actually a paid actress, and you can tell it's not a real bedroom of a real young lady because her bed's in the middle of the room. But it was a... I'm sorry?
Were you sending this? I don't see anything.
I'll press the button now. I just want to make sure that you're kind of prepared. I'm giving kind of like a preparation for it. It was like what Lainey Shea did was she had all this techno equipment to make music with so that she would pretend she was singing. You remember that, Brendan, right? So what she did was she used a lot of this techno this shit that she had where I provided the porn scenes and then she put it to music. So we made these 3 videos from the same film, but they were basically taking the porno film and turning it into a pornographic music video. The film is actually over an hour long, but we turned it into like 3 separate videos because Lainey Shea was into this. And Lainey Shea had these fantasies about forced sex, which is another word for rape. And if you like rape porn, you can't.
Going around. I don't know what it is, but
What was that?
There's a lot of chicks into that. I don't get it, but
it's just a lot of chicks. They're just into that, and it's a fantasy, and and so long as it's just a fantasy, it's there really shouldn't be anything wrong with it. It just is what it is. It's there were 3 different tunes that we used, and it all I thought came out pretty effectively. It really got her into the mood.
Did she write the music, or was it just other people's music?
It was other people's music, but she put it together with the video so well. I mean, with my help, of course. So it was kind of like a project that we both coordinated together. And so when we uploaded them, it was, an act of love.
Yeah, a labor of love.
That's right. Kind of like what you're doing. And
You
so
have this shit in your collection, you sick bastard.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said you have this shit in your collection. I said you sick bastard.
Yes. It was. This is all downloaded from
But I'm
what
obviously
channel?
being facetious, like
Yeah. But
compared to what's on the internet is pretty mild.
Yes. It's about the story is a rival girl hires a gang to gang rape her rival on her birthday. That's so the girl's just had her 18th birthday. That way the legalities were covered with the porn film, and we took the scenes from that and we put it to 3 different soundtracks. And of course I couldn't do it without Lena, and Lena did it. She covered the music angle and I covered the visuals. So this was the result thereof. Yeah, and so therefore I can't really condemn Ian West from a moral perspective. It's just my taste swings differently, and so there we go with that. It is
Ones except for Q's.
Yeah. What was that? Say that again.
I said so does everyone's except for Q and Ian.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you, Doug. I forgot to tell you. Guess who's back in the game now, porn-wise? Guess who's back in the game, porn-wise?
Who?
I don't
Chris
know.
Canyon.
Chris again. Oh wow. Yes. Well.
She's back. Oh, she's back, dude.
back.
She's even wearing her wedding ring during these scenes. I was so proud of her.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I hope she's doing okay.
I don't think she ever left. What are you talking about?
No, she did. And then what happened was, she got ripped off. Married some guy, thought she was going to retire. Then the guy ripped off everything she had, and then she had to get back into the business. It's, a lot of these women, they're just too trusting, and you wonder how they fall for these assholes when they've been through the meat grinder already.
Right.
But yeah, it is what it is. And
But back to the game now. She's back at it, dude. She still got it. She still fucking got it, dude.
Oh.
Like,
yeah, I bet. I believe it. It's easy to believe. I mean, she always looked good, and so I'll look her up now and see how she's doing. Feel free to send me some links, and you know, I wish all the best for her. Honestly,
research purposes only.
yeah, I guess. You said that.
well, she should be a model for every woman, you know. That's, you know.
In her own way, yes.
What?
Well, in her own way.
She's beautiful. She's absolutely beautiful.
Well, what I mean to say is that I guess what Ian means is physically, but you know, honestly, I really think a lot of women should just get over the bullshit about being sexually repressed and all that. But I think we've come a long way. We've come a long way with the female sexuality. I think we've gotten over a lot of the hang-ups. Of course, now with the Republicans starting all of this anti-abortion crap, it's going to be like there was a time with the first prohibition around the time of Abraham Lincoln that you had some states that were wet and some states that were dry. What made the gangster explosion in the 20s was the national prohibition. The national prohibition is what caused a national underworld to develop, a continental underworld.
Yeah.
But with the kind of era that we're entering now, where some blue states are pro-abortion and the red states are not, this is what's going to define, at least in the beginning, of balkanized America. It's going to be women are going to be moving where there's abortions. So you're just going to have the red states become more and more male, and you're going to have them become, therefore, more and more depopulated. It's going to be a sausage fest in the red states. It's going to be...
That's what the whole red pill is. It's like everyone's red.
Thank you. Beautiful observation.
And gay.
Yeah, pretty much. They may as well be, motherfuckers. Yeah, it's... they hate women.
Like repressed. Or they'll be like MGTOW, where it's like totally repressed.
Yeah.
Like they secretly love each other, but they feel like they can't do
Yeah.
anything about it.
Yeah, it's disgusting. There's no words for it. It's like so repulsive. And but imagine that. Imagine in America where you've got states with double the amount of women, and then you got states with half the amount of women at least. It's going to be like you know, these other states will be like dystopian. These red states will be dystopian, is what they're going to become more and more. So it's
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you seen them lately?
what are they like? I can't even begin to imagine. Well, I mean, Ian West lived in one, and maybe is
Yeah.
Mississippi a red state? It can't be red. It's got to be blue. It's all black.
No.
Find out.
Yeah.
Let me find out. I think it's a red state though, because all the shrimper men down here and all the fishermen down here, they've all got like Trump shirts and Trump hats and shit.
Jesus.
Okay, check this out. It says abortion is illegal in Mississippi, with some limited exceptions after the state 2007 trigger law went into effect.
Oh,
Okay,
so they're already in it. So they're like terminal in that.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Like, let's put it this way: I've never heard of you know the song California Girls. I've never heard Mississippi Girls.
Yeah.
I've never heard any songs about them. Yeah.
How come after I sent you the porn video links, you went inactive? The last seen 5 minutes ago. It's like Brendan Zoget said, I'm gonna let people think I'm not on the Skype. It's like you left the Skype after I sent you those.
I'm still on somehow. I'm just looking at this Christy Canyon person. Like,
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
I adored her when I was young. When I was young, I adored her. And
maybe when she was younger,
Older.
but she's not bad. I'm not saying she's
yeah. I mean, some women age very gracefully, and I think, let me look up Christy Canyon now. I just feel bad that she needs to get back in. Probably, you know, I feel bad that she needs to. It'd be one thing if she just did it, but yeah, she probably is like doesn't have a choice. And Christy Canyon, here we are, and let's see how she's looking now. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Well, of course, I grew up when she looked very different.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
She looks pretty normal now. She looks pretty normal. She's got some. She got a real. Yeah, big boo job, but anyhow, go on.
That's what I thought. It was just like a
that. She didn't get no boo job. Those are all natural. Those are all natural.
You can believe whatever.
No, I mean, they were natural when she was younger. When she was younger, they were definitely natural. Yeah, maybe they are still young. It's still natural. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. No, they're still natural. That woman's got it, dude. I'm proud of her. Shit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they were big. And look at her. There's this photograph in particular. Let's take a look at this. I'm sharing right now. I'm sharing the screen right now. This one in particular from like back when she was probably... Is that AI touched up? No, it's her from when she was young. Yeah. That's, and she had that look even then, kind of like those lazy eyes. And, yeah. And of course, nobody was looking at her eyes. They were all stuck down here. This looks almost like it's, use solid photorealistic model. So this is AI touched.
It's AI.
Yeah. It's AI touch, but it's done well. Most of the time, they don't do it well. The AI generally sucks ass. And worse yet, it still has a Dietrich enough look where I feel that I'm being plagiarized. But
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I think the irony about the AI is that no one ever puts anything intelligent in it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. The people making prompts and are like these are these like 4chan troglodyte people.
Thank you.
That are making all this quote unquote AI because they're the only ones that can handle the tech, and that's why it's doomed, because it's starting with these people.
Yeah, I know. They'll corrupt it from the beginning into a retardation. They're retarding it.
It's all like the worst type of autistic people.
It is.
Thompson.
Yeah. They are disgusting. And so I'm downloading these AI images because they're nostalgic to me. They remind me, of course, of her when she was young. And they even exaggerate her a bit. They've cleaned her up too much. So yeah. But other than that, I told you about what happened with her and that idiot, Robin Williams. Yes, yeah.
How did I guess?
Yes. How did you guess? Well, you remember what happened, right? He couldn't get it up because he was all...
I remember the story. Yeah. That Robin Williams was so coked out, he couldn't get it up. And Christy Canyon, who was the other chick that was with him?
I couldn't remember. It was her and another porn actress.
Yeah.
And he wanted them both to... Yeah, he wanted them both to fuck him, but then he couldn't get it up, so they just had to fuck each other in front of him. And he couldn't even jack off, poor fucker. He's just, sitting there drooling.
Damn, no wonder he killed himself.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what I tell everyone. He committed suicide, which is true. And he did it while he was trying to... He didn't really kill himself because of depression. He killed himself because he was doing the autoerotic stimulation bullshit, because that's the only way guys who are that fucked up when drugs can get off. He was not just doing the uppers, he was doing the downers. So because
he pulled the David Carradine.
He did a David Carradine. That's what it happened. And he wasn't like intending to, but his family had to make it sound like a noble struggle against depression, but it was all bullshit. He was doing the autoerotic stimulation. Nobody hangs himself with a belt that's tied to a doorknob. Okay? Doesn't you couldn't even do that if you tried. You could tie your belt to a doorknob, wrap it around your neck, and try to kill yourself all day long. You're not going to do anything. But he was doing the autoerotic stimulation shit and wound up actually killing himself by accident because he was so fucking... He had the heroin, and with the heroin nod, he like wound up sinking to the point where he actually did strangle himself. It was like something you couldn't do while you were conscious, but something you can do when you fuck up like that. And but there you go. But they always lie, and they always say, "Oh, it's a noble struggle against depression." And for that other idiot, this is what we got into an argument with Brooke about at the time we were talking about Michael J. Fox. He could have went into an anti-drug crusade and said, "Look, I fucked up. I took all these street drugs, and look at me now. And you don't want to be like me. Don't do drugs, kids." But no, he had to come up with, "It's my noble struggle against Parkinson's," and it's all a lie. That chicken shit evil motherfucker. And all these people all of these people who, for those of you who don't know, what happened was at the studio, everybody came down with the symptoms, and they all spent the rest of their lives disintegrating just like him Only he had the money to revise all the history. And it was all due to somebody came into the studio with a bad batch of street shit, and they all were partying, you know.
Right.
I believe it. I believe that. I believe that much. But for Robin Williams, I really think he had to sacrifice a little kid to do one of these fucking movies, and the guilt from it is what turned on the depression. That's what I think.
You know what I would argue? I would argue not against his sacrificing the kid, but the idea that you...
that he felt bad.
Yeah, the idea that you attribute a sense of guilt to someone who's obviously, in the case of Robin Williams, a pathological, sociopathic, psychotic, piece of shit. It's this guy.
When have you ever met like a normal comic?
Yeah,
and also he worked for Disney. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. That tells you everything you need to know. There's no guilt there. That guy would,
do a lot. That's right.
It was probably his idea to do the.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, he would be the guy to suggest it. He would be the guy to suggest it.
He's like, we're going to cut the head off this baby, and I'm going to sign the $6 million contract. Anyway.
Yeah, and what I was, my gang brother Beaver, it was like I said the other day about when I was talking about Michael Aquino dying because of his cannibalism. Actually, I was talking about Lori and Ann Fenton. And then I brought up Michael Aquino, and he, like I said, it was almost like he had the experience of eating babies or something, because he was like saying, oh, Lori and Fenton's got it all wrong. It's not the black kids that should taste the best, because the muscles be all fibery and all that shit. She'd be going after the white kids, because it'd be all fatty, and that's what makes meat taste good. What did you say? I noticed that? Is that what Ian said? I noticed that?
I would have said, how the fuck do you know?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said, this sounds distressingly like you're overly familiar with it. And then he said, and Aquino shouldn't be getting cancer from eating those babies because they didn't have any shit in them. They're healthy and they're fresh born. They don't have all these shots. And I said, well, first off, maybe at the time Aquino was eating them, they weren't getting... Yeah, but these days they give them shots as soon as they're born, right? As soon as they're out of the womb, they're giving them shots. And then Beaver, then put the argument around and said, he's probably eating all them crack babies. If he's getting sick, from, he's eating all these crack babies that are born with all this toxics inside them and shit, and I'm like, I don't know how to respond. It's like he's thinking this out, with this...
But that's a typical Chinese response. They'll eat anything.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I didn't want to have to say it, but
yeah, he's proof of that.
Basically, Chinese people are like, meat is meat.
Yeah. When times get rough, you eat your friends. Yeah, it's like, what are friends for? Yeah, or family. No, I mean, by the way, just so people understand, during the Great Famine of Mao Zedong's dictatorship, when millions of people were dying, families had to start doing this. And it was like they would choose which young daughter to die because the daughters, you have to marry them off. They're less valuable in the ancient Chinese reckoning. And so they were deciding, which daughter to eat. Like neighbors would say, my daughter's the runtiest and she doesn't do enough work. And, your daughter seems capable of doing more work. So we'll get rid of my daughter first, that kind of shit. It was it was at that point. So they're extraordinarily practical.
That's when they were the four enemies.
The
pest.
Yeah. It was during that time. That was part of that whole trip. It was like a completely different world. And the West was admiring them. You had all these liberals in the West saying, oh, they're the future and they're all like Christians. Really, Mao's made everyone a true Christian because they're all communal and sharing and all this stuff. Yeah, they're sharing each other's bodies, in terms of food. And,
right?
Yeah, it's...
Fuck with that.
Yeah, repeat that, Brendan.
The people that wear like the Che Guevara shirts, it's like, really? You want to just go join his army? Good luck.
Thank you.
Exactly. It makes fucking sense, dude.
Yeah, no, they're all such pieces of shit.
Backstabbed, like, what's his name? Was the president's name?
Oh, I forgot. It's just,
he backstabbed Castro like half a dozen times before they killed him.
Yeah. It's Che Guevara was just he's disgusting. Anybody who is admiring Che Guevara is an idiot.
I met some lady at one of my jobs a couple years and years ago at this point. Yeah. She claimed to be a direct descendant of what is it? the Cienfuegos, one of the generals of Castro, that actually helped Castro win in South America and like near Venezuela, like Ecuador, or what is that area?
Let's just say Mesoamerica for now. Yeah, it's like
basically her descent, her ancestor helped fight off, the hordes and let Castro take over. And then when they went to Cuba, he killed the whole family.
Yeah.
So like family had to like go under an assumed name and escape.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
So that's what happened. Work for
that
Che.
once.
Yeah. That it shows everything. What was that, Ian? Say that again.
I said they did a Twilight Zone episode about that once.
Yeah, they did. There was a Twilight Zone episode that was talking about what's his name? Castro.
I think it was Castro, yeah, and he was like the mirror could tell him who was going to kill him.
Yeah.
So he just ended up killing his whole army.
Well, he killed all of his inner circle. Yeah.
Yeah, or generals or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And go on.
Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you, I got Aquino's death certificate too. I heard y'all talking about that earlier. I've got it. It's on my hard drive with me here. So whenever I get to the library, I can upload you the copy I have, and you can see if it matches up with whatever.
Okay, sure. So, I mean, yeah, that's fine, and I appreciate that. It's yeah, it's it. And what's your opinion? Do you feel that he's
It looks legit. Like the copy that I have, it really does look legit. But whenever I got word of Aquino moving to Florida to do the MK Ultra operations in Sarasota, it was around that time. Like I don't know if they ever finished the project or they stopped it. I don't know what the deal was with it, but the death certificate is like probably I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was 5 or 6 months after they broke ground for the new MK Ultra Center on the west coast of Florida. So
yeah, wow.
Yeah, like I tried to call you one night and tell you that that Aquino was and these are from witnesses that were a part of the ribbon cutting ceremony of this new MK Ultra facility, that Aquino himself was down there, and there are pictures of Aquino and other generals all like conversing in certain shots and stuff.
Interesting.
So
when was this?
This was, I want to say in 2017 or 2016.
And they advertise it like MK Ultra because that program ended in the 60s. So I don't know.
Officially at least. Yeah.
Officially, yeah, no, it's still going on, dude. I got friends that are fucking victims of it. And now there's this big fucking lawsuit.
It's not under that banner. It's like gone to Monarch and beyond. Like
right. Well, just so people, to explain to our listeners, supposedly it was what you would call an umbrella program that originally was called Artichoke, and they called it Artichoke because of all the layers of an artichoke. So so the Artichoke was supposed to have the Monarch and MK Ultra. Other people understand it as a series of successive programs, and I understand what Brendan is saying, but the way that it's often conceived or understood is that they may have changed the name, but it's the same thing, and it just it went off the books literally. The interesting thing about it was in the 70s, in the 60s and the 70s, it's like the government was operating with such impunity. They didn't even give a shit, and they almost publicized what they were doing when it came to MK Ultra and Project Monarch, because they really didn't think the public was ever going to respond with any protestations or any kind of they thought they had the public so cowed that they could, basically allow elements of these programs to leak, and everybody would think it's all in the name of national security, so it's for our greater good, and therefore we need to let the government do what it's doing because the people that they're all tormenting are probably subversives anyway. And the end result was, of course, that it became an outrage. Most of this became an outrage because of Watergate, and they started putting the CIA under the microscope. And as a result, they started just saying, well, these projects have ended. But of course, they didn't end. They just went completely off the books, or went, as they say, black. Yeah.
Yeah. And they kind of incorporate them in the juvenile detention centers throughout certain major cities and states and shit. And I was actually a witness to the underground tunnels at the Orange County Juvenile Center being blown up. I was there for that.
Okay. Well, like I said, there are definitely tunnels that were under the McMartin preschool. And it was said those tunnels. So again, just to emphasize to our listeners here, obviously there's several elements of Ian that are disturbing to people, which I've just given evidence to incriminate myself to Aristides and Brendan Sokit that I'm not necessarily any better than Ian West. I'm just swinging a different direction. But such being said, when it comes to tunnels, what's that? What's that?
Wasn't an actress? What did you send me?
Oh, that's an actress. It's an actress.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an actress. Yeah, just to assure you. Yeah, and
just don't Miguel Andahar me.
No, I wouldn't do that. No, this is an actress, and you can tell because, as I said, the bed's in the middle of the room. Had it been a real young girl's bedroom, they don't put their bed in the middle of the room so that
It's fucking stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, so that a gang can surround.
It takes an extra eyes like yours to see that.
Yeah. Yes, it does. It does. Not to mention that her bed looks awfully sparse. It looks awfully sparse. The room looks comparatively sparse.
Yeah.
It's done up enough, but yeah.
Well, I'm sure if I watched it, I would know. I just didn't watch it. I just saw the screenshot.
Yes. Well, I do look forward to your review. I know this is sick. I know I need help, but I do look forward to your review and that of Aristides concerning this. I have a feeling.
If I'm in the mood for it, I will.
Well, I'll tell you this much, Ian. I have a feeling Aristides and Brendan would review what I sent them before they review what you sent them.
That's fine. No, it's all good. But I was going to tell you guys, on my Facebook wall, if you scroll through it,
that is true.
You can see I've got the video advertisements for this juvenile detention lawsuit that's going on in the state of Florida, and it's going on in the state of Louisiana. Yeah. Hold on, my aunt's calling me. Stand by.
Okay, we'll stand by. In the interim, I guess I'll wait before he comes back, before I go into tunnels again and all that shit. But basically, it's a difference
that
of...
was his aunt? It sounded like an eagle or something cawing.
Yeah, like an eagle screeching. Yeah, it's actually probably some harpy. It's a
like
harpy.
A hag raven.
Yeah, it's a hag raven in the trees. Yeah.
It was jarring. Yeah.
What was that? Ian's back? Yeah, what was that? You okay there, Ian?
Yeah. I just had to move the trash can.
Okay.
But
she's got a thing about that trash can. Brooke told me that.
Just so far. Anyway.
What is your family doing up at 4 a.m? Like what?
Oh, we're night people.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Batman here.
Yeah, yes. It's that home you see in the bayou where the curtain opens. There's an eye peering out from behind the curtain and shit.
Yeah. And the train by every hour. Anyway.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
Videos that I posted, though, they tell you the location of all these MK Ultra centers. Like every single one of them throughout the state of Florida and the state of Louisiana. And I know the Louisiana MK Ultra facilities and shit that they were doing like since the 60s and stuff. Like after when Hurricane Katrina came, hit the coast here on the Gulf Coast, all the flooding and shit, it shut down like the big like operating centers and shit where they were installing like the RFID chips in the kids' brains and shit.
Then you had to go there.
Seriously, I mean, I've got the pictures of it. I don't have any of the footage. I don't have any of the I don't have any of the videos, but the videos are out there somewhere.
So what
Somebody's got them.
happens when their chips shut down? Like they just die or something? Like what are we talking about?
Well, wait a second. Let's look at this for a second. Is it possible? I mean, I personally think that Heather Holman has been chipped. I do believe Heather Holman's been chipped. I mean, do you not believe Heather Holman's got something done to her? I mean,
Well, all she has to do is get a stud finder and rub it all over her body where she thinks she might have gotten chipped, and if it goes off, then
she does that.
You're joking.
Yeah.
No, she does this. Heather Holman does this shit where she'll say, "Look, the cell phone's going near here, and the cell phone responds near a certain part of her body."
She had the dentist give her X-rays and shit. I think she knows where they're at.
Yeah. There's that. But then she also said she'll put the cell phone near the chips, and then the cell phone will do something weird, like respond. Whether or not that's psychosomatic or. But I think something was done to Heather, and so she probably has had maybe the equivalent of a chip. I mean, it's honestly they fucked her they fucked her over 8 Ways to Sunday. They really did.
Yeah.
Seriously, a lot of
That's
people.
why you don't.
Yeah.
That's why you don't help people like that.
Yeah. Well, what can you do?
Maybe she didn't have a choice at that point.
Well, I mean, yeah, but take a look at Amy Como. That's something I wanted to bring up too. Amy Como is someone who
They don't want help. I mean, they don't want help.
Well, it's not necessarily that. I mean, with Heather, it's hard to tell. Heather, it's hard to tell. I'll tell you what irritated me about what Heather was sending me when she was talking about don't talk about Taylor Swift. And she says, unless, and she puts this wink, unless it's to say she's an AI robot with this little wink. I'm like saying, wait a second, you're the one who says all these people are AI robots and clones, but you give me that wink when you say I should say the same thing and it'd be safer for me to say that. Does that mean you don't believe what you're saying? This is what it makes me wonder. Is like, does she? You get what I'm saying, right? Am I coherent?
Yeah, it's strange. No, it's strange.
Yeah. So you really begin to wonder: did she do all that for Social Security and just kind of got used to the act? Or what? It's but at the same.
No, she's on
she's
Ian's level.
Yeah.
They
They are.
it.
No, you're
Yeah,
right. You're right. We know this because Ian. I'm hoping you wouldn't buy into the shit Heather buys into. Heather will look at this like weird video where they say Cabbage Patch Kids and shit, and then she'll believe.
Yeah. That's a little. That's like biologically impossible to grow
Thank you.
babies from fucking cabbages.
Thank you.
But as for the memory regression, the brain rewiring, like I've got all the books on how to do that. I don't do it, but I got the books on it.
No, in all fairness, I know what Ian's talking about. I do want people to understand that there are people who have patented. They have patented. Technologies and techniques where they claim they can do this. So it's not like people aren't thinking about this. Obviously, people have been trying to make this happen. So that's a
Well,
fact.
they have that whole institute.
Yeah.
Where the psychics were. What was that place called?
Shit.
Getty?
So many of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
Tavistock. You talking about Tavistock? Yeah.
Tavistock.
Institute. Yeah, and they're in Orlando too. The Tavistock Southeast headquarters is in Windermere, Florida. Like I used to drive by there every fucking day. And I thought it was just like a real estate place. And
Yeah, you can only hope.
This $10 million building out in the middle of the swamp in Florida, and it says Tavistock on it. And I mean that bit is true. I guess you could go through a directory and find out where all these Tavistock institutes are in the United States, and you can link them up to these underground MK Ultra centers. I'm pretty sure you could.
Right. So here's something I want to point out. I'm gonna share a screen. Give me a second here and make certain I have. Let me see here, evoking the name, or let me see if I'll get the other book up that I had just sent. I just sent a copy of a large chunk of the beginning of my own second book, so to speak, to Brendan Zoget. But I'm going to share a screen now with all of you so I can point out something that is interesting here. So can you see the cursor moving, gentlemen? Ian, Brendan, Aristides?
Turn up the phone. Hold on.
Okay.
Now I can.
Okay, good. So I'm going to go over to the book that I'm writing. So one of the things I pointed out before, and tell me, Aristides, if I'm being repetitive, okay? So one of the things that I've shared is at the beginning of what I'm writing, I tell everybody, of course, basically dramatis personae and prefatory notes. I tell them why I'm highlighting certain years, and then I go into, say, for instance, the name of my father, George Dietrich, legal father. Then I go into Hitler, and then from there I go into, of course, this aspect of Asian Indian culture. And when I pointed this out before, I think all of you have seen this, but one of the things I did not point out, something that I find personally fascinating, and I'm not quite sure what to make of it, is what I pointed out before about... now, I remember I told you guys about this. My mother took a photograph of... and by the way, all of this needs to be polished. One of the things I'm talking about here is all the attempts of peace that Hitler made. He tried to reach out and make peace. And, of course, what I need to do is kind of polish that up because some of that's redundant. And some of that doesn't need to go into the book. Some of that I might take out because it's just too anti-Jewish. So I would like your feedback on that, whether you feel I should keep some...
Anti-Jewish, keep it more anti-Jewish. I mean, you go stronger on it, you know. I mean, seriously, don't take it light. Don't stoop to their level. Just be honest about it, you know.
I say hit it with kid gloves. You can't really. You can't go too deep, right?
It may be, yeah. We'll consider both perspectives. One of the things I point out that I need to polish here is, of course, the fact that the French attacked Germany first. I point out the fact that when Germany attacked Poland, most people are completely unaware that while all the German forces were in Poland, France attacked Germany. So this was called the Saar Offensive, and all the generals approached Hitler and said, "The French will take us now. You've deployed all our forces in Poland." And Hitler said, "I served in France for 4 years in World War I. Don't worry about it. They'll chicken out and turn back in a few days." and that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. and,
that is what they did, right?
Yeah, and so, you know, but
that's why we've never heard about it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's right. But it's pretty fucking incredible that
also when he walked, like, it's famous that the Nazis just walked into Paris, like they basically took the whole country.
Yes,
just walked in.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. They destroyed the Masonic lodges and all that shit. I mean, good for them. Man.
Yes, all quite true. All quite true. And so, but one of the things I pointed out was my mother took this photograph, and this was of this guy who was known, ironically enough, just because the pronunciation of his Indian name is Rabbi to his friends. But, of course, he had an immensely complicated Bengali name, Ravindranatha. Ravindranatha Thagara. I mean, just impossible to pronounce. Even in the Hindu, they simplify it. But the point was that this is a picture of her relation, who was one of the first female architects in China, in modern China. And so I've shown everybody this before. But what's interesting is Savitri Deve, who wrote the book The Lightning and the Sun, was living with this guy when she took on the name Savitri Devi. But the town, or rather his estate, because this guy was so fucking rich, he was like so rich that he could spend all day just writing literature and poems and shit and traveling Asia. And for that reason, he was the first non-white, or as I express it, non-Europoid Asian to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. And so all of this was a big deal in its time, and he has statues of him in Korea even because of this accomplishment. But the place where he lived was Shanti Niketoan. So where he lived was where Savitri Devi became Savitri Devi. And yet that is the same estate which later became the cult that produced Julian Assange. This was the Shanti Niketoan compound from which the philosophy emerged that became perverted by the Allies. And as I said before, he worked with the Axis. He worked with the Axis to the point where basically people these days in India are programmed to call him a traitor. See, here's an article, Rabindranath Tagore, his Asian Indian name, where they're basically saying, you know, this man was really a traitor to the Nazis and the Japs. the poet's fine words must not disarm the Indian nation any longer. If anything, they should be proud of him. But, instead they, these are the kind of allied...
There are Indians that would consider him. Like, there's a lot of nationalists that...
Of course.
They just play the game just to play it,
Yeah, these are the kind of people who are playing the game with the West. But that being said, the man's compound later on, probably after World War II, got perverted by the Allies into the cult compound that produced Julian Assange, Shanti Nicoton. And so...
Well, that's the Brits. The Brits came in and did that.
Thank you, but it had to be Tavistock. That was later on. The Tavistock was involved with that. So there you go. That's part of a bizarre thing that haunts me. And like you said, they were perverting it after the war and after his death. In other words, it was a satanic inversion. His estate that once produced Savitri Devi was then taken by the Allies to produce a monstrosity, an aberration, a mockery like Julian Assange. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that is it.
Thank you.
It's like, it would be funny if it wasn't disgusting.
Yeah, thank you. That's what we're dealing with here. So there you go.
You know what thing I'm thinking about the Tavistock thing? Remember when I was telling you about the counselor, the I forgot her name, the Aquino counselor with the butterfly on her logo and stuff? That
oh, that's right. I forget her name, but you took the photograph and sent it to me. Yes.
Yeah. That her office is right in that area where that Tavistock Institute for Windermere, Florida is. So that's just it's too coincidental, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just too coincidental.
Of course it is. It's not coincidental. She's just their outpatient reprogrammer. That's all.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Do you remember that a long time ago when I was like, oh yeah, on the corner of the street, there's like the Cornerstone Pizza Shop next to the Ukrainian Daycare Center and a satanic tattoo parlor?
I remember Brooke and I had a lot of fun with the way you interpreted a kind of geographic layout. Yeah.
Well, guess what that satanic tattoo place turned into?
What?
A mind center. It's no longer a tattoo parlor anymore. It's called a mind center.
Like, what do they do? New Age meditation or something?
I don't know. I was kind of sketched out. And I didn't want to go in there, but yeah. But it's just ironic that that it jumped from a tattoo shop into a mind center,
quote unquote mind center, MIND. Right? Yeah. Weird.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I think I stumbled on something there, Doug. I really do.
Well, maybe, but here's something far more relevant. What do you make of Aristides, Brendan? I want you men to join in on this. I don't know if Ian heard it when Marina Sarin came on to join us, but what do you make of when I asked her, are you willing to share anything traumatic or negative in your life? And then she went full-blown satanic ritual abuse, that she was a product of some kind of monarch program. Did you hear her when she said this? What did your...
No, I missed all that. No, I missed it all.
Yeah, I heard her when she said it, and it sounded so canned air. I mean...
Thank you. It sounded so, like, it's trendy. Like, I got to jump in on this. Didn't you get that feeling? It was kind of...
Yeah, well, no, guaranteed, because she said, I don't have any memories from it, but I have all the after effects or something. She was like, I can infer that I was in the program without remembering it. That's basically what she was saying.
And it was like, but why does she feel the need to do that? What is this?
Because it just gives you clout on the internet, so stupid people click on your thing. Like, it's just... or that's what her manager's telling her. I don't know.
I thought that was so, and of course you notice Peter just swallowed it. Peter just he just like opened his mouth like a fish, like a bass fish, and just took that hook. It was like, yeah.
Man, like, did she go into the gory details about being gangbanged by a whole room or laying in a coffin with bugs and shit in it? Or
she said it was so traumatic she doesn't have any memory.
Man, why don't I have that excuse? Holy shit! Yeah,
I was gonna say, if it really worked like that, then we wouldn't be hearing like hundreds of these cases.
Yeah,
we wouldn't have a Max Spears like.
If she's talking shit like, yeah, they laid me down in a coffin with bugs and spiders shit, then yeah, I'd buy into it. I'd believe her. But that's pretty much part of the ritual is the coffin. What is it?
Well, remember who woke up in a coffin? Heather Holman.
Who?
Heather, yeah.
Yeah, remember that? And then, do you like the way she described it later? It's like first she'll like deny it, and then go back and describe it. It's like, but that's the part. Yeah, remember how she said that was.
Well, that's how you know the difference between someone that's actually been fractured.
Thank you. There we are. It's true. It's
someone
true.
just doing it for clout.
Yes. Thank you. But here's where I will say where Marina stands out is like, say, for instance, when I was talking to the lady that Brendan knows who she is, the former care provider for that Arthur Middleton Young, ultimately the legal grandfather of Brandon Young. We're talking about this lady. She said, she said, Marina Sarin strikes me as having so much confidence, is how she described Marina Sarin. And then she was saying that she felt she was on par with Penny Bradley in certain ways. And I said, no, here's the difference. I said, here's the difference between Marina Sarin and Penny Bradley, aside from looks, aside from the obvious, is the fact that when...
no comparison.
No comparison. I mean, it's just different planets, different species. They're different species. They're not the same species. But what happened was that Marina Sarin is self-confident in the sense that if she tells you something and you just don't believe it, she'll just turn around and go someplace else. But because she doesn't need you. She doesn't need you. But when it comes to Penny Bradley, the whole trip was, you must believe me. And it was like, and she was so offended when I would just casually say, hey, you're welcome on my show. We hear you out, but, I don't have to believe you. And why should I have to believe you? And why does that hurt you that I don't believe you? Why should that bother you?
It's trying to sell something to you. She's that's just an obvious liar right there, or a manipulator that they're trying to sell you on this like horrific experience that they've been through. But what do they gain out of it? It's like you have no reason to fucking sell me this experience. It's like,
hey, what are you trying to? She had exactly 1,321 personalities. She had a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I think that was her number. It was something crazy, maybe even higher than that. But did you notice Heather Holman has said something similar? Heather Holman has said something.
Yeah, but hers is like believable. Like it's in the 20s.
No, actually, no. It was like Heather Holman said 1,000 something too. If she's on next time she's on. Yeah, next time she's on, I'll ask her to bring it up. And she said, and then when you
think of different names, so it's like, anyway.
But Penny Bradley tried saying like some specific ass number, and she's like, I have 3. Whatever it was.
It was based
exact
on
number.
Yeah, it's based on something like Aleister Crowley 777 times something. But Heather's got something similar. So it's like they had the same. It's like they had the same programmer. At one point.
Well, that programmer failed their job.
I mean, look what he's produced.
A majority of these SRA cases and MK Ultra cases that I've studied, it's always, all these little girls are always initiated by their grandparents or their uncle. Like it's someone.
That's Heather. Yeah, Heather says, that's my grandfather. Remember the picture? Here's my grandfather, and then it's her uncle and the fucking mortuary and all that shit. Yeah, go on, Ian. Yes, continue.
But yeah, what I'm saying is it's like with a lot of these people that try to sell this victimhood status bullshit, that they don't have that kind of imagination, or they don't have that kind of whatever. They just want that instant self gratification of being perceived as a victim. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard with these people if someone goes through the links that says, it was my grandfather and his Blue Masonic Lodge that his whole lodge gangbanged me when I was like 7 or 8 years old, then I could believe it, because I've heard a million other stories from a million other different girls with the same fucking history,
Mm-hmm.
So,
but
the really deep dark shit, the really the kitty snuff film stories and shit that I've studied and stuff, like that's more of my mom and dad were there with me and stuff. It wasn't just my uncle or my grandpa, took me to go make this kitty snuff film. It's my parents were there kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like my mom and dad, they were both a part of this brotherhood, and they both were in the room when I fucking murdered these little 4-year-old girls and had to, have sex with these old guys.
So what do you make of Star Fox and what she says? You know what she says, right?
Star Fox hasn't given me a lot of details in it. Star Fox, to me, it just sounds like she's got like bad taste in men, or these men can.
Well, let me relay this to you. She went to what was it again, Brendan? A fortune teller. Went to like a tarot card reader.
Yes.
And this tarot card reader told her, basically Star Fox was talking to the tarot card reader and said, and by the way, fuck whatever they say about, the psychic's just guessing. They got to probe you for information and then they'll give you something. This was not that. This person, it was like, I've never heard any tarot card reader or fortune teller talk like this. It obviously she wasn't out for money. It was like she was just out to mind fucking traumatize poor Pixie Princess Star Fox. But what she's told her when Pixie Princess Star Fox told her, I never really felt comfortable with my parents, or that they were my parents. I never really identified them or really felt that they were my parents. And that's when the tarot card reader says, that's because they're not. Your actual parents, you killed them. And basically, these are your false parents who came in and forced you to kill your real parents. They made you blow them away with a Russian roulette game. They had you point the gun at their heads and, fire blank loads until the loaded cartridge killed them. And you did that with both your parents. And it's like, who the fuck would... It's like, obviously, when you're trying to get money from a client, you tell them something pleasant. You tell them something.
I want to come back and see you. Yeah.
It was like
something vague enough to pique their interest or something.
Yeah, but this was like just total trauma. Like this had to be part of some fucking program.
Yeah.
And it's so now that I've told you that, Ian,
it's like something out of like again, I hate to say Scooby-Doo multiple times, but it's like when the villain sets up a psychic and it's like you just happen to come across them. That's basically what happened,
Yeah, yes.
Something out of an old film or something.
Yes. It's just like a trap, some kind of trap.
Yeah, it's a trap where you like, look, a psychic, and it's in this like really random spot.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's so Ian again.
And then they tell you some shit like that.
Yeah, they tell you something just fucking literally blow your mind, and it's like
and honestly, I've heard that kind of story before from other survivors. I have.
How many hours of these tapes are you listening to, man? Like you said, millions, and how many? How many are we talking about?
No, I've been exaggerating on the millions, but I mean,
okay.
I mean, honestly,
but I get it. If you hear like 10 stories, then it checks.
Yeah, from
the anecdotal evidence points
to the world.
Well, let's put it this way: it's like when you take a look at that woman who went to do the breakdancing in Australia, and like I said, she got her PhD in breakdancing, and Ian West said, where do I go to get a PhD in breakdancing? I mean, she got a PhD in like sociology, but she centered it on the subject of breakdancing, but she had to watch thousands of breakdancing videos. It's obvious before she could do something like that academically. So I think Ian has, without going for a degree, done the equivalent in terms of listening to all this shit. Right, Ian?
Honest with you, I pretty much am a fucking doctorate of like SRA psychology and shit. Seriously.
Well, there you go. That's
my personal opinion, but I was gonna say like the Australia shit, the Australia stories are some of the most fucked up stories I've heard. I mean, I've heard some fucked up American shit, but the Australia shit is fucked up, and the Australia shit goes into the time travel shit, and like this one dude that I was studying, his name's Adrian John Wells, the whatever the president is of fucking Australia, like cut his dick off for fun, did all this fucked up shit. I'm not even making this up, Doug. I'm not even making this up. Like, poured his sister out, ran the drug trafficking operation for the country of Australia, and the mini empire. Well, I call them mini empires because they're like what is it called? Like different kiddie porn studios within family households in the country of Australia. And I believe this dude, man. I mean, I've probably watched a good 20 hours of just his testimonies and shit. And I've read his court transcripts from Gitmo that they're prosecuting all these people by. And I mean, like I said, it's like if they're doing this shit in Australia and it's matching up with stories here in the United States, and these people don't know each other, but it's part of the same ring. Oh yeah, okay, like this. Okay. The John Benet Ramsey story.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Guess what found? Guess what the detectives found in John Benet Ramsey's fucking house when they were doing her murder investigation? Just try to fucking guess what they found.
I can't begin to imagine. We'll need you to tell us.
They found Colonel Michael Aquino's How to Train Your Slave taser video in their fucking VCR.
Interesting.
That's what they found.
Okay.
And not a lot of people know about Colonel Michael Aquino's how to taser your child victim and shit.
Have you got this? Have you got the video where you could send me a copy of this video just so I could see this? What he produced?
I don't have a copy of the video. I don't have a copy of video, but I have like the police inventory, witness statements and shit. And Colonel Aquino or Michael, what Satan's fucking How to Taser Your Kid video was in their VHS collection at the Ramseys' home. Like that's how like, I don't know, connected I could say this all is, or how the habits of these SRA victims and ceremonies all clink together.
Well, Jean Benet Ramsey was obviously a product of programming, because you just take a look at all the kids they dress them up like little adults, and they're like, there is something very MK Ultra about it. It's very Monarch. The whole thing is. Yeah.
John Benet Ramsey's mom, she was a sex kid. She was an MK Ultra sex kid. Okay. And her husband, or John Benet Ramsey's dad, he was buddy with fucking President Bush Sr. And John Benet Ramsey's dad, he was the head he was like the head photo department specialist at Lockheed Martin. That's what his fucking job was. And what he was doing was he was selling kiddie porn of John Benet Ramsey throughout the whole Lockheed Martin network and to the Pentagon. The Pentagon has all of John Benet Ramsey's kiddie porn that they were making of her since she was infant, because John Benet Ramsey was a infant child porn star.
But by the way, I'm not finding any of this unreasonable. See, all of this, I can buy this. If anything, it would be my conclusion, my intuitive conclusion. This would be my intuitive conclusion in this case. The Jean Benet Ramsey case is so redolent of this already that it's everything about it is such that this to me is acceptable. This is acceptable. I can so continue. Yeah. Anything else you want to point out about it? Yeah.
So with John Benet Ramsey being her father, who worked at Lockheed Martin, head star, like millions and millions of dollars got pumped into this Lockheed Martin facility. It wasn't in Denver. I forgot which city. I forgot which Lockheed Martin place it was. But yeah, they pumped in all this fucking money because they were generating so much revenue from John Benet Ramsey's porn, or kiddie porn, and ironically, you know how she was like killed on Christmas Eve and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that Christmas Eve, that's apparently a big ritual for these Sabbatean Frankist cultists that fucking. Actually, when I was hold on, how old was I at the time? I think I was 18 years old, but my ex-girlfriend, or one of my ex-girlfriends, she was actually pronounced dead Christmas Eve, and going through my memories and shit, I really think that she was murdered, like John Ramsey was that day. But they got her. I'll even tell you her fucking name. Her name's Cassidy Tolliver. She was this black girl I used to date when I was in high school. Like, her and I grew up together. We were friends since 3rd grade. She lost her virginity to me. All that bullshit. And yeah, they found her dead Christmas Eve back in. Shit. What was it? It was I think it was after 9/11. So it was 2001. But what's ironic about her death, is that the newspaper community bulletin shit in Tampa, Florida, which she has nothing to be affiliated with about, they, did a whole article on her. And if you guys don't believe me, look this up. Her name's Cassidy Tolliver. She was born and raised in Mobile, Alabama. Her daddy was a preacher. It fits with every fucking thing that I've been, studying about with this whole MK Ultra kitty torture bullshit. So, yeah. So, I'm really, got my finger on the pulse of it.
You realize there's people out there that would accuse you of having killed her and covering it all up by saying, "Hey, the Satanists did it."
So it's just too ironic, though. It's like, why would this Tampa? I forgot. I don't know if it's a Navy base, or I think it is a Navy base down in Tampa. But why would this Tampa-based military newspaper thing be publishing articles about her when, she was in fucking Mobile, Alabama, and has nothing to do with fucking Tampa, Florida, of all places? But look her up there. Her name's Cassidy Tolliver. It's spelled with a K. I was at her funeral. I've known her since 3rd grade, and she was the smartest girl. She was so fucking smart. She was so fucking beautiful. She had great tits. Fucking. But yeah, they took her away from me. God damn it, they did.
Well, I'm sorry. That's awful. I mean, yes, that's yeah. So this traumatized you. Okay, go on.
Oh yeah. And she died the day before Christmas Eve, just like John Benet Ramsey. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's too coincidental. It's just way too fucking coincidental. And this girl was so smart. She had scholarships out of her ass. She could have gone to fucking any school she fucking wanted to, but she passed.
So sad. Yes. And all too common. Terrible.
Yeah.
So,
I said it lines up with the John Benet Ramsey death thing. So
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it does. Thank you for sharing that. So for our listeners, again, to kind of compare where Ian West comes from and where I come from. So let's start with something like the McMartin preschool scandal. And when it comes to the McMartin preschool scandal, all of these kids at McMartin preschool were basically the entire student body, stated that their teachers were molesting them and sexually exploiting them and subjecting them to satanic ritual abuse. And the parents, of course, were in an outrage. There was a massive investigation. And then the authorities rallied and said all the kids were seeking attention and that they were destroying the lives of good, decent, honest people and shit, all of which was bullshit. Later on, a man was employed who used basically ground-penetrating radar, an archaeologist, who proved that all of the tunnels the kids said they were taken in under McMartin Preschool existed. All of this, everything the kids said was true. So these tunnels were rumored to go all the way up to the Presidio military base of San Francisco from Southern California near the San Diego, Los Angeles region or the San Angeles region, we'll call it, where McMartin Preschool was at. And of course, this is true. And there are many tunnels that connect the entire American Southwest. We know this, and a lot of this had to do with expansive tunnels created to hide ICBMs. And the intercontinental ballistic missiles were part of a giant shell game where the American government expended, of course, billions of dollars to be able to transport missiles on rails underground, so the Russians could never nuke them out of existence. They would never know exactly where the missiles were underground, and some silos would be empty, and therefore if the Russians nuked them, they would get nothing, and other silos would have the missiles. So the active missiles that were primed could be transported from one silo to another via these tunnels. Now, all of this is true, all of this exists. And later, as I said, there were several incidents and anecdotes that led us to conclude, because based, of course, on my personal experience with the fact that I helped bring down the largest human child trafficking ring in history via the U.S. military, that forced them to close down the second most important base next to the Pentagon, and this resulted in their creating the Month of the Military Child to cover their snail tracks, their slime trail. All of this is true. So when we combine that together, the real difference is one of technology and maybe one of scale. But obviously, what we were dealing with when I was exposing what I did, which led to the so-called satanic panic, which led to the closure of the Presidio military base, this was industrial scale human child trafficking. So we know human child trafficking occurs at an industrial scale. We know it involves heavy use of tunnels, which it did at the Presidio, which had an enormous tunnel system underneath it. This much is a solid fact because we had an entire command, control, and communication system underneath Presidio to deal with the Nike Zeus missile system, where you had the missiles stationed around the greater Bay Area, but their control center was in the Presidio. And they were supposed to rise and strike and perhaps hopefully intercept, incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles from Russia. All of this, of course, is part of a giant technological shell game, which was also just eating up your tax dollars towards horrible experiments like what I described and what I sent to Brendan Zogan on human subjects, where they're just trying to literally get them possessed by extra-dimensional entities and the like. The reality is there was never a threat from Russia of any great scale because Russia was so backwards technologically, it really had nothing to threaten us with of substance. Now, when it comes to the ultimate result of all of this, where the difference comes between myself and Ian is that Ian thinks that it's all gone high-tech, and he imagines these maglev rail systems. Obviously, maglev rail systems exist, but because the U.S. government essentially already had these more primitive rail systems, flatbed-type rails, on which they were carrying the nuclear missiles underground, I doubt they modernized them. I really don't think much money was expended once the so-called Cold War, World War III, in effect ended. I think that the technology remained the same, and I honestly believe it's more like what Ian sees along his home front, where Ian sees these like trucks that are tailored to ride the rails. I think that's what it's devolved into underground. It's devolved into, they're taking kids, but it might be at that scale. But even though they're operating at an industrial scale, and the other difference is the concept that I do believe, I do think Ian has a concept that they're also cloning victims. Now, by the way, just so people understand this, the cloning is a technology that is real, okay? Just for people who just don't get it, the problem is a lot of people don't understand the dynamics are the nation where cloning has had a quiet revolution has been Japan. And very important people are allowed to get clones. And these clones, of course, they're just born as a kind of twin of yours, except it's however younger it is. If you're like 40 years old when you're cloned, that clone is going to be 40 years younger than you, and there's nothing they can do about it. They cannot accelerate its growth. They cannot force its growth and force it to become an adult like you. It's it just doesn't work that way. So these clones. Okay, go on. What were you going to say?
Let me. Okay, there's Mark 1, Mark 2, and Mark 3 clones, and they with the big tanks and shit that I saw at Lockheed Martin on Thanksgiving, they can grow a human. They can do it. That's why the tanks are so big. It's just a really fucking big uterus.
Okay, so this is not impossible. It's not impossible, and I've often suggested this, that if someone were to try and develop a cloning technique where they can ultimately neuronically comb their memories and download it into another body that is a clone of their body, then it would make sense that what you would do is you would essentially grow a meat vegetable that is your clone that would be exposed to no experiences, so that way it would be a blank slate to receive your memories, download it into itself, where you right?
That's what Neuraleak's all about. That's what Neuraleak, that the Neuraleak shit, the Elon Musk shit, the Neuraleak stuff, that's what they're doing.
Well, that's so primitive but that's so primitive. That's so primitive. Yeah. But what you're talking about is if wealthy people are doing this so that they can download their memories into a meat vegetable clone of themselves that's fully adult or fully grown, but presumably at a more healthy age than they are in their 80s or 90s, okay, that makes sense to have a giant adult essentially treat it like a fetus floating in amniotic fluid for, the 20 years it takes to grow to that point until you download your memories into it. There's a logic to that. Whether or not we have that technological capacity, well, probably. We do, probably. But then the large banks of cloning adults that you say might exist underground, what would be the purpose of that? It has nothing to do with child exploitation. The first thing that comes to my mind would be like super soldiers.
Yeah, well, they do that too, but the adult clones can only function for like 2 or 3 or 4 months before they break down. Like the design is flawed when it comes to these adult clones, and they don't last. And we've got the footage of the Lady Gaga. She was slowly, like breaking down as she got into her limo. I don't know if everybody saw that clip, but that's one of the short shelf life for these adult clones. And that clip of Lady Gaga slowly walking into her limousine, surrounded by the paparazzi, that was her clone breaking down.
But why would she need a clone? Why would she need a clone?
That's just something they promise you. They say, hey, if you want to, sell these songs or be this musician, then we can clone you, and that way you could be at like 2 places and at once, and you don't have to leave your house, and your clone's going to do all the work for you. Do you remember a few years ago when people were like, yeah, we spotted Mike Tyson in Philadelphia, and then we spotted Mike Tyson in Atlanta on the same fucking day?
Well, I remember distinctly there was this black rapper who suddenly went off and said, I have a clone, and what you saw was my clone. You remember that, right? It was...
I forgot the guy's name, but yes, no, I did see that.
I probably saw that because of you. You probably gave me that footage, or somebody did.
Yeah, somebody else did, because I remember you guys talking about it, and it jogged my memory about it. But no, he's not lying, man. That kid is not lying. Like he can only probably get like 3 or 4 months of use out of his clones, where he could go do a published, he could go do a music video and stuff, and not have to leave the comfort of his own home. But no, he's telling you the truth on that. Like, seriously, that's...
Well, he may be telling the truth in the sense that he believes what he's saying, but he's not even that famous. That guy wasn't even that famous as far as I was concerned. But
true, yeah. I mean, they can buy all the radio stations, they can buy MTV, they can do all that, but that's not guaranteed that you're going to be famous from it. Like they promise these people, but no, he's not lying. Like, yeah, they clone. I mean, even Jack Black said it. Like, about the Jumanji sequel. He's like, yeah, if you just tell them no, they'll just clone you and put you in it anyway. Like, those were Jack Black's exact words,
Well,
you know?
again, he might be saying this sort of thing, doesn't mean it's true, but let's put it this way. Obviously, what I'm saying is the technology, the basic technology is there. The basic technology is there. I don't see the purpose in large vats of adult clones. If you're saying that they're just transitional, it's still not very practical. It doesn't really make sense to me. But in terms of rather the one thing I would say is that where Ian and I begin to go into very different directions is that I don't feel the technology is that advanced with the transportation. Ian is
That's the consciousness transportation, right?
no, I'm talking about the like maglev in the tunnels, just to start with the mechanics. I don't believe that they're, obviously maglev exists on the surface world, but as for having entire tunnel systems where maglev is underground, to me, they never invested that much in the infrastructure. I don't feel that they invested that much in the infrastructure. I feel they've been investing less and less in underground infrastructure. That the height was what they called the Cold War, World War III in effect, and that afterwards they just kind of like have gotten cheaper and cheaper. Just, they're taking kids in it, yes, but I feel that they're taking kids in it with the old technology and at a fairly industrial scale, but not at the scale where they're producing them in incubators. Now, you do have this vision, is my understanding of it. You view them as actually like chicken hatcheries. You view them as like chicken hatcheries for humans, where they're cloning these kids, right?
No, seriously. Like, seriously, I told you guys, like, the episode was like after Thanksgiving one year, and I went to go have Thanksgiving dinner at the Golden Corral, just to be all white trashy and shit, because I didn't have any family in Orlando. And I was talking to my Uber driver, and my Uber driver happened to be a fucking Florida guardsman. And I was telling my Uber driver, I was like, there's a whole city underneath International Drive and blah, blah, blah. And he turned around and he goes, you want to see it? And I thought he was bullshitting me. I thought he was fucking bullshitting me. And I was like, yeah, let's go to it. So we drive up to Lockheed Martin. He flashes his badge at the front gate with me in the back of his fucking car. And he drove me to the back where I was telling Peter that there's this UFO landing pad with the trees planted around it to, disguise it. And there was a stairwell with a little door, like a half a pyramid, just out in the middle of the field there. And we just walked downstairs, and that's when I saw the tanks. And the big tank was cracked. There was a bunch of tanks that they were like disassembling and auctioning off and stuff. But there was one huge tank. It had to have been about 10 feet tall, and it was cracked in half. And that's like, that glass, you really can't break that glass. Like, no human like you or I could really say, oh, fuck this. Break this like inch thick cylinder glass. But it was broken. So I don't know. But I mean, like I said, like, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Like, if I didn't see the fucking truck of military men, all jump out the back with their guns riding around I-Drive, I wouldn't have believed it. If I didn't see the truck with like 15 military men riding around fucking Disney World, I wouldn't believe it. But I've seen these things. So it just adds validity to what all these other MK Ultra victims are saying about these cloning labs and the underground and stuff,
Well, I mean, I'll just compartmentalize it. I'll put it aside as something to consider. But then again, I could see the motivation. I could see the motivation for that technology. It's the capacity to follow up that I'm skeptical about. The capacity to follow up with it is what I'm skeptical about. But as well, like I said, you have a fascination with maglev technology that's understandable, but I don't feel that they've constructed this entire infrastructure of maglev underground. I feel that,
I see what you mean. Yeah. Like, it's like not one big maglev complete system underground. And actually, I got to back you up about moving the missiles underground, because one of my coworkers who's retired Army, he straight up told me, he was like, yeah, Ian, like in the 70s and stuff, we were just moving missiles underground. We were moving nuclear missiles underground because when we were selling them to other countries, we couldn't be delivering them, and they actually go off and blow up an entire neighborhood and stuff. So that's why they had to move them underground.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I back you up on that. Doug, you're 100% right. And if I didn't work with this guy that told me that years ago, I would, call bullshit on it. But like I said, I heard it from a dude who actually was in the Army and fucking was in charge of moving these nuclear missiles underground, and that's what the tunnels were all about. But in that compartment, in that.
Thank you. I get it.
But when you're not using those to move missiles around, yeah, you could move fucking children around in them, and nobody's going to find out about it.
And I would agree. I would say that that's the majority of what they're doing underground now is moving children. Again, though, it's a matter of scale. I don't really see them as moving that many children as of course it gets insane by the time you get people like Michael Christopher Andriich in Australia, who was agreeing with your story that you were relating, or you were relating the story of 1 million kids being rescued in Australia. I mean, at this point, it's an insult to the sensibilities. It's
I wouldn't say 1 million kids is a lot.
Yes,
that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
But there was this old zine I found, an old an old zine, like an independently published magazine.
Yes.
And it had all to do with black projects. And the headline said, 1,000 babies is a small batch. And it's like, God damn, dude, I mean, but that's the 80s, and they're saying that 1,000 kids is nothing, but fucking it's not 1 million. It's not 1 million. I mean, it could be in the thousands. It could be 10,000. It could be 20,000, but not 1 million though.
Well, I mean, even 10,000 and 20,000 is a lot. I mean, when they're shipping kids, I mean, there's kind of a limit to what logistics can handle. But by the way, when you mentioned our dear Pixie Princess Starfox talking, you said she's talking. I mean, talking. But she is safe in Washington. Did she go on camera for you? I'm just curious.
Yeah. She was on camera. Yeah,
that's cute.
Yeah.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
That's adorable. She's adorable.
She was smoking a cigar, drinking her wine, and she was like, "Yeah, my friend's out of town for 10 days, and blah 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 blah." So I was like, "Well, you live it up, girl. You live it up."
Yes. And well, there we have that. At least she knows how to survive that one. Okay.
As for the MK Ultra Center in Nevada, where they have this, I do believe, because there's been a bunch of adults that have come forward and they're like, yeah, they had us all in cages and they were all hot wired to the same. So if one kid misbehaved, every kid in those cages would get all electrocuted at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What
would constitute misbehavior?
I have no idea. I guess if one spoke out or if one was screaming or crying or whatever, they would just electrocute all the kids in all the cages and get them to stop. So,
wow.
But I've heard that story. I've heard that story from.
By the way, I can actually imagine that. Aside from just the imaginal aspects of it, visualize it. I mean, I can actually see that. I can actually
seriously.
Based on my own experiences with what I did see. I mean, there you go. I mean, this is obviously we live in a dystopian world, and there's elements of it that are would drive a person to suicide if they overdwell on it. Which again, for the sake of your mental health, it's best not to overdwell on this. But as you said, you've pursued this as kind of like a PhD with a. But say, for instance, you were awarded a PhD in this. What exactly would you do with it? What would you be consulting as? If someone's saying, "How do we handle this problem?" What kind of policies or recommendations would you put forth?
Well, what I would do is honestly is I would spot the troubled individuals or the psychotic families and stuff, because like like there's bullies in school. Well, 9 times out of 10 that bully is because their parents are a part of this brotherhood system and they've been SRA victims all their lives, and that's why they act out in school and are bullies about it. You know?
Okay.
There's this one video I made a year ago, and it's called "This Is the World You Really Live In," and it's this testimony from Jesse about living in Chicago, and one of the witches in her coven said, "Fuck this, I'm leaving," because they were going to recruit her youngest son to be a watcher or a protector for like another hierarchy child. And the mother tried to run with her kids and get out of town. Well, the Brotherhood found out about it, and they raped the 8-year-old daughter. All these policemen, all these cops in Chicago raped this 8-year-old girl in front of her mom and dad and brother and little baby. I don't know if the baby was a boy or a girl. And they beat the family up in front of the house, in front of the whole neighborhood. The cops raped the 8-year-old little girl. Then they took the oldest kids, the wife and the husband, and they drove them out.
Hold on for just a second. Hold that thought for just a second. Let's have Brendan come on to say goodnight. So, dear Brendan, do come on and say goodnight and good morning to all of our listeners, please, if you would be so kind. Let's hope he can do this.
Yes, gute Nacht. I have to work in the morning, so I will speak with you guys another time.
Well, we look forward to that, and hopefully you can join us on Wednesday, and we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, okay?
Yes.
All right.
Good night, and alles für Deutschland.
Yes. Bless you, dear Brandon. Thank you so much for that.
Blessings.
Look forward to your feedback on the Lena Shea and Doug Dietrich cooperative videos. What do you call them when it's a conjoint project? What do you call it when it's a joint project? The joint
collab.
Yeah, collab. The collabs. Yes. All right.
Yeah, I'll let you know when I'm more awake.
Yes. We lost Aristides because he stopped to jack off to that shit. He just dropped off completely.
Yeah, he just straight up.
Yeah.
He opened one and just was like, forget about it.
That was it for the rest of the night.
All right.
Okay. All right. Blessed dreams. Yes. All right. That's Brendan. So go back to your thought there, Ian. With the satanic ritual abuse and these troubled families, etc. The examples, etc. Continue.
Yeah. So anyway, so these cops gang raped this little 8-year-old girl in front of her parents. Kidnapped the family, brought them to this barn, and hung them in front of Jesse and everybody and killed them. Then they went on the news and put out a story that they were all died in a car accident, and the car caught on fire and it killed the whole family. But she knew the truth because she was there to see the whole thing as a lesson to her, to say, hey, if you ever leave this brotherhood, this is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah. It sounds distressingly familiar to other experiences that I've heard. It is, at this point in my life, not unbelievable. I can actually, again, accept that as a story that is potentially true. It's just based on what I've seen and what I've heard from actual victims. So, yeah. Obviously, we share the same general parameters in terms of our perspective. I do, okay, again, my argument is that you take it to a new level of technology, and in general, that's probably the biggest difference. Also, numbers, scale. The scale is already immense. This is the point. Far more immense than people can imagine. Most people can simply not imagine just how large the scale is. But when you think of, if you look up the statistics on human slavery today, you'll find that they're astonishing. The amount of slaves in the world today is enormous. So if you take into consideration what can be done concerning children, it's a lot worse than you think. It is. And there is, in a very real sense, a breeding program. there has to be something to that effect, based on what I saw myself. So then again, you take into account the satanic ritual abuse, and this is something that I feel is what people are fascinated with, and yet they're programmed to believe is not real, and they actually they're kind of stuck in between being captivated by it. They're fascinated by it. They always want to see it in films. Horror films are loaded with this imagery of satanic ritual abuse and cults, and yet they want to reassure themselves that nothing like that is happening in real life. Well, it is, and it is, and your military is profoundly the epicenter of it all and primarily responsible for it. So all of that, yeah.
You're right. The military, especially SOCOM was helicoptering out to all these foreign countries, picking up kids, flying them back here to the United States, and dispersing the children to whoever the buyers were, which I shouldn't say Jews, but the Sabbatean Frankists, we'll put it like that, the Sabbatean Frankists that are still operating in the United States today do purchase children from our military for sacrifice. That's basically what it comes down to, and at-home sex slaves and shit. But that much is true. That much. I even got the apology letter from SOCOM saying, "Hey, we're sorry for all the drug trafficking we did, and we're sorry for all the." I've got the letter. I've got the letter from SOCOM.
Yeah,
I've got it. Yeah. I got their apology letter saying, "Hey, we're going to stop this."
Yeah, I believe that. No, by the way, that's easy to believe. This is the level at which they operate, and they still try to present themselves as somehow being. Shall we say, somehow rehabilitated? They rehabilitate themselves.
Yeah, rehabilitating SOCOM. Yeah.
Yeah. So all such being said, go on, continue.
Did you ever meet Leo Zagami out there?
I vaguely remember the name. I'm trying to. I don't remember. I'm going blank again. I vaguely remember the name, but going blank on the individual. Okay. I don't.
Leo Zagami was Michael Aquino's bestie.
Okay.
They were best friends throughout the 80s and stuff, and the 90s. They were friends and shit. And
do you have a photograph of this man? Maybe that would help me.
Yeah, I can send you a picture of him. Yeah. But he even sacrificed his son to Klaus Schwab and shit, and he's writing all these books now. It's like Confessions of Illuminati thing. But I've been studying, what he's putting down, and that's how I got the term about the Sabbatean Frankish Jews, the Jews from France, I should say, and. That's why I kind of like just let off of the Jew thing and I'm more towards the Sabbatean Frankish Jews. But here, let me pull up a picture of him.
Mm-hmm.
But he sounds like Count Dracula. Like, swear to God, he goes, "I hang out with the Michael Aquino, and we go to the tulips and we get the flowers. We walk around San Francisco." But he sounds just like that. But
Jesus.
I've been studying him a lot, and his okay, here the book is called Confessions of an Illuminati. Yeah, Confessions of an Illuminati, volume 10. He's got out now, but he straight breaks down like the whole culture and history. And when I discovered him, he was advertising book 8, and book 8 is where he talks about how he gave his son up to be in this cult, and his son went with Klaus Schwab, and he hadn't seen from him since. And I think they sacrificed his son. I'm not too sure, but
Jesus.
But seriously, the stories about him and Michael Aquino are just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
what
I can imagine.
Goddamn picture of the Sid Jew. But here, what I'll do is here's his full name, and I'm gonna paste it in the chat box You can check him out. And I think he's still in San Francisco till this day. I think he's still out there somewhere. But now he's like, yeah, I just became an American citizen, and I'm very proud of the USA, and blah blah blah. And, I mean, he seems like a really nice guy. I mean, like, imagine if there was like how do I describe him? He's like you just got to see him. But yeah, there's his name. It's Leo Lion Zagami. And he was besties with Michael Aquino, and he tells all. Like, he breaks it all down and everything, especially with the history, the aspects of it, like with the whole Khazarian mafia bullshit. Like, he breaks it down. He tells you.
Oh, right. I know. I do know of this guy. I never met him. And so I remember distinctly you brought him up before. Somebody else did. And then, you know who brought him up? That Mark H. guy. Mark H. guy brought him up.
Argue about him?
Yeah. And, right. Mark was watching all his shit. And so there we are. And yeah, no, I never met this guy, and he looks almost too young to have been a bestie of Michael Aquino. He might have been like an acolyte who was like involved with the Temple of Set, and probably knew Michael Aquino and probably had some contact with him, some kind of social intercourse, so to speak. Without being sexually suggestive. I mean, just like probably encountered him, but I doubt he is probably over exaggerating his, shall we say, relationship with Michael Aquino to make it sound much more intense than it was. Probably is what I would guess, because I never met this guy. Not that, of course, I necessarily met everyone who was affiliated with Michael Aquino, because of course. It's just life is too busy for that. I'm sure there are plenty of people that were probably fairly close to Michael Aquino that I never encountered very much. I mean, when I think about it more and more and do reflect on it, I did encounter Lilith a lot more than I consciously recognized, but not, still not that often. Still not very often at all.
After watching General Paul Vallely's new interviews, he's the kind of guy that eats them. I swear to God, that guy eats little kids. You could just tell he looks like a fucking like a baby hungry Frankenstein or something.
He's a piece of shit. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Yeah. He's and there's Vallely. There's another creep I'm blocking out at the moment. I mean, there's so many of them, and obviously I'm scarred for life from dealing with these people, and it is what it is. So I can relate to many of these victims, of course. And obviously, so you went into this murder of this young lady that you were intimate with. So this is like the first time we've heard of this. So this obviously is a trauma that seems to have impacted you and motivated you in this direction of research. So at least that puts some context to everything. So thank you for sharing that. And so what else comes to your mind in terms of what's going on with Israel and the Gaza and all of that recently? Hezbollah, all the rest.
I know they're still cleaning out Israel. I know they're still doing that. I know that the bunker buster bombs that Trump gave Bibi took out a majority or all of the Hamas, because whenever Hamas was trying to infiltrate Israel, they set off those bunker buster bombs and just killed the whole Hamas, well, not military, but the whole Hamas, whatever, the whole platoon or whatever. They took them all out in those tunnels. And just the other day, I saw something about one of the Hamas leaders that is trapped down there is alive. He's like trying to surrender and shit. But my deal with Israel is that, yes, it was a Rothschild-built creation and all that bullshit, but the people, the innocent people of Israel, that's what we need to be concerned about. Because, I mean, like, the people in Israel, they're just as racist. They really are. I mean, they're a little more racist, though. But besides all that, like, whenever the word comes out about, like the Bible being rewritten and and Jesus Christ really being a pedophile and stuff and all that. Like when all that comes out, like that's really gonna flip Israel over, you know.
You'd think that if that were the case, they'd relate to him even more. At any rate, I couldn't resist that.
Well, yeah, no, well, you know, they push for so much sin because I guess, okay, I can say it confidently now. The Jews push for so much sin because they want to bring their Mashiach back. They want their God to come back or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
go on.
Yeah, that's why the Jews support so much sin, is because they want their Mashiach to come back. They want their God to come back. You know, okay. That's why they push for the homosexuality. That's why they push for all the prostitution and shit and all that. That's what they, you know, are in it for. So.
I'm not yawning because of you.
We can cut transition early if you want. You want to cut it early?
Well, thank you for bringing that up as an option. Our numbers were so good, I didn't want to really do that just yet. But we did 8 hours. We did a killer 8 hours. We did good. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we lived up to our responsibility. So yeah, I mean, we could do that. I'm open for it. And I think our man Aristides is asleep. Well, I love you dearly, Ian. Stay safe and be well. We'll be back on Wednesday before anybody knows it. And I think we've explored a lot of territory tonight. Of course, I disagree with you on the Christ issue of this notion of Christ being a pedophile. I don't believe that this individual that you're sourcing is reputable as far as I'm concerned. But yes,
I found two of them now.
Oh,
I got a second source now.
Oh God! Yeah. Well. Go on.
He's an ex-con. He's like, man, when I was in jail, I used to be a reader. So he's like, he like read this old book from like the 1600s called like The Argument Against Christianity and shit.
How did he find that book? It's in the prison library?
I guess so. I guess so. I guess that's where all the unwanted books end up, are in the prison library, I guess, you know.
Oh God. Go on. Yes, go on.
We'll continue off because I got to get ready for tomorrow. Well, I got to get ready for in a little bit. So yeah,
are you going to work? What time are you going to work?
Oh, I start the liquor store tomorrow. I got to be there. at 9:30
in the morning.
Yeah.
What time is it now?
It is 4:08. Yeah, I got to be there in 5 hours.
Oh God, get some sleep. Okay. Well, again, stay safe and be well. Love you dearly, and we'll end the transmission for now. Most blessed be. Okay.
All right. Good night, bud. You're good.
Yes, you as well. Bye for now.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Bye, bud.
So I'll end the phone call. Aristides, if you're there, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And hopefully you're having pleasant dreams. And we'll take it from here. Ending call. Now we have to end the stream. So, to all the people listening, we appreciate it profoundly. Let's try and raise at least a few $100s this week. So everybody contribute as much as you can, and that will maintain me in supplies. And hopefully we'll have enough money where I can fill my prescription of Sudafed. Okay then, everybody take care. Join us on Wednesday. It will be here before you know it. We'll see if I come in Wednesday. After surgery, I may not be here, or I'll be producing lying down, more than likely. We'll see. Or I might be fine. All right. For those of you who care or are on my side, prayers are always welcome. And hopefully everything goes well, smooth, and works out for the best. All right, then. Ending transmission. Make contributions, please. And, all right, we'll see you Wednesday, which will be here all too soon. Okay, ending stream.